Ravens playing next? Oh boy!
I remember Gore saying that he walked out and did. That one was not me, by the way. That one was Gore Miser.
Oh, I thought that one was you.
No, that was Gore Miser. I remember him walking out saying, "Yeah, I did a Mickey Mouse voice for one of them," and he did a good job on that. I will admit that was a very good one.
That's good.
I thought we got actual Mickey Mouse here for a second, but you heard it right. It's the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens. Like I said, it's J-Mac. I got inbound here joining me on the desk to jump into this next set, and both these teams have had a little bit of struggle so far this season. Ravens maybe a little bit more. Jade Dragons, I believe, sitting 1-1. Highland Ravens finally were able to get their first win of the phase just yesterday up against the Gladiators. So we'll get to see now how these two teams can fare against each other. We can take a look at the standings for both of these teams and see where everything pans out for them at the moment and the schedule as well. If you missed out on the first set, Leviathans were able to stop the Oni Warriors from going on another long win streak. Stopped them at 5 by winning their set 3-1 to kick off our Saturday. And then we have the Jade Dragons, Highland Ravens now. And then tomorrow we get the Ferrymen coming back to face off against the Hounds. And then the Camelot Kings and Gladiators will be our final matchup of the weekend. So make sure you're still tuning in for the remainder of our weekend, because we're now officially at the halfway point of our sets. And as mentioned, we're kicking things off here in this one with the Jade Dragons and the Ravens. A little bit of consistency with these two teams as far as been doing a little bit of winning, been doing a little bit of losing. Both of them have had similar opponents as of late. We'll talk a little bit about that here in a moment. Both of them had a chance to face off against the Gladiators so far. Jade Dragons went the full distance in their matchup against the Gladiators. Highland Ravens are able to close theirs out in 3.
Yeah, I think we've seen some inconsistency/consistency problems with both of these teams. I think they've had high highs, and then I think they've also had worse games, is a good way to put it. 1 and 2 from the Ravens. They have played the Warriors. They didn't look great against the Warriors. They ended up playing the Camelot Kings. They did not look good against the Kings. And then they played the Gladiators. And I thought yesterday they played a really good set versus the Glads. I think they showed a lot. They made themselves, appear to be at least a little bit more smooth and a little bit more clean in their gameplay. And I think that they want to carry it over as much as they can into this set. Both of these teams have a lot going for them, and both of these teams need to take home this win, because these are the games that really matter a lot when you're like a middle-of-the-pack team. As of currently, the games against other middle-of-the-pack teams, if you can beat them, that kind of moves you up a little bit. If you can't beat them, it moves you down a little bit towards like the lower end of the pack. So it really becomes important for these games.
Yeah, for both these teams, trying to get those big wins earlier on in the phase. That way they can have maybe a little bit of an easier time when you start getting to the back half of the phase, once you start getting to those, now everybody's, let's say everybody's 4-4, and you just need that one extra win, trying to get those now, where it's maybe a little less stressful while everybody's still trying to solidify what the remainder of the meta is for these teams out here. And kind of talk about some of the selections that we've seen from these players. When we look at Jade Dragons, and specifically when we look at picks and bans against Jade Dragons, there's a lot of focus on Dardez. He has been probably the most consistent target banned player on the Dragons. Whereas you look to the other side against the Highland Ravens, you look back to even like their phase 1 god pool for someone like Venenu. He has had one of the most flexible god pools, but really hasn't seen the same level of respect ban that Dardez has.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to what you're talking about, the god pool. You think about Dardez, and it's very minimal in what he's willing to play. And then you compare it to Venenu, and Venenu's willing to play just about anything under the sun. Whatever the meta is, he's willing to at least try it. And I think that's a big highlight difference between these two players. Now, we've seen the Athena mid from Dardez. Will I think they go that deep? Maybe. Will Venenu go that deep? Probably not. I expect him to stay a little bit more in the realm of normal/traditional, at least to the assassin mids. But these mid laners are very important to these teams, very important to how they also want to draft and how they game plan for other teams, and I expect them to be highly prioritized, at least at the beginning portion of this P's and B's.
Yeah, I think flexibility is kind of the name of the game with both these squads out there. One role that we haven't had to see too much flexibility on, but we've at least seen some changes from time to time, has been that Hunter role. Magic Hunters kind of making their way back in, and once those Magic Hunters are gone, it's kind of the Wild West as far as where the actual Hunters want to go. And speaking of Hunters, we have the Hunter player here for the Highland Ravens, Zapman, standing by for the pregame interview.
Thank you so much, J-Mac. That's right. We've got Zapman here. Me and you were hanging out on the couch for the recap just yesterday. And now you're back in the set looking to play the Jade Dragons. Now, you guys grabbed your first win yesterday. You were 0-2 after sort of a rough start in week number 1. Does yesterday's win have you feeling a little bit reinvigorated?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's always good to get a win under your belt, especially the first one. And for me, especially after my showing last week, it wasn't too impressive. So, we got a little bit of momentum. Hopefully we can keep it going.
I don't know if you saw the little recap segment. You called yourself out for being 0-8. They really zoomed in on the scoreboard there, hoping to put together a little bit better of a performance. And I know a quote that I took yesterday when you guys were talking about sort of how you play in the draft style. You said Ven really wasn't used to you saying, like, you will die for him. You will just go in for him. Is that sort of like the style that you guys are looking to play in the meta right now?
Yeah, I didn't really mean that, honestly. No, I mean, it just depends what he's picking, right? Like, if he's more valuable to me in team fights, or I'm more valuable to him, or, whose actives are up. So we can just play off each other like that and just do what's best at that given moment.
I mean, definitely a comp dependent. And speaking of the meta right now, we've seen teams go a ton of different ways. We've seen some assassin mids. I asked Ven yesterday about what he was feeling like for the mid meta. Do you guys have any like specific, I know you can't give away plans going into the Dragons, but was the prep for the Dragons any different than any other team? Are you trying to prep specifically for them?
No, I mean, you just want to find out how you want to play, and I think that's one thing like the Levi's they've done. Like, they found like their play style, right? They give Panda a lot of crutch picks because if he doesn't have a lot of help, he gets soloed, you know what I mean? So, yeah, so you just got to find what works for you, and I think that's what we're doing right now, and for the Dragons specifically, we just prepared as normal.
They're on Panda Cat, a little bit of a stray. Well, Zach, good luck. Hopefully you guys can pull this one out. Thank you so much. We'll throw it back to the desk.
He's selling Panda Cat and a stray. He's not even in this 7. That was the last set that we watched, but Zapman still feeling confident over here for the Highland Ravens. They finally got their first win of the phase they were looking for, got against the Gladiators just yesterday, and now looking to start to continue that upward trend, at least for the squad.
Yeah, and it's a kind of a different pacing for both of these teams. Second set of the day today, they got to watch a very unique kind of first set. A lot of assassins getting played. Curious to see if that kind of carries over for this type of set. We've not seen a ton of assassins from both of these teams, but it should be interesting nonetheless.
Yeah, against the Jade Dragons and against kind of Dardez specifically, as we mentioned, where Venenu has been willing to flex a bit more towards the assassins. Dardez has kind of been sticking to more of the mages, has a lot of his god pool also focused out here. But speaking of god pools, I think the jungle is the one that really kind of intrigues me the most out of here, because these are two players that when they find what works for them, when they figure out, okay, this is what I want to play today, LASBRA and Screammmmm are two players who will keep hitting that god, keep running those Qs as long as they can and keep going at those picks until it finally works for them, or until they have finally realized that, yeah, this is just not working. Oh, is he flexing a Mickey Mouse on his watch? I see that.
I thought you were saying it's time to like.
I think he is, but I also saw the Mickey Mouse, and I don't. I'm only calling that relevancy just because the intro that we had at the top of the day here. But looking at the shared gods, my goodness, 18 for LASBRA, 21 for Screammmmm, and a pretty large amount of shared gods between them. It's when we start getting to the non-shared gods. A lot of the warriors kind of pop up on the side for Screammmmm, whereas it's really just kind of that Athena's that kind of that lone wolf style where we don't really see too many other junglers kind of going towards that one. That one's almost entirely just gone over to LASBRA, but there's one of the larger shared pools that we've seen, especially with how many gods are up for both of these players.
Yeah, 12 shared gods is kind of crazy. And the one that sticks out to me is Bastet. LASBRA's played that, and Screammmmm has it, which is wild to me when you think about, a lot of times you think about Bastet, and Screammmmm is one of the first players that comes to mind. But you have the Scrinubus, that's a classic. Maybe don't expect to see that today, but we will be seeing a lot of the kind of high-tier assassins, the Kamas, the Peles, Thor, Susanna are also ones that really stick out. No set also in the jungle is a little weird. We saw one set jungle game last set. Usually it's being put in mid, but maybe there's something there where they just want to get that set and put it anywhere. But as you said, massive god pools for each. Nearly impossible to ban out both of these players, and they both play whatever god they get, whatever god that they're prioritizing. They will pick it as many games as they can, and they will continue locking it in until it's proven it's not going to work.
Yeah, until it works, and they say, cool, we got the win, we can now shelf that one for good, or they go an entire set, maybe they don't find a win on there and say, okay, well, maybe it won. Maybe it's not quite the same that we thought it could have been. It worked really well in scrims, but out here on the field, maybe not so much. So, for these two teams, I guess that then begs the question is, once we kind of jump into picks and bans, which are ready to roll here between the Dragons and the Ravens, the biggest priority that we've seen thrown out there has been kind of Pele and Set. Those have kind of been the two assassins to go to, but those ones have more often been flexing over to those mid rolls. So then I wonder, do we see that focus for the jungle, getting a jungle pick for the Dragons or the Ravens? Is that more valuable for these two players, especially with how wide their god pools are? Or inbound, do you think that it's better off just to get those power picks and then kind of see where those where those gods kind of sit in the rest of those team?
I think you play into the flex potential of those gods. I think seeing Pele locked in, you can play it anywhere, just about. Seeing Set locked in, you can play it just about anywhere. Kama, another one like that. I don't think you want to put it into a role right away. I think when you come into picks and bans, being able to pick something that flexes is the strongest part of the picks and bans, especially from first side. Dragons from first side have banned out the Hades, Yemoja, Horus. Ravens from second side have banned out Chernobog, Ares. That leaves us like Olos, Pele, maybe like the Camazotz should be mentioned. A few power jungle picks, actually no jungle picks banned yet. And then Olo, Freya, I guess, would be the last two that I would mention.
Yeah, I was just also thinking the Freya as soon as you mentioned Olorun as kind of those pick outs there. But it's also maybe surprising to see that no bans directly towards Dardez this time. I mean, most of the teams that have gone against Jade Dragons, we've been seeing Hera. And then maybe the Morrigan. One of those two is almost always guaranteed up against the Dragons to make sure that Dardez doesn't have one of those two picks. But so far, unless we see one banned here by the Ravens, Dardez will, for the first time I think this entire phase, have free reign of his god pool. We will see the Athena ban, which is a 4-person ban against the Jade Dragons.
Technically a Dardez ban kind of, because Dardez has played it before. Jade Dragons opted for the Amma first pick, something we forgot to mention. With that Hades ban, Amma kind of has free reign over in solo. Nothing can really slow her down all that much. You can pick gods like Yorm, which kind of just farm even with her, but don't scale as well as she does. So Amma, great first pick by the Dragons. No real flex potential there. When you pick Amma, it's basically guaranteed solo lane. But when it's such a power pick, it's always going to be worth it.
This does leave Pele, Set, Camazotz, Susano, 4 of the biggest assassins in the pool right now. Both the Magic ADCs, Freya and Olorun, still able to be drafted up here as far as kind of those top 6 picks. And one of those will be drafted up here by the Highland Ravens. Olorun as a first spot, and then Thor. So surprisingly, those big assassins that were making such a huge impact in our previous set will go untouched for now. How do you feel about Olorun Thor as the top 2?
I mean, we've seen a good amount of Thor now being picked top 3. A lot of times it's from first side, but seeing it from second side doesn't change too much. Olorun I love. Dominates dual lane, very hard to play against in a 2v2, scales well into the late game, and then Sanctified Fields is one of the best teamfight ults late game. And I think this is the interesting thing about 5-game sets. When we think back about last game, the own meta had kind of arisen from that. We saw a lot of prio on assassins, 4 assassins, sometimes I think one of the games even had 5 assassins in it. This game we have 1 assassin, and it wasn't even prioritized over a lot of the other assassins that we saw from last set. So now we see Camaz, we see Pele, Set, Susano, all 4 of those ones that you mentioned still up. Jade Dragons now have an opportunity to draft 1. They lock in the Kama. A little bit of flex potential there. We saw Shinto play it mid a little bit. A lot of teams opt to put it in jungle.
Yeah, it really feels like with, I think specifically the Leviathans, they're one of the few teams who are running that Camazotz in mid for Shinto. Everybody else either going over towards this jungle. Haven't really seen it in the solo lane very much anymore. Felt like at the very beginning of the season, we were seeing a little bit over there, but now it's kind of found its home back in the jungle and now occasionally towards mid. We'll see where the Dragons do like to put this Camazotz as it's drafted alongside of Freya. So, probably for one of the first times this phase, I think, we'll have an actual double magic ADC over in the dual lane. Usually we get one of them and the other is banned out, so you just kind of pick up which one is left over. But now seeing both of them up against each other, how does the magic ADC kind of double up over there, kind of work in the dual lane? How does that kind of change the momentum of the game?
It prios Olorun a lot in the early game. That 2v2, he just out-clears and can out-poke and sustain it. But once it becomes a 1v1 in that lane and the junglers start rotating in, it actually shifts over to Freya a lot. Being able to immune Sanctified Fields with Valkyrie's Discretion, her ultimate, and then being able to take the 1v1 with her hastened effect. Makes it very hard for Olorun to avoid that, having no dash to actually get away from her. So Olorun wins about 1 to like 5, and then first item it starts shifting over to Freya. But Olorun's hoping to just dominate that lane so hard that that first item Freya spike is about equal to his 1.5 item spike. Ganesha, third picked by the Ravens going into the second ban phase. Morrigan gone. That's a Dardez ban. Dardez still not picked his god. And this is like the time to kind of lock in something if you wanted to, because usually if it gets down to that second side bans, Dardez starts to get targeted, and that's what we're seeing here. Morrigan, Hera banned by the Ravens, Pele banned by the Dragons. A little shot at, I guess, at mid Pele, because we already have that Thor, which is in the current meta played in jungle. It could be played solo, but it is being played in the jungle.
Now we have one more ban for the Jade Dragons. See where they'll go. Do they put a little bit more focus towards that mid lane? Maybe ban something away from Venenu. Or do we see things shift up just a little bit? Maybe go for something over potentially towards the solo lane. We know that Thor has had that flexibility in the past to go towards solo, but similar to some of these other assassins, now finding his way in other spots and maybe more towards their traditional homes here, back in the jungle. Jade Dragons enters with a Cthulhu ban, and against probably one of the only players who is playing this pick.
Yeah, Cthulhu's not really a god you think of in the current meta as a solo laner, but just like a few other gods, a few other player-specific gods, Haddix is always going to kind of bring it out if he likes the matchup. A little bit of a, I don't want to say strange ban because it is very highly prioritized by Haddix compared to other solo laners, but you think about Cthulhu and what he kind of wants to play into. Olorun is kind of like at the top of the list, so it kind of shows you that the Jade Dragons don't really prioritize it at all. They don't want to pick it, even if it's good into that matchup. They just want to get rid of it. And the Ravens, with a Surtr locked in, and we saw the Surtr jungle yesterday.
Yeah.
So that should tell us Thor solo, Surtr jungle. Unless they really think Surtr is this strong in just multiple different roles, and they just want to get it on their team no matter what.
And kind of what are your thoughts on the Surtr? Because solo lane didn't really see a whole lot of play except for like right at his release time. Then we saw Sino kind of playing in the jungle a little bit, and then it went quiet for a few months. Haven't seen the Surtr. Now it's being brought back here. What are the strengths of the Surtr? Is because the new buff that's come his way to make his one a little bit more powerful? I mean, what are your thoughts on him right now?
I mean, from what we saw yesterday, I think the strengths are undeniable. The zoning potential it has in ult in the late game. It can dive pretty safe and then ult out if need be, while also being able to threaten going back in. I don't know about it in solo lane. It wins lane, obviously, but I think its damage falls off so drastically that it's not really a threat at that point. In jungle, though, Scream piloted it really well, and I really liked it. Jade Dragons opt for the Artemis into the Surtr pick. Dragons comp is now kind of evened out. It looks like either Artemis or Freya mid. And when I think about Dardez, I don't really think about either of these gods. But we've seen him play Bluestone Hunters before. We've seen him play AMCs and Martys. That leads me to believe the Artemis is going mid. But it doesn't really have the same type of clear and pressure and push around the map that other Bluestone Hunters have. So it's a little bit of a weird pick for Dardez, in my opinion.
Yeah, I do believe with the Artemis we've seen kind of two styles of play kind of emerge for this pick as far as the kickoff was concerned and moving forward, which was, yeah, the Bluestone Artemis, you go Bluestone Transcendence, kind of builder like a traditional ability hunter, and then we've seen the more standardized styles of build. You build full shred, maybe a little bit of crit kind of thrown in there, kind of what you expect out of seeing an Artemis over the course of 10 years of Smite or more at that point. So if this is Artemis mid, would you prefer to see kind of the Bluestone style of path, build her more ability style, or would you rather see Dardez kind of stick to the traditional style of play and go for more of that shred crit?
I think if it's in mid, I think you should go for the Bluestone build a little bit more. Give yourself a lot of teamfight damage with your threes, poke, and then your ultimate. It's really underestimated how much damage Artemis's bore, if not killed in the teamfight, will put out in a teamfight, just because of all the Bluestone procs, dashing around, Crusher procs, Heartseeker procs. And then on top of that, a lot of times you can line up your other abilities to nearly one-shot off of it. But I'm not worried about Dardez on the Artemis late game. I think it's that early portion that's going to be really critical. You think about Baba, probably one of the best late game scaling mages in the entire game. Very good damage. I guess the one thing she lacks is good CC. She has an opportunity to slow or to silence, but it's not really her decision. It's kind of luck oriented. But very good damage, very good area control, a lot of safety, and she farms very well just to get to that point.
For the Jade Dragons composition, see Artemis, see the Freya, some late game potential scaling out of that one. The Aphrodite, as the game goes on, scales a little bit better. What's kind of the strengths that this Jade Dragons roster provides for this team, you know, with these gods drafted in? What are the strengths and kind of the strong points for this team as the game goes through?
I think they have really good, like, 2v2s and 3v3s, really not grouped fights, because when we talk about 5v5s and you look at this Ravens comp, Sanctified Fields like we highlighted, Ganesha ult, we also have the Baba, a lot of big ults that do a lot of big things and big damage, along with almost utility along with the damage, so it's just a lot of just big abilities in that late game, and I think it makes it so this Ravens comp scales a little bit better, and also it almost feels like it lanes a little bit better at most points. So I think this Dragons comp, while strong in the 2v2s, I think a lot of it is on Mike and what he can do on this Aphrodite to keep his team alive while also being aggressive on the opposite side.
Yeah, I think the Aphrodite for me is kind of the big how is he going to perform kind of pick, because it hasn't worked out well for the Dragons just yet. We'll have to see if the Jade Dragons can find that win on the Aphrodite. Can Mike pull through? Can the Dragons find themselves a Game 1 win? Let's jump right in to that game with Frog and Myth.
Jade Dragons going up against the Highland Ravens. It is Frog, it is Mifflin, it is Doug as well on the back end as the observer. And I am energized for this game, Mifflin. I'm pumped, man. I'm feeling good. It's been a minute since we've seen the Jade Dragons.
Stop
Highland
swinging your arms
win.
like that. God, you're moving too much.
I'm moving. I got a lot of
You're
space
freaking me
here,
out.
man. Highland Ravens, look how close that poll is. 51-49, man.
Yeah.
This is a game. We're gaming out here.
It certainly is. Yeah. Oh, you want me to just go now?
Well, I'm just excited. You're not excited?
Of course I am.
Yeah, these are two fantastic teams. Highland Ravens coming off their first win yesterday. Jade Dragons looking to bounce back after a 1-1 set last week, and they've got they got the comp to do it. I think on both sides. Do you know where my eyes go instantly?
I mean, I know where mine are at. I'm looking at
Yep.
Oh, you moved a little bit towards the end there. You got Dardez.
I got
Artemis
Dardez.
mid. I'm looking at PBM Aphrodite support. Here's the thing. I religiously follow everything that the SMITE community says in any avenue that they exist. So SMITE, Twitter, YouTube comments, Twitch comments. I read it all, much to my own mental deficit. But with that said, I'll tell you this for a fact. A lot of SMITE fans and a lot of Jade Dragons fans don't really like when Mike hops on the Aphrodite. Okay,
Really?
It just hasn't been doing the most for him, and it also feels like it's a little bit counter to his own personal philosophy on pressure out of duo lane. Feels like a Freya Aphrodite lane is going to struggle pretty significantly in that regard. So the Highland Ravens with a composition like this that scales incredibly well come late game should also have pressure in duo. Feels like this is one where the Highland Ravens have a much more simplified first 15 or so minutes. I mean, even look at that Bastion. It's almost dead.
That Bastion took like 4 autos. But, I mean, at this point, you're absolutely right on the pressure. And the story of the ADC mages, I think, may come back to sort of spite us in this game in particular. Because you see the pressure they've got, maybe a 2v2 favor over towards the Highland Ravens. But this is one that I think it was you talking about. As soon as these supports leave the lane, the Freya maybe gets that pressure benefit onto the Olorun. And Zapman, he's one that's been known to like to find those fights.
Yeah, Zapman has been a very boxing-focused hunter in the past. I think against the Freya, though, you just have to show respect in the lane. There's potential for Olorun to play outside of Freya's range and just poke out, play a very passive style. I imagine that's what we will see once the supports start to move a little bit more so towards the center of the map. Otherwise, and this is something every interview will tell you from the SPL, games are decided by the jungle. Lanes are almost always decided by the jungler as well. One of these junglers playing a little bit less orthodox. That's Surtr for Screammmmm. I'll be excited to see how that interacts here, especially this early rotation.
Both of them on the left
Good
side
stun.
of the map. Good stun on the blink in from LASBRA, but the slow is there and the dual lane rotation is as well. PBM with a little bit of damage, but no follow-up onto that dash from Hurriwind. We saw a lot of shield buff focus yesterday as well during the Highland Ravens set. Consistent performance from Screammmmm to try and be here, fight over that shield buff, and find some pressure in this dual lane. And certainly, I think he might have the player to do it again. Zapman, not one that we saw yesterday on the Olorun, but I think it was banned out in all 3 of their games going up against the Gladiators. This time, I mean, arguably the lane that you want to be putting pressure into and having some focus on if you're Screammmmm.
I mean, both sides probably want to put some pressure over towards that dual lane, facilitating or shutting down your ally or enemy magical hunter. One of the most valuable things you can get done throughout the early. But with that said, Screammm's also got a very clean target in the center of the map. It's a build path that we haven't exactly seen too often. When I think of ability hunter Artemis, Transcendence comes to mind. Looks to me like he's got lifesteal on the brain, though. With that said, it still is an Artemis, and Artemis is still largely immobile, only has that CC immunity available in the ultimate, otherwise a movement speed stim thanks to the Vengeful Assault. That's not really the greatest interaction point up against Screammmmm, who will likely force Artemis ultimate just from his own ult, and then immediately afterward that long-range stun should make it very easy for Ven to follow up.
Now we did see this Artemis, or rather the Runeforged Hammer, get a couple of buffs in 10-10. You expect to see that from the... I'd like the Artemis build. You get like I've seen it, man. I've seen it in my ranked games. The full ability damage, and then you just like have the still target passive and you trap them and nobody can play the game? Like, is that
You want it on art? Is that what you're saying to me?
I'm just saying I've seen it before, man. Like, is that I would expect the trans in that type of build, but like, what is the mid Artemis build?
I would imagine it's a whole lot of just yellow numbers, maybe a Crusher pickup, Heartseeker, Titan's Bane comes to mind as well. Just percent penetration, make sure your abilities are coming online frequently. Jotun's Wrath comes to mind too. If you get really lucky with the Jungle Mask, get the blue one, you can get your Suppress the Insolent, and that's the third ability for Artemis, on about a 6-second cooldown once you have it fully stacked up in CDR. So really high poke potential. So just leveraging it in towards abilities, I think, pretty significant. If there were to be a hammer pickup, I'd prefer to see it from something like Thor. I'm just not the biggest hammer fan on the planet. It feels like very few gods get to leverage it easily. But because of how Thor's damage applies off the back of massive individual chain CC, he's chain CCing off of his own abilities.
Yeah.
It makes you a little bit easier to actually find that value from the passive.
We've seen Runeforge Hammer come into play on a couple of solo lane picks already this weekend, but we'll see how those builds round out. On the other side of the mid lane, you get a much more standard pick in this Baba Yaga from Venenu. And if I recall correctly,
She's back.
This was something that Venenu tried to pick last weekend, but only back, I think she was competitively banned, a bug with her, and now back in the game after they fixed it in 10.10. But something that the Highland Ravens were trying to play and now can finally play.
Yeah, I mean, Baba Yaga, a lot of people were projecting her to fit very well into the current meta, where there are a lot of compositions that play heavily on dive. Baba Yaga can be a part of that dive, but simultaneously has very good counter dive in of herself. Just, oh, you jumped on me in a melee range, I'll just go to the home sweet home, HP shield, walk away, drop damage on my feet, and also have that knockback to help out a little bit as well. So Baba Yaga was good before. I think she's still going to be very good right now. One of her primary strengths is exclusive to her as well, just having that additional stacking potential. Purple Invade attempted there. The Highland Ravens make out like bandits. Just use the Sanctified Field for escape. Not sure that was really necessary, but if there was any potential to chase, immediately squashed by Zapman.
Yeah, that's quite the statement. That's like, we don't want to fight here. We're done with
And
the engagement. We got the purple buff. We're ready to go. And that's maybe even saying how slow they're willing to play this game. That's like a 120-second cooldown. It'll be up by the time the next purple comes up, but I mean, Zapman's not looking to fight anywhere on the left side of the map up until that ultimate's going to be back online. So that's certainly a big cooldown to use and maybe signifies that they're prioritizing the farm, maybe don't want to find any fights in this first section of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, why would you want to fight into the Aphrodite lane anyway? Not even taking into account the boxing potential that Freya has on her own. Any damage you do to her is just going to get re-sustained.
Oh my goodness, LASBRA down to half HP already. Does have the batter to hell if he needs to get out of this one, but the teleport, this could signal a re-engage, but it's actually Haddix who comes over early and vote. Both ultimates get channeled. You waste the Undying Love a little bit, but it's not a waste if you get out alive. So they burn both dual lane ultimates once again for the escape, and it's actually Haddix who ends up wasting the teleport a bit.
I mean, is it even a waste? 90 seconds on the teleport timer. It's not just Undying Love. It's not just Valkyrie's Discretion. He also got beads. Haddix was in that engagement for maybe 10 seconds and had massive impact. He'll head back to lane. I believe he misses out on 3 minions there. The melees died at the tower, but the archers still available to collect the experience from. So long as the rest of the Highland Ravens can do something in the duo lane within the next 2-3 minutes, I'd argue Haddix, that is a phenomenal rotation.
Yeah, this purple buff timer, my eyes are on it over on the left-hand side. If they want to rotate a jungler, maybe even rotate Venenu over, trying to start a fight on the left-hand side of the map. But both junglers be on the right-hand side. Just going to be that 2v2. It might turn into a fight around this blue buff instead. They don't know that LASBRA is here behind him. Hopefully some of the cooldowns coming out. LASBRA's waiting for the right opportunity. The blink in, and Haddix immediately up into the air. The damage is not enough, and he will get out on the escape. He won't even steal the blue buff, and they might get punished on the back end. Nika is a victim of the mid-rotation, and Venenu grabs first blood.
Man, Haddix barely survives that engagement. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Zapman and Hurriwind team up together, steal away the purple buff once more. That's that pressure we were talking about just a moment ago. Olorun just has so much advantage on clearing wave that you're going to see that pretty frequently. Bit of a dangerous situation here. Zapman always willing to use that Sanctified Field. Again, it speaks to what you were saying. An indication of the unwillingness of the Highland Ravens to play in the actual fight on the left-hand side of the map. They got their purple buff invade. They're winning fights on the right-hand side. Zapman says, I'm going to scale into the late game no matter what. I'm not exactly pressed to get a whole lot done right now. But maybe that's starting to frustrate Vote a bit. That Valkyrie's Discretion, very wishful thinking.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how Olorun maybe loses the 1v1. You don't have to worry about that. If it's never a 1v1.
It hasn't been one yet.
The supports just have chosen not to rotate out of the left lane. And so far, I think it's been benefiting the Ravens. Purple buff invade after purple buff invade. And I would be down for them to even set out a Sanctified Field to steal it. Because it's really hard to, lose a steal if you're doing it inside your own Sanctified Field. But they so far, they've only had to use it as an escape button.
Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult to utilize it aggressively. When you're trying to take space, Sanctified Field, you kind of drop it, and that's the indication of the space that you're going to play in. Whereas using it defensively, I mean, you can use it as an escape path. You can really lock down anything that Jade Dragons want to do in their own chase down. So I imagine for the most part, it's similar to how we talk about Sanctified Field around objectives. You want to be in the defensive position to get the full value of that ability. So I think Zapman's usage, although maybe unnecessary at times, it may be a bit superfluous. He's fully subscribed to the better safe than sorry mentality.
Scream, a little bit of pressure there in mid, and Hurriwind looking like he wants the positioning as well. And that might be signs that we've reached closer to this mid-game point, and certainly Highland Ravens leading us to that point. 10 minutes, 30 seconds in, about a 2,000 gold lead, and it's all been gained passively, it feels like. Small purple buff invades, the one first blood off of the blue buff invade attempt on the right-hand side, and the objectives are ripe for the pressure. And I think Highland Ravens, they've got the reins in this game. If they want to force an objective, it feels like it's going to be on them to do so in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how Scream starts to play these next few moments, because this is the point of the game before some of the most recent buffs to Surtr, we would really start to struggle. Starts to fall behind a little bit in potential damage output, scaling a little bit lower than his assassin contemporaries. So, seems to me he's got eyes for a little bit more protections, wants to be an initiator, stay in that front line, leverage the self-sustain that Surtr has got, and just act as another annoyance. Also, we have seen for the most part just a whole lot of stuns from range. Please follow up. Like, Ven, you got a potion locked in? Let's use that here. And that seems to be the general mentality of Scream. I think it really does play well into Scream's ability to king protect come late game as well. Just watch that, man, once the 5-on-5 starts to happen. And I think we're due for one sooner rather than later, with the Gold Fury becoming a very viable target for both these teams. I imagine it's Scream in the front line, Zapman hanging out in the back, and the Jade Dragons just scrambling, trying to figure out how they're going to close that gap.
Well, I want to double down on what you just said, because that's a prophetic cloak second item for Scream coming out. Yesterday, we saw him go the SMITE, which another healing item, still benefits the aggression, but like, Scream is just trying to be a third frontliner.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to stack it up relatively easily. The only thing I could see him struggling with is maybe getting some of those magic stacks. It's going to be difficult for him to rotate over towards the duo lane to collect it from Vote and PBM, but physical defense will come very easily, and then in the team fight, things can simplify a little bit later on. First Stygian Beacon goes over to the Chaos side. Highland Ravens, little fanfare there. Not much fight back from the Jade Dragons, who are starting to really slowly bleed out on map. 2 turns of 3,000, so quick.
Yeah, Vote finds Scream a little bit, knocks him down, but this is the benefit of the Surtr. He gets into the air. He is so safe just with that ultimate, but you see the immediate response. Highland Ravens had his back if he wanted to go in. You get the teleport out of Haddix, and I called the other one a waste. Maybe that one truly, there's truly no engage. Haddix just uses the TP and is forced to walk back to solo, but I mean, you can see the Highland Ravens, they are gearing for an engage. Like, there was no hesitation there. Haddix just pressed the button.
Yeah, just saw contact on the left-hand side, said if a fight does happen, I should likely be there for it. But Scream dropped a little bit too low before that ultimate's fully channeled. Doesn't want to dunk back in on his own. Hasn't stacked up that prophetic cloak just yet, so frontline goals for the late game, not quite there just yet. Certainly has the potential, though, with all the self-sustain to box out for a while here.
missed all 3 ultimates there on Nika. But the dunk in, and Haddix does not miss the same way. Hurriwind rotated over as well. And LASBRA, that's the retreat button as PolarBearMike comes in with the heals. Small engaged, LASBRA looks like he was looking for the 1v1 there into Scream, maybe looking for the backup from Haddix, rather, or from Nika. But it was Haddix who came in with the ultimate. And Jade Dragons, I mean, it's good that they're trying to find stuff, but I agree with what you said. I mean, it just kind of feels like they're struggling to stem the bleeding. They're kind of just waiting for it to happen to them.
Uh-oh, small skirmish on the left-hand side. Zapman forced to truthfully use that ultimate defensively. Loses out on the beads as well. Nice banish from Vote. It's a lot of resources lost now. It's not the easiest thing on the planet for LASBRA to make that rotation either. Doesn't have the same level of global presence as Scream or Haddix does, but still should be able to connect a good deal of damage given an opportunity. Opportunities to the Jade Dragons, though. Gold 3 pulled out. Highland Ravens seem to have known that that was going to be the play regardless, with Zapman as weak as he is now.
This would have to be a steal. Hurriwind has got the ultimate. Jade Dragons, though, they secure the Gold Fury, trading for the Pyromancer. That's at least going to help stem the bleeding for the time being.
Wait, hold on. Scream. All right, he's got it. I thought he didn't have a recipe for a second. That was our graphic covering it up, so we're fine. Don't got to clown him just yet. You know, we're a little bit further in the SPL now. I feel like recipes, we should have the muscle memory for it by now, and they certainly do. I agree, though, with the pacing of this game. It is very interesting. The Jade Dragons, though, have done a good job closing up a good deal of the deficit established throughout. Experience, certainly the more important of the two as of right now, doubling up on the golds. The Highland Ravens advantage there. But the experience is traded across the board. It's not as if the Highland Ravens are winning cleanly. You got 1 level deficit for Scream in the jungle, so LASBRA certainly doing significantly more damage right now. But 2 levels for Ven in mid, and we have not seen Ven get active too much just yet. I'm thinking that's going to be a massive problem that the Jade Dragons have left unaddressed for the last 15 minutes. That problem's going to present itself very shortly.
Yeah, it is 15 minutes into the game, and Ven is level 17. He is on track for the 20 by 20 level method, and he certainly could find it with the efficiency of farm that he's been going for. LASBRA under some pressure here on the left-hand mid Harpies. Will get the backup there, but it might be a turnaround if they want to take this fight. Zapman on this side of the map as well, forced to jump away though. And these are the types of engagements that we continue to see. A couple ultimates dropped in mid as well. It's just these small poke skirmishes, but I mean, until we get a scenario where everybody drops ultimate all at once, it is hard to find any of these like small picks.
Yeah, both teams have very strong disengage potential, so either side, it's just about poking, prodding, burning through resources. It's almost a war of attrition, even in the poke battle here. Can we get rid of the beads? Can we get rid of the ultimates? Is Aegis still available? If yes, it's just about getting those and then backing out. Was a bit of a question with Dharmic Pillar from Hurriwind, especially against Dardez, who just has perfect answer to it every time in the Vengeful Assault. But at the end of the day, you have to be willing to use those abilities and be willing to miss them sometimes as well, just trying to force out some sort of advantage come team fight time. I just don't really see either team having an easy in here. I mean, Scream will rotate through, but they're fast and healthy.
Rotation over. Vote forced into the beads as well. Does have the Valkyrie's discretion. He wants to use it, but holds it for the whole engagement, it feels like. And that was necessary. If he had used it earlier, he would have been taken down. But instead, he's able to survive just barely. The Undying Love combines with the safety from Freya, and he gets on out of there.
Yeah, it's the sustain from PBM, the safety of Freya, the additional movement speed from the Kiss, the Beads Aegis in kit, as well as having Beads Aegis legitimately. Now, without Valkyrie's discretion and the Beads, Vote really just reliant on that Aegis. Could be an easy target going forward. Mike as well has to expend both of his relics, so next rotation from the Ravens maybe hits Patered around that duo lane. And considering the timing of it, I think smart from the Ravens. Gold freeze up within the minute. Make another play over there, see if you can force him back. You don't even have to kill Vote. Just force him back as you just did. Back up towards that Fury to burn pretty quick. I'd like to see a little bit more anti-heal sooner rather than later for the Highland Ravens. I know Scream really is got a whole lot of eyes on this hyper-tanky build, but a Brawler Speed Stick would go a long way into this Aphrodite.
A lot of positioning here on the left-hand side, and no surprise to see that, considering the Gold Fury, the Oni Fury rather, about to spawn. Scream, focus here. Dardez drops ult alone onto 2. just loses the Caledonian Boar for a little bit of poke onto Scream, but you know he'll be able to walk back just about in time for this Gold Fury. Seems like they've lost yet another tool, but I'm not sure they're going to try and force anything out too fast other than this Pyromancer, and that's the rotation from Nika. Nobody here and no response from the Highland Ravens onto the Gold Fury. The Jade Dragons get away with one.
Vote's playing pretty far up. Dash connects. Has that ultimate available still, so it would be very difficult to knock him down.
Thor in the air.
I mean, good luck.
He's got to hit the max range ultimate, and he does not. But Scream, they are committed to this kill, man. They have got to use everything onto Vote.
There it is.
And there's the re-engage, though. If the Jade Dragons want to find something, they have to do it now. They force the beads off of Zapman. LASBRA's here as well, and Dardez is making the rotation. But it's the Sanctified Field that catches two and forces the retreat from the Jade Dragons. Zapman holds on to it in perfect timing, and they're up a member for this Oni Fury.
Yeah, Zapman using it as a contingency tool there. I thought the fight had gone on for so long. Surely we want to dilate some time. Zapman says, hold on. I'm going to wait for LASBRA's blink. I'm going to wait for the full engage and then force the Jade Dragons back. It's another escape route for the Highland Ravens. Find your individual pick, immediately back up towards that Fury. Vote nearly survives, or nearly buys enough time, I should say, for the rotation from his team, but the Highland Ravens just a bit faster, and they've been playing incredibly fast on that left side of the map. That's maybe the 4th, 5th, 6th rotation from Haddix.
Where is Dardez? He's up in the enemy jungle. Thought he was maybe in more danger than he actually was. Venenu has reached that level 20 mark right before the level 20 minute into the game, so certainly feeling the power of that farm coming through for the Baba Yaga. And I still am not sure that he... No, he ulted for the first blood, right? That was it. I think that's the only time we've seen him ult. He's just been farming.
Yeah, hasn't really had a whole lot of fight coming his way. I mean, Artemis isn't really the best at all-inning Baba Yaga, so there hasn't been a whole lot of fighting there. Just hang back, poke out. If a jungler walks through the lane, I'll let my team know that they could back up and continue to hang out, I suppose. Ven certainly getting the better end of it, as you said. Dardez still starting to approach that 20 slot. Bluestone's so important for this Artemis build. You need Suppress the Insolent to be a strong tool, and right now, I mean, it's doing like 300 damage to squishier targets, but that Bluestone will put it to the next level. So the Jade Dragons just waiting on that 1-level power spike for Dardez. Where's the Highland Ravens? They're strong. They've got a small lead, but it's not enough that you could just say, all right, let's force a fight on the Fire Giant. Let's start sieging some of these towers. You need to find something first, and Mike playing spoiler to the majority of aggression for the Ravens has essentially removed that opportunity. The Ravens have to work doubly hard on every single one of their ganks. It's Aphrodite just incredibly annoying.
I gotta say, I came in, I was energized for this game.
That's right, you were.
It is.
You were shadow boxing. It was crazy.
2 minutes or 21 minutes and 2 kills, and it's because of engagements exactly like that. The Highland Ravens press the go button, and the Jade Dragons press every disengage button they have, which is like 7 of them. They've got a lot of disengage buttons, and so far, I mean, the Highland Ravens, they've got like a 1,500 gold lead. You know, 1,000 plus. It's been 2,000 as well. It's sort of been bouncing up and down. But I mean, this game's going to come down to one of those larger objective fights, because nobody can find an advantage in these picks or in these buff invades. It's going to have to be one of these bigger fights.
Yeah, I could see the entirety of this game being dictated by this Fire Giant play right now.
Oh my.
So the Highland Ravens there first. It's not exactly burning fast, but now the Zapman's closed gap. It'll go quick.
Frenzy gets popped. Sanctified Field onto the Fire Giant. Nika, he's in there with the ultimate, but it would have to be a steal attempt if Nika wants to take it away, and they do not. Highland Ravens secure the Fire Giant. 22 minutes in, and the chase is on as well. Undying Love only immunes one of the ultimates. Can immune the second if Venenu grabs onto Dardez, as Nika is forced to dash the wrong way, trying to find some safety, and immunes the stun as well. Tier 1 tower looking to be the dive target if the Highland Ravens want the action, but they do not. They will take a step back, but grab one in the Fire Giant.
Highland Ravens, it's Fire Giant, easy grab, Sanctified Field, no play zone. Jade Dragons have to watch from a distance, and they see the objective burn down. Afterward, it's the chase of the double global between Scream and Haddix that really makes it happen for the Ravens. Dardez pays the iron price. Plenty of disengage on the entirety of the Jade Dragons, but when it's split 5 ways, not exactly the easiest to peel out for everyone. And unfortunately for Dardez, it was him on the chopping block. Now it's the Ravens with Fire Giant on all 5, and we get a real look at some siege potential. The Jade Dragons will have to answer the question of how the 5-on-5 looks. Tier 1 towers, let those go. Tier 2 towers, probably a soft defense. Unlikely that the Jade Dragons overcommit there. But I don't even particularly like the Jade Dragons base defense. You've got a non-standard mid laner. So Dardez not exactly the best at just keeping the waves out. Now that he's ticked over to level 20, Bluestone's going to be really good at poking enemy gods. But the minions are probably going to get into those birds or the tier 2s relatively easily. Even Freya going to struggle a bit to stay effective in these team fights. Single target gods really do struggle in situations like this. And then who's initiating the fight? We talk about the Jade Dragons base defense in the past. It's always, oh, best defense, good offense, right? We'll just get a multi-man taunt, or Mike's going to do a massive bit of damage. On Aphrodite, you got a single sun. You got a slow. That's about it. So Nika going to have to do a whole lot of the heavy lifting on disruption factor. Amaterasu's survivable and certainly threatening. He's upgraded that starter item, but I'm not sure how much he's going to get done on his own.
As far Nika's been there with the ultimate, but struggling to find the absolute value that they've been looking for. Sticking around on this right-hand side is Nika, actually trying to push down this tier 2 tower. And we'll have to see, I mean, this siege feels, it still doesn't feel dominant, right? Nobody really still feels like they're in a huge lead or have the reins in this game. Yeah, sure, they got the fire giant, but it wasn't in a fight. Like, they just kind of snuck it away, played the macro game. And there's certainly value to that. But, I mean, the Jade Dragons actually still leading in towers. They still have a tier 1 tower up. All 3 of their tier 2 towers are full HP, and we only have 1 more minute on this Fire Giant buff. They're gonna trade Titans in mid lane, but the Highland Ravens still hesitant to pull any type of trigger, find the fight. Like, I've seen it before, but it has been a minute since like anybody has ever won a game purely on macro.
No, it does not happen often. At the end of the day, you're going to have to kill at least 2 or 3 targets in a team fight, right, to have the opportunity to actually deal some damage towards that Titan, and the Highland Ravens running into that wall right now. An incredibly passive play with that Fire Giant. Knocked down the tier 1 tower in mid, I believe, but otherwise, all tier 2 still standing. I mean, you grab some neutral objectives, you push your gold lead a little bit further, but
you gotta
think they could have done a bit more. Maybe it was that pressure from Nika that keeps the Highland Ravens guessing. We saw a few rotations from Screammmmm and Haddix over towards that solo lane to stop Nika from knocking down the tier 2. But leave them there. Go ahead, push somewhere else. Force a rotation. Generate threat that Nika has to respond to, rather than rotate over towards him and then spend 20 seconds chasing the fastest god in SMITE. You're just simply not going to lock down Amaterasu, or not easily anyway. So it's the Highland Ravens. Fire Giant power play officially coming to an end here. Not a whole lot done.
Well, I mean, at this point, if you're the Jade Dragons, you're calling that a dub. You're saying, we lost the Fire Giant. We lost 2 tier 1 towers. That's a shame. That is unfortunate. But it's given us 5 minutes to get our builds a little bit more online, to get that farm up. And now, I mean, I'm looking at these item spikes. Sure, a lot of players still have recipes online, but the only player who's really making advantage of it is that Ob Shard on Ven. He's the only one that's gone to 6 item, and he's certainly a threat, but the Jade Dragons, if they were looking for those upgraded starter spikes, they've gotten it here now on this next Fire Giant.
Yeah, so significant power spikes for LASBRA, whose really entire job is just to shut down Zapman. Camazotz uniquely suited at dealing with that. Zapman, of course, ever the veteran, knows exactly who's got eyes for him, decides to get a little bit of defense in the tail end of his build. Silver Breastplate, likely Valor, whenever he gets a little bit more gold there. Or if he gets the opportunity. Look at this grouping from the Highland Ravens. 5 stacked towards the center of the map, but Nika's got the flank.
LASBRA has to jump away. Some pressure there from Screammmmm in the mid lane.
Here it comes.
Up into the air, Anvil of Dawn. The focus is on to Mike, and Undying Love is burned early in the fight. And Nika's separated off to the right-hand side, but Mike, he steps up alone and gets trapped by the Dharmic Pillars. They find the pick that they were looking for, and on to the Fire Giant they look. The vision is here for the objective.
It is, but the Jade Dragons still nearby. Vote's got to play real safe, though. No ultimate makes him an easy target. The second he exposes himself to the Ravens, you got to think it's just a turn and burn call.
LASBRA and Dardez still have those ultimates available. Looking for the ultimate here onto Screammmmm. They're going to try and turn things around, but he makes the perfect amount of space, and the Fire Giant goes to the Ravens. They find the fight they were looking for. Nika is late on the teleport back in, and they disengage once again. It's 1 kill equals Fire Giant twice now for the Ravens.
Yeah, I don't know what you can say on the Jade Dragons to change up the pacing of these engagements. So often it's the Highland Ravens making contact first. Dardez, perhaps the first target. Okay, we got Caledonian Boar. Vote's a little bit too far forward. Nice, I just grabbed Valkyrie's Discretion. And then after the Jade Dragons say, well, we can't fight anymore. Our defensive tools are down. Our CC lockdown has taken a massive hit. Dardez is maybe the most important bit of CC on the team. As far as AoE is concerned, Caledonian Boar a little bit easier to hit 3 or 4 people as opposed to just the dazzling offensive. And so the Jade Dragons, in not getting the jump on the engagement, essentially lose out on it. And the Highland Ravens clearly cognizant of it. Grab the Fire Giant immediately afterward. We're going to push a little bit more neutral objectives. But I don't want to see a repeat of the last Fire Giant. Now's the time to actually start playing around it.
Screammmmm loses the ultimate, but look at the positioning here onto Dardez. He's got the movement speed. They might try to catch him. I don't know if he has beads. Not in range
the trap,
of the board. The trap has to hit, and it will, and Screammmmm will fall down, but the re-engage might be here. Haddix with the ultimate hits 2, and the Darbic Pillars dropped onto 3. The rotation in from the Highland Ravens is not enough. You'll lose a couple of ultimates, but Screammmmm taken down. That's a huge pick for the Dragons.
I'm thinking we're looking at a repeat of the previous Fire Giant. The Highland Ravens, Screammmmm, I should say, just a little bit too far forward there. An easy pickup for the Jade Dragons, who had incredibly aggressive positioning on map there. Even I didn't realize, and I've got the bird's eye view with perfect knowledge on the mini-map, that Dardez was that far forward and that prepared to make a rotation over towards the soul lane. So 20 seconds the grayscale to think about that mistake and pray that it doesn't get worse. Hurry, Zap, and Ven on base defense. Can't exactly keep that flimsy tier 2 tower up. The Jade Dragons now can leverage all that movement speed to go ahead and disengage. PBM gives over a little, Nika gives over a ton. Good luck chasing them down.
The Jade Dragons are the ones that have pretty much, it feels like they've gotten a little bit more on this Fire Giant power play, and they're not the ones with the Fire Giant, but they take down a pick, they take down a tier 2. And my question is, if you're the Jade Dragons and you're comfortable doing that, you've got the aggressive positioning, you find a pick, you find a tier 2, why are we not being aggressive on the Fire Giant? Well, like, what's going on in the Fire Giant fight?
It's probably got something to do with how difficult it is to play in a Zapman's ultimate, how hard it is to take space against this Highland Ravens team. It's a completely different beast of, let's take a 5-on-5 in neutral territory, or let's catch Screammmmm getting hyper-aggressive on his own on the right-hand side of the map. It's a much more difficult call to make, especially the deficit that Jade Dragons are currently playing into. They essentially gifted +1 over to the Jade Dragons. The Highland Ravens keeping it interesting for us. But this slow death of 1,000 cuts feels like the Highland Ravens were in a much more significant winning position earlier.
Yep.
But having given over 10, 15 additional minutes to the Jade Dragons, gold starts to lose its value over time. Everybody's 6-slotted now. We're just about there. Everybody's upgrading their relics now as well. Potion's going to be the difference maker, maybe in a few moments, 5-6 minutes. We'll talk about elixirs as well. But once we cross that 35-minute threshold, SMITE, for the most part, unless you are absolutely dominating the game, it's going to equalize. We're going to see parity between these teams. With that said, in a state of parity over the last 32 minutes, the Jade Dragons have not won out on a single team fight engagement. Not a single one. It's been the Highland Ravens every time when they're grouped up as 5. Just a little bit better initiation, just a little bit better poke, better control of neutral area. The Jade Dragons need to find their answers. And I think it has to come down to LASBRA's positioning. Where's he at? Is he able to close gap onto Zapman? If yes, how do the Highland Ravens respond? Does it continue the dive anyway, or is it peel back? And once you start to introduce those layers of entropy, the game can diversify a bit. But so far, we've seen the same engagement every time. Highland Ravens make contact first, burn resources, eventually all in afterward.
Anything interesting popping out to you in the builds? There's one for me.
Well, you know, don't keep us in suspense.
There's 5 kills total in this game. There's only 1 god in the game that could have a stacked Charon's coin at this point.
Oh, that's true.
And
That's interesting.
Indeed Venenu on this Baba Yaga. While we're talking about builds, though, of course, just as we start, Haddix takes a ton of poke on this left-hand side, and that's the engagement they needed. Highland Ravens looking for the re-engage. Scream gets the beads forced, and both Solo and Jungle go into the
Zap needs
air
help.
looking for the re-engage. Zap needs help, but he doesn't find it, but the team finds the trade, and it's a 1-for-1, and Venenu's chasing him down.
It's 4-man retreat from the Jade Dragons, but LASBRA maybe going to be the only one on the chopping block here. Because the Dragons just have so much disengage, Frog. So difficult to actually secure some of these kills. That sustain really starting to stack up. 6-slot Brawler Speed Stick for Scream's going to help out a good deal there, but even then, it's starting to feel like the defense shared from Mike is keeping these squishier targets just outside of kill threshold. And the Highland Ravens, this time around, licking their wounds, still weak, are going to be on the defensive around the Fire Giant.
They're on the back foot to start. Haddix gets the beads forced away. It'll be another defensive relic lost, and it's looking like a relic graveyard for both of these sides here. But the Jade Dragons, both of their carries, holding on still to those relics, and that's given them the confidence to pick up the Fire Giant down to about 60% HP early to start this one up, and all ultimates back available other than the carries for the Jade Dragons. Gets down to half HP. They do not remain the confidence to keep holding on to that one. This game feels like it's on a knife's edge, man.
It is. And the Fire Giant play, I was giving it a lot of weight early on, but considering the Highland Ravens, having grabbed it twice, have not really got a whole lot done with it. Maybe Enhanced Fire Giant's the difference maker, but it really is hard to say. I'd love to see what a Siege looks like. We haven't just yet. Seems like the Jade Dragons just on the back foot have had just enough proactive play from them to keep the Highland Ravens guessing. Zapman holds on to Sanctified Field in the last team fight. That's a major difference maker, and now with 30 seconds left on both his relics coming off cooldown, certainly has a target on his back. But neither side confident in their ability to do Fire Giant in the face of the other. Neither side willing to coin toss because neither team's really got a confirmation character. Means that it's going to come down to the team fight first. And in positions like this in competitive Smite, it is such an advantage to act second. You want the Fire Giant hitting whoever first. You don't want it acting as an unofficial 6-man against you. And so it's that unwillingness to pull Fire Giant that locks us into this current stalemate. Both teams just towing the line saying, oh, you won't pull it, and they're both right.
36 minutes into this one, and a grand total of 7 kills speaks to the pace that both of these teams are willing to play. And it's really been since minute 1. We saw First Blood, I think, at like minute 7 or something, and even then it only stayed at 1 kill for many, many minutes after that. Even now, they're unwilling to face each other. They're just standing on the beacon, man. Nobody wants to be the one caught out first. Nobody wants to press the trigger and have that be the fight that loses them the game. And that's certainly the territory we're in now. We are in 1-fight territory. Not a 2-for-1 or a 2-for-0 or anything like the fights we've been seeing.
2-for-0 might be pretty good.
Comparatively to what we've been seeing, maybe so. But I mean, we are certainly in a 4-man or a 5-man, a deicide. I mean, that is game-winning territory at 36 minutes into the game. You don't even need the EFG.
No, you don't. A clean wipe for either side is just GG here. Elixir of Defense now picked up for Haddix, so 50 additional protections both ways will make it a little bit more difficult to lock him down. That set between Freya and Artemis feels like the burn potential is certainly there regardless. Will there be a burn opportunity, though, as both teams spin their wheel in the jungle? Doesn't seem to be the case. Pyromancer, an easier target, not exactly as threatening, so certainly willing to pull it. Highland Ravens, easy pickup. Good poke as well. Nika's got plenty of sustain on his own. Mike's kissed him. All right, that guy's full HP. I don't even need to look at him again. Neither side can find an advantage.
Highland Ravens, they're the ones to pick up the Fire Giant, though, in the positioning. It's here for them. The Jade Dragons looking to fight back. Let's hop into Elixir with the Dragons.
Thor beats.
It's half.
That's Frenzy down as well. They're off of it.
The V-set.
Surtr's up here.
I said Frenzy down as well, by the way. Nice.
I'll stand between you, between both groups.
Thor beads and Frenzy down.
I'm gonna push right up.
Here I'm calling out the relics, but it's that type of fight. I'm throwing it into a listen-in as if we're going to ever see one of those, like,
You gotta wait for someone to
fights.
die, right? Like, once one's down, we know which team's gonna be pushing and how long they'll be pushing for. Defensive positioning now taken up by the Jade Dragons. Fire Giant Pit controlled by the Order side. I need to see literally anything else now. This dance has continued for upwards of 10 minutes. There are plenty of opportunities on map to break the stalemate. Both Soul Laners having elected to pick up Teleport means that they could just go ahead and leave and try and pressure either a side lane or the mid lane and then teleport to a team fight if it happens. We see that so frequently. It's almost just a bit of a bait. Okay, well, you can pull Fire Giant. We don't have all 5 people here. Neither team's quite willing to do that just either. Would really much rather use that teleport as a secondary life, take the fight, be forced back to base, immediately teleport back in. But it just feels like with both teams essentially getting nothing done over the last 10 minutes, anything to shift the tide would be valuable to either side. It almost speaks to the confidence of both these teams. We don't need to split the map. We're going to win out on the engagement regardless. Major win there for the Highland Ravens, just as I say it. LASBRA, now without beats.
Look at PolarBearMike, look at Dardez. They're behind the entire Ravens side. Now the Dharmic Pillars comes out, all the ultimates get dropped, and LASBRA's the first to fall. Dardez follows him, but a trade back from Vote, and it's a 2-for-1 thus far. The Ravens still grouped and aggressing onto Nika. Scream has to use the beads and may chase down the Soul Laner. But it's the 2-for-1 rather, that they're trying to turn things around. A 3-kill swing for the Ravens, and they're still on the chase.
Surely if Nika just walks straight, he outpaces Scream there, but because he tries juking back and forth over a wall, Scream doesn't have to make any distance with that ultimate. So Nika loses out entirely on the 1v1 up against Scream in the center of the map. Meanwhile, Dardez and PBM, sick of the stalemate, clearly try and make something happen on their own. LASBRA gets involved, jumps into the Sanctified Field, I believe before Jumps even finished channeling because of time dilation, immediately dies, so doesn't even get the bat out of hell off. And it's the Highland Ravens now, having gifted one just earlier, the Jade Dragons gifted one themselves. This time, though, it's the Enhanced Fire Giant as a reward. Fortunately for the Jade Dragons, priority target Ven taken off the map means that he won't be benefiting from it. Unfortunately for the Jade Dragons is this late in the game, EFG, I really only care about Zapman having it and his ability to just burn through these structures. We'll see, though. The Highland Ravens have been in the driver's seat here before. Twice, thrice this game. Fire Giant hasn't really got a whole lot done. This time around, Tier 2 tower standing. I'll move the goalpost as close to him as possible. Let's just get rid of that one.
Just find the last remaining Tier 2 tower. The Highland Ravens looking to have a more successful siege here with the EFG. I would like to point out, we are 40 minutes into the game, and Scream has 21 stacks on that Prophetic Cloak. So he's really...
it's hard to get the magic stacks, man. It really is.
He's really getting in there. I don't think there's a way that we can see on broadcast what stacks he has. I don't think there's a way on Spectator to do that. But I would imagine you're correct. It is difficult to get in there onto Vote or onto PBM. Oftentimes it's what he had last time. It's just fighting Nika in the front line. Easy to get those physical stacks. This positioning, though, they're almost baiting themselves. Like they're playing discipline, sure. I'm worried about Scream in the right lane, though.
Yeah, Scream's not worried, though. Has beads in just about 10 seconds, blink available currently, and ultimate up. Means that barring a concentrated effort from 2 or 3 members, Nika is certainly significant here with the additional movement speed. Oh man, Scream might just be dead.
There's a concentrated effort here from
no.
2 or 3 members there.
You gotta get a Phoenix though. He has to buy time.
He has to buy enough time and channel that ultimate if he wants
He's
to get.
Gonna win the fight.
My gosh! That damage onto LASBRA, and the Bat of Hell gets forced early on. But Nika with the teleports, it's not enough. They lose the left side Phoenix. And we were saying you can't win a game on macro play, but you can certainly take a Phoenix. And the Highland Ravens do just that. They might even get 2 as Haddix and Scream push on in. The ultimate coming through though, and Scream, no ultimate for safety, but it's just making space. And they'll lose the mid Phoenix as well.
Gotta fully disengage here. Sanctified Field being gone means that's your team fight lost. Beads force from Haddix. Wall for Peel, but the chase is there. Nika will keep the team incredibly fast. I think the Highland Ravens might need to sacrifice one.
Movement speed here, Aura on Nika, as they're going to try and chase this one down the mid lane. LASBRA is not stopping, and the W key button is firmly pressed on the keyboard. up until they get to the tier 2 tower. That's the stopping point, at least the wait for minions point. If they want to stick around, they've got the 5 versus 4 advantage for another 30 seconds. But they are against an EFG team of 4 members here. The engages on Nika, dashes in, but swallowed alive. He has to force out Zapman. Finds the pick, the counter engages beautiful onto the soul laner, and Dardez gets poked out significantly as well. The Highland Ravens, they're looking to chase back.
LASBRA behind the entirety of the Ravens, keeping them guessing on whether or not they can actually commit to this chase. PolarBearMike resustaining. These walls are starting to stack up. There's a lot of poke behind those stuns. And now it's the Jade Dragons on full retreat.
Haddix.
Everyone there has got movement speed. Can you really catch him?
He's got the teleport in, and the Sanctified Field catches Mike. But the target is on to LASBRA. He's in the back alone, it feels like, and is forced into the batter to hell, but he wants the damage. He might find 2 if he can get out of Hurriwind! Oh my goodness! LASBRA, with an insane individual play, takes down 2 and keeps the Jade Dragons in the fight, up pushed in the mid lane.
Jade Dragons keep both of their hunters alive and have got plenty of sustain to play with. 60 seconds on nearest respawn from the Ravens. Zapman just used his ultimate, won't have Sanctified Field for a good long while, but the Jade Dragons, good eyes Doug, on a timer here. Got to play fast on the Phoenix.
Nika up in 5 seconds, so he'll be there to defend if they want to.
Titan's
They've
hurt.
got to commit to this Phoenix if they want to take it. They've got 2 ADCs here, but they don't have the damage. Nika just defending the Titan right as those 2 Phoenixes are still down. This poke could be big though. Raven, they turn around onto Haddix and he doesn't get up into the air. Scream, he loses the beats and he'll lose his life if they can say anything about it. Dardez finds the jungler and it's a 4-man grouping. They've got fire minions in the base. They have to end right now. Base race going on. Titans versus the Jade Dragons. It's the minions versus the Jade Dragons, but it will not be enough. The Jade Dragons don't need EFG. They just need a grouping, and they'll take game number 1.
Jade Dragons spend 35 minutes just losing. But when the game goes that long, when you can't get anything done with Fire Giant, you get over a few opportunities, and the Dragons shred through the front line. The Ravens, I mean, that was the most wet paper, full tank Thor, elixir of defense I've ever seen. Good luck standing in front of a Freya and an Artemis as we start to crest that 50-minute mark. That is a back-breaking game for the Ravens.
Oh,
First Fire Giant was 20 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, they got a lot done in the macro, but like not a lot done in the macro after the fire.
Oh my good, I don't even know, like, how do you, well, we don't have to break it down.
No,
Luckily,
that's not our job.
It's on the desk to break
Good luck,
it down.
losers.
Dude, that's such a fun one to watch, though. It is a back-breaking game. You're absolutely right. The mentals for the Highland Ravens, they're going to have to be focused on keeping themselves into this next game. Just such a slow one. I wonder if they completely change the pacing up in game 2.
I don't know. I gotta think the Highland Ravens, they look at that game, if you look at it objectively, it's 35 minutes of great, right?
Right.
Could we have pushed harder? Maybe. Could we have got more done with the Fire Giants? Certainly. But even the capacity to establish the leads that they had, it's hard to look at that game and say, well, we need to change a lot.
They got off to a lead. They're beating themselves up for how they closed it out. It'll be Jade Dragons up 1-0. We'll throw it to a quick break and be back for game number 2.
watch the sun go down over the same old town, like so many times before. We look at the same old stars, battle the same old wars, like so many times before. And I know that we're not perfect, but I'm gonna miss all that we had. Yeah, I know that we're not perfect, but I need this night for the last time. Stay, stay. No, you're gone in the morning, but I'll be okay if you stay. Stay. No, you're gone in the morning, but I'll be okay if you stay. If you stay. No, you're gone in the morning, but I'll be okay. We were never meant to last, but all the fun times we had, I'll never forget. We will always share a bond, no matter what, 'cause you have a piece of my heart. And I know that we're not perfect, but I'm gonna miss all that we had. Yeah, I know that we're not perfect, but I need this night for the last time. Stay, stay. No, you're gone in the morning, but I'll be okay if you stay. Stay. No, you're gone in the morning, but I'll be okay if you stay. Stay. If you stay. If you stay. If you stay. No, you're gone in the morning, but I'll be okay. Till the sun goes up, yeah, for a little moment. Just hold me closer, I'll be okay. Till the sun goes up, yeah, for a little moment. Just hold me closer, I'll be okay. We watch the sun go down over the same old town. Stay, stay. No, you're gone in the morning.
That's right. If you go over to youtube.com/SMITE Pro, you can check out all of the great behind-the-scenes content that we film with our pro players here in the studio, sometimes even at home, depending on how things go. So make sure you go over to youtube.com/SMITE Pro and check out all the great things that we have. We have our recaps that we've now reformatted from our previous iterations of it. We got ranked tier lists that come out anytime that we have the pros in studio. I believe we have Panda Cat's most recent one there. So if you want to learn what ADCs to win in your ranked games, go check out that one. We got waiting room, all kinds of great stuff over there. So make sure, once again, to go to youtube.com/SMITE Pro to check out all of the great videos that we have in store for you. I'm J-Mac. We got Inbound joining me here on the desk to break down Game 1. And Inbound, that was a whole lot of not much happening for about 35 minutes of the game. Everything starts to ramp up in these last couple of minutes out here. Highland Ravens able to take a couple Phoenixes away, some great macro play on the field to be able to get those Phoenixes, and then this very awkward back and forth dance in mid lane that the Jade Dragons are able to win out with.
Yeah, I think you're correct to highlight how slow the game started out. It was a lot of farming, and that happens some games where teams are both confident in their late game, and it showed both teams were very confident. But once you hit that late game portion of the game, the Ravens slowly started to put together some wins here, some wins there. They got that first Fire Giant. Again, great macro by the Ravens to be able to get those two Phoenixes, but then LASBRA just makes an absolutely inhumane play right there. Hits the double kill, almost gets the third, and gives his team an opportunity. When you see how the Dragons are playing in those previous 5v5s, they were not winning 5v5s. The only way they were going to be able to win this game is to take a bunch of like 3v3s, 2v2s, maybe 4v4s. And that's like the last 3 fights were just that. And it's no surprise the Dragons started to win those, because that's what their comp was better at. But if I'm the Dragons, I'm still looking at this game like, well, most of this game was us behind. Most of this game was us losing. And it took, I don't want to say a miracle, but it took a lot for us to be able to come back into this game.
It kind of took a hero play by LASBRA.
Yes.
Because if LASBRA doesn't get that double kill during that second to last team fight up at the top side of mid lane, this game may have been going on for another 4 or 5 minutes at that point. So LASBRA really steps up at the very end. Only 2 kills that he got were the 2 that really mattered for his team. It helps lead them to victory. There were a couple of big moments. I want to highlight this specifically because we've given Mike and a lot of other supports and players in general in the league a bit of flack for playing the Aphrodite. We said the Aphrodite just doesn't look great unless it's usually Awesome Jake kind of playing it, sometimes Gen X as well. But Mike made a lot of really good individual plays on the Aphrodite this game. Specifically, I look over to dual lane with Vote, and there was a whole lot of opportunities over there to where it looked really nice for him. I think there was a point where Vote had about 6 seconds or more of just complete immunity, whether CC or damage from Valkyrie's Discretion, and then his own relics, and then Mike popping up, giving the Undying Love. Just keeping him alive and really making sure that he focused on exactly which 2 players to stick to that game. It was, if Vote is not next to me, I'm going to be with Dardez. If Dardez and Vote are not nearby, I'm going to go find one of those and link to those guys.
Yeah, I think that's the correct play to make. When you're playing Aphrodite, you want to be with your hyper carries. Kama, not necessarily a hyper carry. Hyper carries are mostly hunters, and then maybe something like Kali, Mercury. And it's correct of him to sit with them. I think the problem that I see with the Dragons comp is the lack of engage, and you and I talked about this a little bit as we were watching the games, where it is very hard for them to take fights that they have an advantage in. They don't have a quick hard CC that can actually get a team fight started. They don't have a Ganesha to, shred some protection, slows, get fight started. They have nothing like that. No quick instant CC. And I think it was obvious in a lot of those standoffs where it was either the Ravens are going to win out in this neutral portion or nothing is going to be happening. And that's what all the 5v5s were, was just nothing. Ravens find an opening, they get a pick, and then they get a little win. If you look at how the Dragons got back into the game, it wasn't a 5v5. It wasn't a 4v4 even. It was a really good play by Laz. As you said, almost a hero play. So pick some hard CC, give yourself a chance to be able to take fights from that neutral.
Well, we'll see. The Jade Dragons do just that, add a little bit more CC to their comp. If they run similar back for themselves here in Game 2, picks a band between the Dragons and the Ravens. We'll see what change-ups the Ravens do make as well. Because again, for 35, nearly 40 minutes of that game, it was all Highland Ravens. The problem is they just couldn't find as many kills as they were hoping for in some of those 5v5 team fights that they didn't get many opportunities to actually utilize. There's a lot of moments where we saw Fire Giant pulled and then reset, and then Fire Giant pulled back again and then reset. Some relics usage a little bit early on both ends as well, but as we go right through, as far as the bans are concerned, I believe everything just about the exact same as it was in game number 1. And a first pick for the Jade Dragons once more will be the Amaterasu.
And I liked the Amaterasu. I think Nika performed well on it. I do not mind going back to this. What I want to see is, I think jungle is the spot I want to look at as a change for the Dragons. I'm even fine with the Aphrodite. I actually think, as you said, Mike actually looked really good on it. So I'm fine with the Alma. Ravens go for the Olorun Thor. Again, I think there was nothing wrong with these picks. I think the Ravens played a very strong game of Smite, good macro, and I think Thor and Olorun really helped it. But this is the important pick to me. I do not want to see them go back to the Kama unless they're changing up their support. And they're not changing up their support, and they're actually picking the Aphrodite a lot higher than they did last time. And it seems to be paired with the Freya. They are just hovering it right now, though, and locked in.
So, 3 of the same gods from game number 1 for the Jade Dragons. Highland Ravens will stick with the Thor and Olorun once more. That was their top 2 last time. Will remain the same this time. We'll see what they go with in their support. I believe Ganesha rounded out top 3 for the Ravens last time, so we'll see if that does get picked up once more for them or if they make any kind of changes. I had no complaints with the Ganesha that time. I think probably the only maybe misstep that I saw or misplay that I saw of Hurriwind really in that last game was when they were pulling that Fire Giant around that 30 or so minute mark. Pops the Frenzy maybe just a bit too early, but outside of that, I love what we saw out of the Ganesha.
Yeah, agreed. The one misplay really stuck out, but at the end of the day, misplays are bound to happen. And outside of that, a good all-around game by Hurry, and I think the Ganesha pick makes a lot of sense, and I'd be happy if they ran it back. You can survive the 2v2 when you have a god like Olorun because of how powerful he is. Instead of going with the Ganesha, they go for the Atlas, which gives them essentially a same type of comp with more aggression and less defensiveness. They want to be, you know, kind of running it down a little bit more than playing a little bit more on the back foot and letting the enemy come to them. And I think that's good when you're picking into an Afro.
Whenever I think of kind of Atlas players, immediately Hurriwind's probably one of the top 2 that goes to my mind. Probably number 1, because back whenever he was, I believe it was right when he made the transition to support. This was one of the picks that he brought out during those qualifiers trying to get back into the SPL. Didn't quite make it that year, but this was one of the picks that he brought out and he looked really strong on it. So seeing him go back to one of his original support comfort picks maybe gives a little bit of hope for Highland Ravens fans. Second wave of bans rolls right through. Ratatosker and Hera from the Ravens, opposite side. We'll see a Surtr ban. Finally, even though it didn't win this time, seeing just how much pressure Scream was able to afford with this pick, Jade Dragons will put some respect on the ban.
And even on top of that pressure, his late game looked really strong too. A couple of those fights were like that right tower in solo, right tier 2 tower in solo. He almost one-shot LASBRA with an Archdruid's proc and his 1. Good throwaway ban by the Dragons. Also, Baba, very good ban. I think Venenu looked great on it. If they didn't ban it, I would have liked to see the Ravens go back to either one of those picks. Unfortunately, they're going to have to change it up a little bit. Kama is a big one that sticks up. I think that's a big pick for the Ravens here. They do have the Thor, so they still have the opportunity to put Thor in jungle and get, you know, Haddix onto something else. But keeping that flex is also something they could do, and they could be looking for a mid laner here. A bunch of assassins up that they could be played in mid. Pele set. A few others like that.
I believe 8 gods so far that Scream has piloted just this phase alone, not even counting what he may have ran during the kickoff tournament. Camazotz was certainly one of those picks for him, so we'll go right back to it. Now for the Highland Ravens, though, it would be a disservice to the fans if I didn't mention again that the Camazotz has been flexed over to the mid-roll a couple of times so far, mainly with the Leviathans is where we see that one, but wouldn't be surprised if Venenu decided he wanted to try and pilot the bat. But at the same time, this has been a pick that LASBRA has been really successful on. It's one of the few jungle gods that he has been able to find wins on so far this phase, so wouldn't be surprised to see that one go back in his hands.
Yeah, and I think I like the Camazotz and Scream's hands a little bit more. I like Ven on more traditional type of mid laners. Whatever he can kind of think of as a good mid lane option, I think I'd prefer over the Camazotz mid. But I don't hate it, because I think Thor jungles also looked really good, at least adapting looked really good on it yesterday, or this morning, this previous set. Dragons now have a most likely jungle mid to still select. A bunch of assassins up. They still have the Artemis if they want to go back to that. I'm not too upset if they go back to the Artemis. I think it did do a lot. It's just, again, if they go Artemis and they go another god like Set that doesn't have a ton of CC, they're kind of running into the same problem they had last game where they just don't have a ton of engage and a ton of like hard CC like we're fighting now CC. And I think that kind of hurts their comp a lot.
Yeah, I think one of the couple of picks that we were kind of going back and forth would have been if they could have gotten the Thor for the Jade Dragons, could have been a good look to go with the Sappho, maybe even a Susano potentially. So with Camazotz removed away from LASBRA, going over to Scream on the opposite end, the question then comes to where does LASBRA go to? Athena is one that he's played before, but that's banned. Serket and Susano are other 2 gods he's gone to so far this phase, but instead it will be the recently buffed Daji. We saw a little bit of this in our set earlier today, and well, it wouldn't be Dardez if he didn't go to one of his top 3 picks. AMC and Daji round out the draft for the Jade Dragons. Now, does this kind of maybe give you a little bit more of that access you were talking about earlier on the CC, or is this still maybe lacking a little bit for going with this Afro pick?
It's still lacking a little bit of hard CC. I think the comp improves a little bit because their poke is a lot easier. AMC provides really easy poke really well, and so instead of looking for all engage fights, they can kind of play around poke. So I don't hate it. Unfortunately, he's going to be getting dove by Thor, Atlas, Camazotz, Pele, and actually at some points probably even the Olorun. And he's playing in not too safe B, but he does have the Aphrodite by his side.
True. We usually don't see the Afro, or I should say the support rotations, at least for a little while. Kind of goes back and forth on the support metas when we see them rotate out. There's a point where we see supports are in lane till level 8, level 9 before we see them finally make their way over and kind of stand towards mid a little bit more. We've seen some metas where, all right, I got my first item online, I've got ultimate, I'm out of here, let's move on. So maybe depending on the style of play that PBM wants to go for, do you get over there and provide that safety for Dardez, or do you stick over there and make sure that boat has a better time? So maybe I can then pose that to you. If you're Mike in this position, which of these two kind of picks, these two carries that you have, are more valuable for you to keep alive in the early game?
It's got to be the AMC. I think Freya's self-sufficient enough in a lot of matchups where she can play 1v1, sometimes even 2v2s, exceptionally well. The AMC, on the other hand, not as self-sufficient, a lot more needing to juke abilities if he's going to live. And there's a lot of abilities that are going to be flying at him, and a lot of hard-to-miss abilities. Thor spin, Camazotz is pretty hard to miss, Atlas, every ability, Pele, every ability. I think he needs to prio Dardez a little bit more. Because I also think if they do go late and they have this comp over their last comp, they have a lot more safer objective damage, and they have a lot more safer poke by just AMC walking up and using Honey with his Hive instead of Artemis having to walk up and get a lot closer to user 3.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the brutal part that we were noticing with the Artemis, was that can't really get in there. There was one fight in particular where we saw Tusky go through, hit 2,000-3,000 damage worth because he was able to snake between everybody in the jungle, but not having access to that this time. Instead, it will be this AMC. So for the Jade Dragons, keeping alive, but again, kind of falling back onto what you were calling in game number 1 and here in game 2, some of the lack that they have is that immediate let's go kind of a play. You have your immediate CC is what? A stun from the Aphrodite if you're able to kiss the target you're aiming for, and then a silence from the Amaterasu. Other than that, you got to kind of ramp things up. So now for the Highland Ravens, kind of where's the strength of this? Is this another team that just sits around, waits for that 5v5 team fight? Is that where the strengths kind of lie for the Ravens team?
I think their comp is a little bit better early game. Having triple assassins mean you have 3 lanes that have a lot of engage and fight potential, and I think they can play through any of them. They can go late, yes. Do they want to? Not necessarily. I think this is a game that they want to wrap up around the mid portion, or at least have a good enough lead to play into the late game.
Well, Jade Dragons got their first win on the Aphrodite for Mike. Let's see if they can get another one here in game number 2, or are the Ravens going to tie this up? Let's jump into game 2 with Frog and Myth.
You know, Mifflin, a lot of people say that game number 2 is the most important game in a best of 5. I think Aggro said that.
Oh, appeal to authority.
It's still Frog, it's still Mifflin, it's still Doug in the background. I could go back and look up more people. I would just have to do research. I've heard it before. I'm just not good at naming names.
Conjecture.
I was going to ask you, what do you think what do you think the most important game in a best of 5 is?
I think the most important game at any point is the one you're playing.
Wow.
That's right.
Wow.
That's a thinker.
That's a thinker.
I want you to take that one home. I want you to, fellas in chat, I want you to call your mom right now or dad, and I want you to talk to them about what I meant by that.
Real deep meaning. I mean, they do have assigned reading poetry here at Hi-Rez Studios. We really try to get those brains working, up the wisdom. I think it's game number 5, personally, is the most important game in a best of 5 set. But
that's crazy.
Yeah.
We've seen one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Only one of the most important games?
Well, yeah, I mean, you don't necessarily have, if it's valuable, if the tension is high, it's important, you don't necessarily get it all the time.
That's a super capitalist take, but sure.
Jade Dragons, they come back with a similar comp, I feel like. They bring back the Freya, they bring back the Aphrodite, they bring back the Amaterasu. Couple of different picks in the last 2 of the draft. Dardez goes to the signature pick in the AMC. Highland Ravens, though, they grab a little bit more aggression. And for all of the passiveness that we saw maybe in game number 1, I'm ready for game number 2 to be an arena match.
Yeah, I'm really interested in particular in that Pele versus AMC matchup. Feels like it could go one of 2 ways. Either AMC gets lead early and just one-shots Pele anytime she tries to do anything, or Pele gets lead early and does the exact same thing, but more frequently because it's easier for her to initiate. So I'll be keeping my eyes on that one. Feels like there's a lot of volatility towards the center of the map, largely dictated, of course, and again, as always, by jungle presence. We'll see whether or not Scream or LASBRA makes rotation first. I do think, though, the Jade Dragons this time around have an easier time in that mid-game. Once LASBRA ticks over to level 5, I mean, good luck to any beads that the Highland Ravens have got themselves, whereas the Highland Ravens, it's essentially Haddix and Hurriwind, and there's your beads burn. And here's the thing about Haddix. He's in the solo lane. He was frequently in the duo lane last game, but we'll see if he tries to keep that up here.
We'll see if he finds the early teleport upgrade like he did in game number 1. Might be harder to do so if he gets ganked early on, though, in LASBRA. That's what he's gearing up for. Instead, he'll just find the cooldown buff onto the right-hand side. LASBRA looking for a little bit of farm And I'm surprised we don't see either jungler rotating over to that left-hand side. This left-hand side was a big focus in game number 1, just in terms of pressure, right? No huge fights over here, but we've talked endlessly now, it feels like, about the Freya Olorun matchup in particular. But if the supports never leave, it's just a 2v2. I'm interested. Mike wants to be more. Mike got War Flag. Man.
He wants to be there, and he wants to fight. He wants to be able to sustain, I suppose, and sustain certainly the name of the game over there in the duo as of now. With that said, though, it's going to be a little while till they find pressure. The exact same issues they ran into on the Jade Dragons in Game 1, they'll be butting up against here in Game 2. I imagine we see a good deal of purple buff invades. The Highland Ravens really should have a lot of pressure to play with here on side lane, just by nature of Pele mid. Nika maybe could have been in a bit of danger had any of the CC connected, but it does not. Haddix slightly off the mark, and so Nika going to escape barely there. I mean, Blink expended for Scream, so his efficacy on gank takes a significant hit as well. But we're pre-5, and once you tick over to 5, I think second round of ganks certainly do.
Hurriwind trying to make some pressure over onto that left-hand side towards this purple buff, but I think similar to game number 1, we might be in for a slow one in the game, the early stages here of this one. LASBRA trying to take advantage of that, though. A little bit of a cheeky speed buff invade at 3 minutes. And frankly, if what I've heard from my junglers in my ranked games is correct, is to be believed, that's a game loser right there.
I mean, it's certainly a mental breaker. It doesn't feel good to have that speed buff taken. As a jungler, I can attest to a few F6 votes that maybe weren't necessary, but certainly thrown up by me. It's like the hardest thing to invade in SMITE. Legitimately is the hardest thing to steal. It might be easier to steal Fire Giant legitimately, so good on LASBRA to find that opportunity. Unfortunately for Scream, he'll just be grabbing some neutral farm in the meanwhile. You won't see the advantage of an invade until LASBRA actually clears out his own jungle because of how farm works. Stealing it away, worth a little bit less than clearing out your own. So we'll see. Scream is significantly ahead in experience as it stands, though. LASBRA just now taking over to level 5. Scream comfortably at 6.
Now this mid matchup, I mean, you talked about it as interesting, potentially volatile. We saw one that was the farthest thing from volatile in game number 1, where Ven really only farmed for the first 20 minutes of the game, and sure enough, beat the clock and hit level 20 before the 20-minute mark in the game. Pele feels almost like a god that, like, if you are level 20 by 20 minutes on Pele, and you don't have like at least 5 kills, like you're not getting in there, you're almost wasting that farm prior.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity in the early to early mid game for Pele to just leverage her hyper aggression for early kills and not have to trade out 1-for-1. Whereas late game, hyper late game Pele, she's gonna get her kills. She's gonna get hers no matter what, right? Her damage output just happens that quickly. But the likelihood of you surviving after Volcanic Lightning is used, much lower at that portion of the game. So we'll see. I imagine we see some rotations soon. I mean, even Haddix could just shift his attention away from the dual lane like we saw in Game 1 and instead try and make it difficult to exist as Dardez, and things could go well. Dardez doesn't like to pick up Aegis in first slot, so damage immunity there, but if the CC's there, I'm thinking his life forfeit.
Hurriwind has been a victim in the past, I think, of this maybe a little bit too much aggression and too on his own. We've seen him in a couple purple buffs already this game, and knowing that he does not have beads, and in fact 3 rather out of 5 players on the Ravens, no beads here on this right-hand side, but Hurriwind were the only one of those without a CC immune ultimate. If they try to keep the supports over there, try to look for a little bit of pressure, I mean, it might be the Jade Dragons that look to force the fight first. LASBRA comes over with the ultimate, they take advantage of the no CC, they might be the ones on the front foot, but still waiting to scale an item or 2 online.
I don't know. I feel like even now, if LASBRA pulls in Hurry, Vote with Hastened Ring should be able to secure that kill just on his own in damage, not even taking into account that Mike, for the most part, has been there as well. So certainly a major target. I would love to see aggression from the Jade Dragons onto the Atlas. I think it's a great call out by you. Otherwise, where do the Highland Ravens put their pressure? Do they have any easy targets? It's almost always AMC when AMC exists, but we're 6.5 minutes in the game, and I'm not sure that Dardez has taken any player damage from non-NPCs just yet. So we'll see.
Wow.
There's the power spike.
Oh my goodness, Zapman taking a lot of poke there. But the rotation is here. The Highland Ravens, they recognize it, and you lose a safety tool, and the punish is looking to come through instantly. Venenu finds his way into the mid tower, but they need a little bit more damage, and Venenu finds first blood once again here in game 2.
Overcommitment there from Vote. Once the first 2 shots of Valkyrie's Discretion are missed, you have 0% odds at getting your kill and significant odds at losing your own life. So no beads on next rotation, no Valkyrie's Discretion either. The Highland Ravens almost in position. I'm holding my breath, where they could have potentially caught Vote on rotation a lane. Would have been a great play to keep that Freya down. Instead, reset back to neutral, can't leave all that farm available for too long, so mid-camps will go over to the Ravens as well. First blood stricken, or struck. Struck? Stricken. Striked?
I like stracked because we have sprack in the game.
Yeah, but what is Merriam-Webster like?
Oh, I don't know.
Me either. And that's bothering me. First blood struck by the Highland Ravens.
I like struck.
Yeah, struck seems good.
That sounds right.
It feels good.
I think stricken is also a word, though.
It is, but that's like you've been stricken by disease.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you could be stricken by
I sure hope
damage.
not. I don't want to get struck at all.
Struck certainly feels like the right one. Regardless of the tense that it's in, I think Vote's feeling the hit. Certainly feeling the damage.
Yeah, but all that to say, in fewer words, Vote got owned. Like he certainly died there.
Yes, Vote certainly died. And Vote, I mean, sitting up at the top of the charts, 100% of his team's deaths at this point in the game. You're really looking for the ADC to clean that up, I think.
Yeah, fortunately for Vote, he'll scale well into the late game regardless. Nika now in a bit of trouble, should be just fine. Vampiric Bat's off the mark, means no slow, means no chase potential. LASBRA though.
Gotta hit these. This is all 3. Doesn't pull anybody in, and LASBRA still looking for the fight after the fact. Venenu is the one to turn it around, though, and
That's
he might
insane.
get 2! A double kill for the mid laner and a killing spree right before the shutdown. But now Haddix has joined the fray, and Vote has to channel the ultimate. Needs 1 hit on the Hurriwind, but does not have the damage. Nika might chase this one down and needs a little bit more to get the kill. Dude, how does Hurriwind live? Not only does Hurriwind live, but a 3-for-1 in total, and add the Gold Fury to the tally. The Highland Ravens punish the fight.
But you thinking maybe that goes a little different if LASBRA pulls someone? You think
maybe? Yeah.
You think maybe if that starts off just a little bit better, that the Jade Dragons fight actually goes well? They even had numbers advantage. Nika makes rotation so early into that engagement. I mean, it's not as explosive an entrance as Haddix has with his multi-man dunk, but that is a miserable start to an engagement for the Jade Dragons. The Highland Ravens punish game clearly there. Ven gets infinite value on the Pele. Soul Eater certainly paying for itself with the lifesteal acquired there. And even Zapman, the Sanctified Field timing, although it doesn't really help out in killing anyone, does peel out for Hurry, who's able to juke out 2 more shots of that Valkyrie's Discretion. It's an interesting interaction. Both really struggling to land those shots in the time dilation.
Yeah, I mean, you just completely throws off your geometry, man. You're trying to hit a pool shot, and, nobody wants this. It doesn't require any geometry, though. You just got to be right up barrel stuffing Zapman.
Even then, though, it's like so slow. He could, I think it's reactable. It looked reactable how Hurriwind was dodging it.
Oh, you mean, okay. Yeah, fair if he wants to react to a LASBRA. Punishes Zapman on the left side. We really should be giving that a little bit more focus considering it's 10 minutes in. We've had 6 kills at this point, so a little bit faster paced. The Highland Ravens certainly feeling some of the benefits of that, but despite leading in kills, despite leading in that Gold Fury grab, the Jade Dragons, I mean, they're keeping it close. Plus or minus 300 gold is nothing.
Yeah, not a massive disparity between either of these teams just yet. You'll see it more so reflected individually across the board, one level here or there for the Jade Dragons or Ravens. Maybe most significant lead on map is LASBRA. No justice in the world. You can whiff all the ultimate shots you want. He'll still have 2-level lead over Scream on the other side. And Scream's elected to go for a much slower build. Soul Eater in second slot. It's going to help out a whole lot in sustain. He's going to be able to stick around in the team fight just about indefinitely. But it's going to be a little while until he gets there, whereas LASBRA, having picked up Brawler's Beat Stick, already itemizing against Scream's build, but getting the full value of his item without having to rely on some stacks.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. The Brawler's Beat Stick, the second passive, it only procs if LASBRA actually pulls somebody, right? Like if they beads it, I don't think it does it proc?
No, it's on hit.
Really? It's on.
I believe
can you
so.
hover? Can you hover brawlers for me?
Oh God, am I exposing myself? You got me so nervous now.
I don't know, man. Getting a kill? Oh, kill or assist. Dude, I thought it was hard CC. I'm exposing myself.
Nice, phenomenal.
Woo!
You are so far removed from the truth. You actually made me question my own reality. Like my heart's racing. You scared
me. I just
me.
want Runeforged. That's really what I want.
You've
I want
been talking about it a lot.
CC item. Jade Dragons, Highland Ravens, still at an even deficit here
Only on
for
pool.
both teams. And it's really on only that killer assist. But you're right, itemizing early on into the anti-heal, I think that's what you're looking for into the Camazotz, into the Pele. And I think these fights, you still have the advantage if you're the Highland Ravens, despite the lack of gold advantage, maybe even lack of XP advantage. You certainly feel like you have the God advantage. The two assassins that you have give me a little bit more confidence in their ability to force a fight here around this next Gold Fury spawn.
Yeah, the dive potential going to be so significant. That dive potential focused on the left side of the map, though, probably the least effective place to put it. Self-banish for Freya. Beads Aegis, Undying Love, right? Going to be so hard to actually work through all of that. Feels like if Mike's going to hang out in the dual lane for the entire game, maybe put your pressure where he isn't. Dardez. Not a free ride throughout the early. Has fallen down just the once, but that's pretty close considering he's an AMC and going for a double stack build. Very slow there in the itemization from the mid laner of the Dragons, but I think Bobby highlights it well on the desk. It's not exactly difficult for Dardez to sit on tower line, throw out Honey, and just keep the wave out.
A lot of pressure here around the Highland Ravens if they want to force something, and I think the onus is on them at this point in the game if they want. Everybody, as a matter, look at the map right now. Nobody is around this Gold Fury. If the Highland Ravens wanted to take it, but that back from Venenu, they may have had an opportunity there. And it's just nobody's willing, and we saw this in the late stages of the game in game number 1. Nobody willing to try and force a fight, nobody willing to pick these things up. In the early stages, where even if you lose a fight, it doesn't feel like the end of the world, I would think that the Highland Ravens, especially after last game, would be trying harder to build themselves a more robust lead given their composition.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen Haddix make that rotation as often as we did in game 1. Banish looks good, doesn't get a whole lot done there. And so without Thor there to initiate your fights, Hurriwind not exactly as good at just walking up and finding those pools. It's so telegraphed when Atlas goes for his CC that it's largely avoidable, or there are answers built into the kits, the Jade Dragons. So Hurriwind's struggling there to get things started for his team. PBM is playing Aphrodite, so what's he going to get started ever? It's single-man stun, just about, so it's really just about sustaining up his allies and playing around what they're capable of doing on their own. More of a, I would consider her an enhancer support as opposed to an initiator or even a dive style, so going to be a little bit more difficult for Mike to be the dictator of the pace of this game. And in that stalemate, why fight until the Gold Fury's back up? It is back up now, but actually pulling the objective itself, neither side's exactly got confirmation. Oh my god, run back my analysis from game 1. We're there again. I mean, you can't coin toss on objective because neither side's got really ability to dictate whether or not there is an advantage on that coin toss. So it's got to come down to PvP first. You got to find your pick. Both sides have really strong disengage. It's ugly and it's slow, but both teams really are doing the most that they can to find their opportunities. There's just, there aren't a lot of them.
Yeah. No, and that's, we saw it in game number 1. Both teams just willing to wait, and they both have the comps to do it. You're holding on for that sanctified field, beautiful engagement come the late game for the Ravens. And you're holding on for still the crazy amount of disengage buttons that the Jade Dragons have. Granted, AMC may be a little bit easier to kill. I'll tell you what catches my eye. I love this item pickup from Hurriwind. That Absolution interaction on the Daji, that's certainly a question mark there. Won't even get the chance to talk about it, though, as Primal Fury gets picked up. The full commit is here from the Ravens, and they take the Primal Fury, but the fight after the fact, that might be a different story. Force the Volcanic Lightning for a disengage, but Venenu loses his life, and Hurriwind may be next on the chopping block. The pullback in from LASBRA, not good. but a 2 for Gold Fury. The Dragons find an answer.
Yeah, Haddix again just holding on to that teleport. Not overly interested in getting involved in the fight, so once more the Highland Ravens given a little bit of data. Oh, if we start the objective, things don't look so good. That stalemate was feeling way better than having 2 in the grayscale. Objective sure goes down, but in the 2 trade, the Jade Dragons may have been able to continue that siege on left, would have completely equalized the advantage from the Gold Fury. Instead, you get 100 some odd gold to your advantage now. So the Highland Ravens maybe slightly happier about it than they could be. Moot trade, I'd say.
Haddix under a little bit of pressure on this right-hand side, but it's the Dragons looking to force something, and it's the Fire Giant under their eye. 17 minutes in if they want to commit themselves to this one. And so far, it looks like they're all in. 20% going to be on coin flip here if they want to take it. And they do secure the Fire Giant. But into the air goes Haddix, and look for the Ravens re-engage. It's a disengage instead. The Ravens just decide that they're not, the Dragons rather, they just decide that they want the Fire Giant, and they take it pre-18 minutes.
Yeah, the Dragons team fights, they're just finding the timing where the Highland Ravens are just not stacked up. They're not ready to defend. They're not 5 stacked. Previously on the Gold Fury, it's Haddix split pushing on the right-hand side. This time around, it's Zapman doing the same on the left, and the Jade Dragons see the opportunity and take it immediately, playing a little bit faster than the Highland Ravens on these objectives. I mean, it's all boils down to the Highland Ravens getting that Gold Fury first and being punished for pulling it. But at the end of the day, it's the Fire Giant, the biggest objective on map that really can dictate the pace of these games. We saw the Highland Ravens at the exact same position in Game 1. They weren't quite able to leverage that Fire Giant into a solidified lead. Plenty of structures on the map for the Jade Dragons to do exactly that, but there are some slight weaknesses in composition that might slow them down. That lack of initiation, LASBRA and Nika are going to have to pick that up if they want to take a fight under a tower. Or even perhaps the lack of a standard hunter out of the duo lane. Freya, not exactly the best in these situations at knocking down these structures. So you got to shift the onus a little bit more so towards the mid lane. Dardez hasn't exactly gone for an attack speed build, but having the stim from his hives should help out a bit. But I'm looking at the grouping from the Jade Dragons. You got 1 on left, 1 on right, 3 in mid. No one exactly getting a whole lot done anywhere on map.
Yeah, once again, it's a split.
Well, they want this. They want this chase.
Yeah, this chase could come through. We saw it, success from the Dragons in game number 1. This time, they burn the beads off his Scream, knock him down to half HP, take his ultimate as well. But the cutoff is simply not there in time. But a good punish, a good response from the Jade Dragons. They'll take the tier 1 down with little to no response. A little bit of poke there, but some ultimates down here for the Ravens. Nothing for Hurriwind, nothing for Scream, and everything available for the Dragons if they want to push on this next wave.
LASBRA dropped low, heads up into the Palau, forces the beads off of Ven. Also got Volcanic Lightning just earlier. Nika keeping up the fight.
Oh my goodness, Venenu gets caught up against the wall, and Nika grabs the last hit, but Vote, forced into the Valkyrie's discretion, has to run away, and Haddix, he's looking for the target and finds it!
Wow.
On to Vote. The 1-for-1 trade, and the Ravens are fighting back. Scream gets left alone in the back camps, and Nika finds a double on the fight, a killing spree for the Soul Laner, and they've got a wave to push down this Tier 2 tower. Fire Giant on the 4 remaining members, and the Tier 2 tower may not be long for this world. They'll comes through, nobody from the Ravens looking to step up for the fight. It'll just be the objective and a back off for the Dragons.
And all that sustain available to the Jade Dragons, so difficult for the Highland Ravens if they don't win cleanly on the initial team fight to stick around. Hurriwind drops so low. It looks like it's nearly even with Nika, but he's self-healing and getting healing from auto attacks. PBM sharing his sustain as well. It's the Jade Dragons. Get a little bit more done towards the tail end of that fire. Knocks down a few towers and left. Grabs a gold Fury for their trouble as well. Pushing their gold lead around that 5,000 mark. That's when alarm bells start to ring. You're starting to talk about maybe Tier 2 items on each individual member of the Jade Dragons over their opposition. Perhaps you can upgrade some of those relics. Give you a little bit more advantage come team fight time as well. Take a peek at the relics, though, Frog. Beads for the majority of the Highland Ravens down. I'm thinking LASBRA has got a few moments here where he could really make a splash on map.
We saw him make a crazy individual play in the mid lane that kept the Dragons in it during the end of last game. In this one, you might actually find Scream. Look over towards that left-hand side. Second ability down, a 3-level deficit for Scream if he wants to go in, but he misses the Vampire Bats. I don't know, man. I don't know if he wants to smoke here.
I mean, I wouldn't be fighting. I'm surprised LASBRA isn't fighting. LASBRA probably assuming there's at least 1 or 2 more members from the Highland Ravens in the jungle. Why else would the 3-level deficit jungler be trying to run me down here? So backs himself out. Better play for the safety. Especially considering if he falls down here. I mean, Fire Giant spawning up so shortly. You really don't want to be the one to drop the ball. Scream, though,
Oh my.
has always been willing to push.
Oh no. Scream got picked off
He's
in
all right.
game number 1. He's got to find the jump over the wall. He might not be all right. LASBRA might be looking for that chase down if he makes his way through the jungle. But Scream chooses the right pathing, goes towards the shield buff. Everybody looking for the little advantages they can gain, and it's because this next Fire Giant fight, it feels right around the corner. This, I believe, was the time that the Ravens took that free Fire Giant in game number 1. And after the 17-minute Fire Giant that was the Jade Dragons, they just hop right back on it. The Highland Ravens, they're not set up for this. The Fire Giant shreds down, and nobody from the Ravens can step up. It was a 0 gold lead. They used the first Fire Giant to get the second Fire Giant. They still have the advantage.
Yeah, it's the speed of which they get that second Fire Giant that differentiates the Jade Dragons lead from the Highland Ravens in game 1. Much faster on the uptake there. Maybe the Highland Ravens saying, well, they didn't really get a whole lot done on the first fire. Maybe we can withstand 1 more before we have to take a fight in neutral territory. Seems not to be the case. LASBRA dropped low. We'll hold on to the Pale though. Haddix, not a whole lot left in the tank, so no more threat for him. But even in just dropping LASBRA low, he can communicate now that really there's not a whole lot that he could get done on the right-hand side. So it's just the 4 core of the Jade Dragons, but clearly they're up to the task.
Good for him to be able to hold on to that cooldown. The space gets made in the middle lane for them to push down the tier 2 tower, and the Jade Dragons grab yet again an advantage off of this Fire Giant. It's taken them 2 Fire Giants, but they've gotten the left tier 2, they've gotten the right tier 1 and tier 2. It's only that middle tier 2 and these Phoenixes remaining. And that middle tier 2 is where these Titans are going to be marching down. Could be an engagement point for either of these squads trying to follow up their Titans.
Yeah, it's crazy how our vernacular has evolved throughout this set, and we're only on game 2, but usually it's that's where the next fight's gonna be, guaranteed on the gold free. We'll see another engagement here. It's, well, maybe these guys will fight. Maybe we'll see an opportunity, and it just speaks volumes to the mindset of both of these teams. Seems to me the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens are waiting for significant favored odds before they're willing to all in, and even now, you can see the Jade Dragons 3 stacked in mid, but there's still the 2 hover on the right-hand side. Very split map play. You still are able to make contact with Titan first, and they'll drop it down quickly. And anyone from the Highland Ravens that decides to rotate through the right-hand side jungle will walk into the wall of damage that is Nika and LASBRA. Maybe the Jade Dragons play this style because they're concerned about Haddix in particular. That global presence allows Thor to play the side of the team fight very well. If you can catch him before he goes up to the air, though, odds of him dunking low, pretty low.
You can catch him early. You can burn his beats at the very least, so he'll lose that relic of safety before this Phoenix Siege even starts. Scream's return to the base as well. It's a 3-2 split here for the Jade Dragons. They want to find an engage with this Fire Giant, but they're looking for the 100%er. They're looking for the guaranteed pick that they can find, and so far, it's just tough to find the Highland Ravens. They're going to be tough to engage into.
It will be the case. No beads on Haddix, but he still has ultimate, so you can't even Pal grab him easily. And beads for everybody else means you're not getting them. You can continue to pepper damage, though, into the Phoenix. So much sustain and kit for the Jade Dragons means that as long as the Highland Ravens aren't all in engaging, 2 auto attacks here, back up, resustain, rinse, repeat. It's a viable line of play.
Damage early onto Scream. These hammers from Haddix have started to really find their value. Late in game number 1, he was doing a ton of guaranteed poke damage off of those walls. This middle Phoenix, just this small bit of in and out poke. Here's the thing, they've got to find an engagement if they want to go. And it's got to be on this next wave, I think. 34 seconds remaining on this power play. And it's 3 in, and it's Scream in on the poke. He jumps in, finds Vote, and it's down to half HP. Still has the ultimate available and looking for the safety. The ultimate could go for Haddix, though, and Villadon needs to find Vote all the way in the back. The Undying Love is there, and the damage, it doesn't reach Vote and
Whoa,
Nika.
whoa!
Both survive on 1 HP, but LASBRA is left alone in the back ends of the fight, and the Highland Ravens, they're the ones that find the engage and a successful defense.
LASBRA was out. Trickster Spirit's in, maybe trying to get up into that Pal, dies to a bleed before he gets his first chain off. Man, depending on timing here, that could be significant. 30 seconds left on respawn. Fire Giants are the way, not even close to respawning. That's not a big deal, but certainly an avoidable death nonetheless. LASBRA, I suppose, willing to take those odds anyway. If I can burn off even one set of beads, if I can get a singular pick here, it really does make it that much easier to look at the Fire Giant ourselves. Unfortunately for him, comes up empty. With all that said, it's the Jade Dragon's slipperiness that really stands out to me once more. PolarBearMike really lines up that Undying Love properly, holds it to the very last, and immunes out some of that CC from Haddix, keeps his carries alive. And the Jade Dragons prove that you need to be ready to kill him twice or thrice before you actually see any of the fruits of your labor. The Highland Ravens, I mean, this is a frustrating composition to play into. The Jade Dragons, they've got great chase down, they've got great disengage, but it's the initiation on both sides that's really struggling.
Fire Giant back up and available, as is LASBRA at this point. And if they want to press the go button, they got to do it soon. Relic's still down for 2 key members of the Highland Ravens in Screammmmm and Venenu. And Vote has his Relics down for another 60 seconds at the very least. Either team could look for the engage here, and it's going to be Hurriwind picking things up. And it's shredding. Oh my god, it's shredding! Nika, it's down to 50% HP already, and the Olorun ult has come through. They're looking for the steal, and they do not find it. The Highland Ravens destroy the Fire Giants, and they're on the full disengage. I don't know if they have enough chase in this lifetime. The Jade Dragons right under their nose.
Yeah, the Jade Dragons were not ready for that sanctified field. You cannot allow Olorun to take the defensive positioning like that. By the time it's down to 50%, if he still has his ultimate available, drops it there, there's no way you can work your way into the pit. And so the Highland Ravens, like bandits in the night, I mean, it's not even, that's broad just robbery in daylight.
Broad daylight.
Yeah, something like that. They were stricken. The Fire Giant just goes down much too quickly, and the Jade Dragons unable to chase out, as you said, good walls from Haddix to find that escape path. But between PBM and Nika, maybe the movement speed would have been enough. They could have chased out a little bit further. Now, though, the Highland Ravens have to answer the question that they struggled with here in Game 1, and it's how does our siege look and where do we start to mount it? Game 1, the wall they run into is where do we start it? So even just approaching as 5, a Tier 2 tower would be a significant improvement. Instead, it's the Primal Fury first, but it should just be a pit stop on the way.
Primal Fury will be taken down here. That's hilarious that they just leave Hurriwind on it alone. And they do get the back off from Haddix. He's got the teleport if they need to rejoin the fight. But, I mean, I think this is going to be like all of the other times we've seen it. Slow, disciplined, and maybe even questionable. Because so far, man, the Highland Ravens have not had an easy time sieging. Even with this sanctified field, and now they don't even have a ranged mid laner. It's going to be a struggle to try and hit this Tier 2 tower. I think luckily for them, looks like the Jade Dragons deciding not to defend this one. Highland Ravens try to find something, but now it's just onto the Phoenix.
So Phoenix Siege, with all 5, you got to burn through a few of these resources. Dazzling Offensive, as well as LASBRA's ultimate, the most important. Or perhaps content yourself with the Tier 2 tower and the Fury. Back yourselves up, grab a wave in mid, then look for the Tier 2 in mid. No Phoenix attempt here from the Highland Ravens. They want to close up that gold lead the Jade Dragons established before they actually try and knock on the door of the base.
Zapman's just farming. He's grabbing the beacon.
Well, that's going to help with structures. That's part of the siege.
Well, he got the oracles.
It's vision on map. The wards win wars.
He's just vibing. Only a minute 30 left in this Fire Giant.
It's a lot of time.
It's a lot of time. I don't know if it's enough time to grab a Phoenix, but certainly they'll keep grabbing Tier 2s if the Jade Dragons let him and vote. They might grab him if he's not careful. He's not near his Aphrodite. Did not have access to that additional safety. Would have liked to see Scream maybe keep going for that one, but would have been close. At the very least, you force the ADC off. You grab 2 Tier 2 towers with the Fire Giant, and now 3 Fire Giants in a row, No contestion, stolen away in the night, completely deleted. Almost could say that no fights have happened around the Fire Giant, which is a crazy thing to say considering 3 Fire Giants have happened. And now we're in EFG territory.
Yeah, Enhanced Fire Giant, certainly a massive shifting point here in the power struggle between these two teams. You know, the Jade Dragons, they're really reminding me of the PK playstyle, the Renegades playstyle of, okay, you can have some advantage on map, sure, but you have to absolutely earn it, and I'm not going to give you a free pick on a tier 2. You have to walk into my Phoenix. And it seems even just that discipline, I suppose is the best way to word it, has dissuaded the Highland Ravens from being interested in pushing their advantage. 3,000 gold, 32 minutes in is nothing. Paltry sums. Experience stopped mattering a whole long time ago as well. So it's just about itemization. Most people 6-slotted truly. Just a few recipes left for the supports. Relic's already upgraded for the most part as well. We're getting to it. I think I said this at the 33-minute mark exactly in Game 1 as well. But we're getting to elixirs, power potions being the primary differentiators here. Both magical hunters hold on to their own power potions, so slight power spikes to be had. But differentiation in build. Vote a little bit more so itemized towards defense. It's Breastplate of Valor, what we'd seen from Zapman in Game 1. Whereas Zapman here in Game 2 said, look, I've really not been under a whole lot of threat. I've only died the once. For the most part, I'm self-sufficient in the back line, so a little bit more lifesteal, a little bit more attack speed, that'll do me just fine. I'm not exactly worried about LASBRA's ability to just jump on me. And so, a little bit more damage from the Z-Man here. We might see that on the Fire Giant, spawning quickly. And it is so important, if the Jade Dragons want to contest this, that they need to be in the pit before that Fire Giant's dropped to 50%. Because if Zapman still has Sanctified Field by that point, it really is just essentially the no-play zone, objective secure.
Both teams capable of the shred here, and both teams have proven that at this point. Zapman pops a 500 pot. They're starting to take up the Fire Giant, but the positioning here, they've got to make sure that they get in. Ring of Fire gets popped. Doesn't look like it's going to be the committal, but when they're still on it, they've got to call the bluff. Jade Dragons step in, PBM. Just puts a little bit of pressure on. Highland Ravens forced to walk away, but they pull it back. And into the air goes Haddix, Anvil of Dawn. It's a coin flip, and the Dragons secure the Fire Giant. But the chase afterward is a different story. Scream trying to find the damage, but a turnaround, and they trade one for
Wall's
one.
good.
And the wall is beautiful from Haddix. They find one more in PBM. He might just be next. A double kill for PBM as Nika! He turns around and finds a double of his own. A 3 for 4, a crazy amount of bloodshed, all in one foul swoop, and it'll be a split push for Scream. He uses the pressure to grab the Phoenix in mid. They grab EFG, but at what cost?
Cost them their bird. EFG maintained on Nika. I mean, he's going to be really difficult to deal with, but he's not going to get a whole lot done on Siege, even on respawn with his team. If Nika could miraculously knock down one here, desync the deaths from the Highland Ravens, would create an opportunity for the Jade Dragons to push forward. Otherwise, I think it's clear who the major winner on that trade is, and it's the Ravens having broken the base now. Mid-Phoenix down for a good long while. Dash caught.
Whoa.
They don't have the damage to kill Nika.
Yeah, I don't know if Nika has the damage to kill them, but they're certainly going to try and commit for it. No ultimate available. This would be danger if he loses EFG off of himself, but does manage to hold on to his life and will burn the ultimate from Haddix in the meantime, as the Oni Fury will drop and go the way of the Highland Ravens. And my question now, if you're the Jade Dragons, if you get, sure, you get the EFG onto one, you have a crazy fight, crazy amounts of bloodshed there in that fight for such the slow game that we've seen up until this point. I mean, what is the onus still on you? Do you still feel like you're in control of this game, or is it just another waiting game until the next EFG?
I mean, the Highland Ravens base defense is just strong by nature of having Olorun, and might be just strong enough considering the EFG does only land on the Soul Inner. But if I'm the Jade Dragons, I'm thinking, well, awesome. They don't have Fire Giant. We got it on one. We're definitely getting our Phoenix back over the next few minutes. Just hang out, slow it down, grab some beacons, Pyromancer spawns, I'll see you there. Grab your jungle camps, but as far as an actual siege attempt, I don't see the Jade Dragons going for one just yet. Just extends the game a little bit longer, buys time for this next round of fire.
All right, I've got a real tough question for you.
Okay.
You ready? because we've just been watching them dance endlessly, try and play the macro game. Nobody wants a full-on fight.
Well,
I won't
Scream
even
does.
get to ask it, because Scream, what a gank here. Right onto PBM, and Anvilodon channeled, looking for the Aphrodite, and off the mark, but the wall is on the mark, and they trap him into the corridor, and Venenu finds to support. The fight is on,
Zap's
though,
hurt.
Zapman is low. Nika finds the trade, 1-for-1, 2-for-1, and make it a 2-for-2 as the kills continue to fly. Haddix may be the next one on the menu if they want to chase down the soul laner, but Nika, he's healing through it, and they find the kill onto Hurriwind. This time the Dragons up 1 in the trades.
Yeah, 3 for 2 here. Haddix and Scream still alive for defense. Means that if the Jade Dragons want to get anything done, they're going to have to work through the heavy damage of Scream and the CC lockdown of Haddix. I think instead it's just, all right, we got the fight done. There's not a whole lot either of us can do now. So as far as actual knock-on effects for game state, unless the Jade Dragons can actually knock down this bird, that team fight didn't have a whole lot of bearing on the rest of this match. I mean, gold to individual targets, but this late in the game, we already talked about gold and how you can only buy so many items in SMITE.
This would be tough to do.
I don't think they have it. I mean, Vote's not good at knocking down structures.
Yeah, they've got
There's the
minions,
bomb.
They've got the bomb. Oh my, they do it, and with almost no congestion from the Ravens, and that's relevant timing as well. That Phoenix will be down when this next enhanced Fire Giant spawns.
It's as good as it gets.
And the Jade Dragons Phoenix will be up in the mid lane. Now, a mid Phoenix, not the worst one to go down, that's for sure. I want to get back to my question though, right? Because this is it is how do you cleanly win a fight? Because neither of there are 10 pro players on the map, and nobody's been able to answer that question for 2 games. For 90 minutes, nobody's been able to answer that question. What is the difference maker? How do you win a clean fight around this objective?
Whew. Well, considering there are 10 MMR capped players here, and only people of high elo gold 5 or higher should really be, even sharing an opinion. I wouldn't want to squander the goodwill of the community.
Those are the Twitch chat rules.
Yeah, those are the Twitch chat rules. Fortunately, I'm on the microphone though. How do you win a team fight cleanly? You kill the enemies and you don't die. That's immediately what jumps to my mind. You're never exactly in a position where it's that simple. It's more so what are the pieces that you can line up to perhaps create a world where that is a possibility. And I think a lot of that onus does lie with the assassin core of the Highland Ravens.
The gold is even.
Scream and Ven, I think, really do need to get involved in that back line. Dardez has, for the most part, survived a good long while in these engagements, so jumping on him first would be a great start. Or even potentially, and I think this is a playstyle that is uniquely available to the Jade Dragons in this matchup based off composition, straight up kill the front line. Hurriwind is not tanky if Vote and Dardez are both hitting him. A pull from LASBRA onto a tanky target, even if you get Haddix after he initiates, would immediately cost him his life, thanks to the defense shred of AMC and the HP shred that is hard-baked into Freya's kit. But as far as how do you do it, I mean, the best players in the world right now are 10 of them. They can't figure it out either.
Yeah, they're matched in gold. They're matched in kills. They're not matched in runic bombs. Highland Ravens, they've got the advantage of that in their inventory if they're looking for a coin flip. And we've had a couple of coin flips. The last 2 Fire Giants, I feel like, have been pretty much coin flips. I'm surprised that we haven't seen a steal come through, but this might be the engagement for surrounding LASBRA, and the team has to get to him if they want to have him survive. Undying Love comes through, and it's just enough. He lives, and how? But they've left Dardez. He's alone on the right-hand side, and where is Haddix? He's not even in the air. He comes through the back. And they try to fight back a 1-for-1. Thus far, the mids fall, and the Olorun ult comes out. Caught on the other side of the fight is PolarBearMike, but the wall has the carries trapped in. And Vote and Nika are looking to finish it off. Beautiful relics there from Vote, but it's still a 2-for-1 in favor of the Ravens.
The Ravens have a little bit of sustain to play with. Zapman can get Hurriwind back at fighting strength, but I think the base, the fastest way to do it. 40 seconds of the grayscale should just go ahead and indicate which way this Fire Giant's going to go. But Nika, I mean, he's healthy. He's nearby. Has to buy time. He has to buy a lot of time. But the Highland Ravens haven't pulled the Fire Giant just yet.
Surtr 30 seconds still on Dardez before he comes back to the land of the living. They've got to wait for Hurriwind to come before they start to tank this up. Even if they try to pull it, this would be close on the Grayscale members respawning.
Highland Ravens, considering their opportunities, considering their options, will pull the Fire Giant. It's burning quickly. Nika's got to play safe. His allies are far.
It's shredding. He's going in. He's on to Zapman. He's the damage dealer, and he stops the damage being dealt. Goes from the Fire Giant, goes on to him. But Screammmmm, he's forced into the ultimate, and LASBRA finds Zapman. It's the Jade Dragons with the engage. They find two, but a turnaround in Haddix stops it in its tracks. Another trade comes through. This time, the Dragons in favor.
If I've learned anything from this set, Frog, it's whoever pulls the objective loses the fight. That has just been a utmost truth between these two teams, be it Gold Free, Pyro, or Fire. Feels like pulling the objective only seals your fate, and this time it's the Highland Ravens who have two in the Grayscale, thinking about their mistakes. Nika does so much there, just jumping onto Zapman, surviving as long as he does. The CC from Hurriwind, not exactly timed well. And so Nika finds the full value. And the Jade Dragons learn from the mistakes of the past. They say, look, we could go Fire. Why would we?
We don't want the stalemate. We'll just push down mid lane, and it might just be the
Dardez?
Phoenix. But Dardez gets taken down for free.
It's like that?
Scream doesn't lose anything for that. They take down the mid bird, but this still has the colors of a Highland Ravens fight. And Haddix is in on the ultimate. It's huge double stun, and Vote has no
There's a
relics.
slow.
Vote has no relics. They've got to turn things around if they want the damage. But Screammmmm, he's forced to escape into the jungle, and things have to. Oh my God!
Sure, okay. Man, Soul Eater is good. That is a very good item. How much did he just heal for?
Dude, how much health does he have, man? He's got to have like 2,500 health or something.
That was 70% of his HP bar. At the end of the day, is that the most interesting thing that happened? No, it's 2,200. It's him just dominating Dardez from the edge of the fight. I believe it's Screech plus Vampiric Bats, and that's it that cost him his life. Highland Ravens right back to the scene of the crime. Fire Giant pulled out. Jade Dragons, I mean, they're here in numbers, but it's going to be a while on Dardez.
They're still on, and it's only Zapman hitting it. And he hops off the Fire Giant, perhaps to help out Screammmmm, but he will not be in time. Nika goes down in trade, and LASBRA, he's into the parallel, looking for the damage.
turn.
Then he turns it around, and Vote finds the trade. A 2 for 2 thus far in the fight, but trapped in the Sanctified Field, Vote has nowhere to go, and is not long for this world. Another close trade, a 2 for 3 Highland Ravens. They're going to hop back on the Fire Giant.
This time, surely the Highland Ravens can knock down the Fire, and even potentially could look for more. I mean, these death timers are incredibly long. Fortunately for the Jade Dragons, it seems to take a good long while to actually knock down the Fire Giant as well. And even if the Ravens wanted to start their siege immediately, they've got Fire Minion waves starting to work their way into base.
Wouldn't it be cool if Bees stole this, though? Wouldn't it be
You want-
crazy?
are you rooting for the Drags?
Wouldn't it be crazy if this was okay? The Highland they didn't get there in time. I'm not rooting for anybody. I'm rooting for good SMITE, and that we've had so many coin flips this game, man. And it's always the team that pulls it that gets the Fire Giant, and props off to them. The Secure's coming through. Highland Ravens, they find themselves in the hands of another EFG. Is this the second Titan push this game?
I believe so.
Woo!
We're at that 45-minute mark. With the second Titan push of the SPL so far this year at 2.
Oh.
Jade Dragons will knock down the Titan of the Highland Ravens. So now the Highland Ravens actually do need to interact with those Fire Minion waves moving down the center of the map. Won't be too difficult for them. EFG on 3, but ADC's got 1. So the Highland Ravens have potential to look towards the siege. Haven't approached a bird properly just yet. In a 5-on-5, it'd be difficult to do, but the win condition on Highland Ravens is just put Zapman in a position where he can completely encompass the Phoenix range with Sanctified Fields. If that's the case, the Highland Ravens should have a simplified engagement afterward. But the Ravens, going to take it slow here, as they are apt to do. Let's knock down the Titan, make sure nobody's hovering the jungle nearby. Go ahead, maybe move towards mid, knock down that Fire Minion wave. We're spinning our wheels.
Mike has 39 wards placed. That's a lot of vision. I screamed woo. I thought that was the first time that we've seen the double Titans push. I'm still pretty excited.
I think the last one was also in a Jade Dragon set. Their games tend to go long.
They have found their meta, and they are certainly sticking to it. And right now that meta is maybe set up in ambush up in the jungle. The Jade Dragons are looking for somebody out of position.
Full team back? Scared of the split push?
Full team back. Full team back. Did somebody walk over a ward? Is there?
I think they brushed that ward right there in the jungle. The Jade Dragons did. The Highland Ravens prepared for it. But even then, you would almost think that trading out Phoenixes might be valuable enough. If you send one back and it's a tanky target, maybe Haddix, prevent those backs could open the possibility to perhaps just closing out the game there. Instead, they make the decision of, okay, well, our left side bird is worth way more than their right side bird. It's so easy to contend fireman waves on the right side of the map when you're contesting Fire Giant as opposed to the left. So, split-second decision to go ahead and reset themselves and instead start to push down the center of the map. Minion waves pushed up pretty significantly by the Jade Dragons on both side lanes means it's going to be a while before there's actual split potential, meaning that really the only thing the Highland Ravens can do, I think, is group up as 5 if they want to keep the pressure up.
Don't necessarily need those minions with the EFG. That'll take some of the backdoor protections away if you want to push these Phoenixes, but only for another 60 seconds do they have this power spike.
And only on 3.
And look at LASBRA. LASBRA is around the back side of this mid lane engagement. So if they go in, he's going to be trying to dive. He already does it. He doesn't wait for the go button and instead goes on to zap, burns both relics and the ultimate out of Hurriwind. And the ultimate out of Haddix as well. No Phoenixes fall. And almost every ultimate on both sides, half of them in the game, get dropped.
But it's a reinitiation potentially here from the Highland Ravens. You still have Ven's ultimate, so there's ability to dive. Haddix considering it, but takes 3 auto attacks from Vote and says, wow, you hit me really hard. And backs himself up as well. That should spell the end of the Fire Giant power play. Only things you can do now is spend time on map, making it as easy as possible to grab the next one. Primal Fury be a good place to put some of that pressure, but Zapman's positioning has indicated to me that the Highland Ravens, if they do it, it would take them a while. Jade Dragons don't have the bird's eye view, but I mean, even this would be an opportunity to try and take an advantage team fight. The Highland Ravens, every single time they've gotten the Fire Giant, it's these split pushes, 3-2, 3-1-1. Hasn't quite panned out. Even there, 4-1 with Zapman on the right-hand side. I mean, it's dangerous plays.
Dangerous plays indeed. But we are back at it again, folks. 49, soon to be 50 minutes into this game. Gold lead, off the books. Who cares? Experience lead,
You know who
everybody's
cares?
level 20.
Blues Ultra cares, I guarantee it. He's watching right now. He's pulling up the graphs. I know for a fact.
Blues Ultra, committed member of the community. He has to go through all 50 minutes of this game.
That's right. And he's going to make a heat map of where they stood. It's everywhere, by the way.
Yep, everywhere at this point. Mostly cautiously around the Fire Giant, though. And that's maybe where we're geared up towards for once again.
Don't pull it first. You will lose the fight. That is 100% a truth of the universe. And so, I think this is maybe the first time this game where we're gonna get the dance of, okay, who's pulling it? We're gonna get the staring contest, the tried and true one.
Who do you want to pull it? And who?
Neither. It doesn't work.
But if you do it, is there a right way to pull it? Is there like?
After getting kills, it would seem. I mean, if one team's got an advantage on pool, it's what we saw earlier from the Ravens, where Zapman could just drop Sanctified Field and prevent the Jade Dragons from contesting properly. But even then, that is contingent on the Jade Dragons making the mistake of allowing the Ravens to do significant damage to the fire before they get there. The win con of the Highland Ravens is to have Fire Giant sub 50% and still have Sanctified Fields available. Whereas the Jade Dragons, I'm sure their win con in mind is get into the Fire Giant pit before it's below 50%. At no point is it we're the ones pulling it unless they find a pick first. Opportunities on map, if you're confident in your jungler's ability to 1v1, is to have the jungler play the center of the map. Maybe have LASBRA and Screammmmm line up against each other. If that's the case, both have got significant sustain and burst potential, so very risky there. And it's even more difficult for LASBRA to be that one because he's so important in the team fight as far as CC is concerned. He's burning the majority of the beads. He's making use of the burnt beads as well. Whereas Screammmmm, being Camazotz, what he brings to the team fight is damage. You can get damage anywhere.
Well, if this game keeps up at its current pace, we could be up for a third Titan push. That would certainly be interesting. I'm sure.
What's the timer on that? Is that like a 70-minute minimum?
Oh, I actually don't know how. What's the beacon respawn timer? It's like 6 minutes or something.
A
6
little
or 8
longer
minutes?
than that.
Something like that. They just pulled the first beacon though, of the third set of beacons, which is certainly as far as I've ever seen in my games. Neither of these teams, though, both of them, would like to close it out before that, and they're certainly looking at the staring contest. To pull this Fire Giant says we are ready to fight, we are ready to coin flip, and also win a fight afterwards. And neither team has been able to do that thus far. The damage is in on a mic.
It's a good
Haddix maybe looking
Bonk.
for the poke. He's up into the air, but LASBRA, look on the other side of the fight. Zapman is so low, and Vote is diving with his jungler. Nika finds
zero.
Venenu as well. Dardez falls in trade, but Hurriwind low, and Screammmmm finds PolarBearMike. A 2 for 2 thus far. The damage is good on Haddix, and a 3 for 2 into the pockets of the Jade Dragons. High health bars for the remaining members as well.
Jade Dragons. What's the call? Is it back up to Fire Giant? They've got the damage and sustain to do it. Or is it keep up the siege? No Runic Bomb in pocket means that it'll be a little bit more difficult, but with Screammmmm not having ultimate or relics, any bit of CC that connects with him
They back off.
could spell his demise. Even just a banish might be enough to kill this Camazotz. Instead, Fire Giant. Easiest way to make the Highland Ravens fight you is to generate threat on map, and what's more threatening than an EFG? And so the Jade Dragons will be pulling it out. Do the Highland Ravens step up to plate? Seems like they might be willing.
This one's falling fast, even with only 3 members. It's down to 10%. Got to be a coin flip if they want
banish.
to steal. And the banish is beautiful to prevent it from Screammmmm. The jump away prevents the follow through onto LASBRA. And the Jade Dragons, that's how they drew it up. They didn't want to pull, they wanted to fight beforehand, and they find a beneficial trade and grab the EFG.
These team fights, Frog, they're just so split up. It's a tale of 2 games, really. It's the back line of the Highland Ravens desperately trying to survive, while the front line's having a phenomenal time diving. And the same is true of the Jade Dragons. Back line trying their best, front line having a great time, until eventually one side gets a slight advantage. They're able to fold back in on themselves. And it's the Jade Dragons with the lead in that situation. All that self-sustain from Vode, Nika as well, just been so healthy throughout the entirety of these team fights. I think that Death Embrace keeps him a massive threat in the engagement. Nika's having himself a phenomenal game, by the way. I do not want that to go under the radar. 8-1-10 on the Amaterasu, initiating the fights first in, last out every single time. But can they siege? That's been the question. It's been the question for 30 minutes, just about now. Grouping up as 5 hasn't worked out. Still no Runic Bombs in pocket. Seems to me they're unwilling to go for the 4-1 split too. I mean, if you can catch anyone straggling in the jungle or poke out Haddix before the fight or force him to use the Anvil of Dawn defensively, opportunities for the Jade Dragons. But they're always going to butt their head into the weakness of Freya. So good in the PvP, not exactly great on structures.
We've seen the Jade Dragons find picks around the Fire Giant. Well, they're looking for one now around either of these birds. Anybody being taken down, any man advantage, any regular advantage that they can get in these Phoenix fights could be the difference maker in how this game ends. And at 55 minutes, nobody wants to make the first move.
No. I mean, if EFG were on Dardez, it's a completely different story. If you could just have Dardez hit a Phoenix 2 or 3 times and not have to worry about backdoor protections, great. That's how you knock down the bird. But because it's not on him, you really need to find the fight first. I think if anything, you just have to get a little bit more haphazard with your cooldowns. It would open the door to counterplay, but you got to burn the beads.
A little bit of an engage and vote, poke down to 75%. The 3-2 split here, neither PBM or Dardez have that EFG. So when they step in and try and get some poke on this mid-Phoenix, they are not removing those backdoor protections. This pairing might be something. Oh my goodness! LASBRA dives over the wall and forces Ven back to base, a TKO to be sure. And Screammmmm, he has to find his way in. It's the Sanctified Field.
Yikes.
That's the go button for the Highland Ravens. And they have lost 4 out of 5 ultimates here for nothing.
And that Sanctified Field was not good from Zapman. Makes contact with Nika for half a second, and that's just about it, the full value of it. So the Jade Dragons heal themselves back up, still strong, and still have a lot of relics in play too. Good amount of beads available to them means that maybe if the Highland Ravens think that they had burnt a little bit more, considering their own cooldown usage, could find themselves in a tough position. Won't come up, though. Won't come up. I mean, mid-Phoenix knocked down, sure, but that's a low-value Phoenix, and it's not the first time it's gone down this game. Is that it? Is that all the Jade Dragons have got for this EFG?
Wow.
Seems to be the case. And we begin the dance anew.
We begin the dance again. Beacon up one more time. This will be the second out of third beacon, so we need for that third Titan push. I'm just really committed to that at this point.
It would be the first one.
I would.
You could set some history.
Yep, I would love to see it. I will say, I love that fight out of LASBRA specifically. So LASBRA just waits for the perfect opportunity. I don't know if they have a ward, or if they had a ward in that spot, or if it was just a blind dive onto Venenu, but he TKOs Venenu before the fight even starts.
Yeah, getting Venenu out of there removes so much of that dive potential, so I think LASBRA certainly right to do so, but also pulls Hurriwind back in, prevents him from getting involved with a peel and defense shred. A lot of value from that pal now. LASBRA certainly has to do a lot to find that clean win. Fire Giant spawning soon. Highland Ravens showing presence. Who's going to be on wave defense? Probably just has to be Haddix. Maybe you can have Scream there too, but I think Haddix with that global presence has an easier time getting in towards the Fire Giant pit. Hurriwind's playing with fire. LASBRA spots him and assumes there's probably a few more nearby. Backs himself out. Maybe if the Highland Ravens can't do FG, you could certainly knock down a tier 2 tower without it. It could be a place to just present options to the Jade Dragons to make mistakes. Haddix up to the air. He's not dunking this in 100 years.
Oh my, that's a big ultimate there. Forced out for the Jade Dragons, though. And that might be the go button on a forced fight here. Nika leading the way. He's trying to find the dash. Let's hop into a Jade Dragons listening as they look for the chase.
We're walled off, we're walled off, we're walled off. I'm good on her. I'm still fine, I'm still fine.
Oh,
I'm
my
dead.
God.
I'm gonna start this.
Go Alice.
Hold him an ultimate, careful, boys. I have a show.
I'm fine for now.
I can
All the ones low,
Come to us, come to me. Just disappear out. Come to me if you can. Oh, you can't. We should walk up, Dardez. We should walk up.
Stall chasing Nico.
Nika's fine for now.
I don't see anyone else. I'm looking meds. No one's in meds. Just stall chasing.
It's the curse of the listen-in that starts the fight going for the Highland Ravens. They take down 2, but I'm not sure that that's enough. Haddix on the Envelodon, just barely out of range, but they're looking to find any breadcrumbs that they can on this disengage. But the sustain, the healing coming through from PolarBearMike. They take 2. I still don't know if it's enough of an opening.
No, it absolutely is. Fire Giant just goes down here. The Jade Dragons will not be walking to the right side jungle. I wonder, though, considering how much the Highland Ravens have struggled on Siege even with Fire Giant. I mean, this will be the first time with EFG on all 5. Maybe it would have been better to usage of time to just go ahead and knock down the Phoenix, then back up towards it. 20 seconds left on LASBRA respawn. Scream back to base. Changes his mind. He's going to stick around. Ravens, they might be able to take advantage here. 20 seconds on vote. It's the best look they've had.
Doesn't look like the Dragons want to contest this, so it will just be a free Phoenix and a back off from the Highland Ravens. They had a 4-1, thought they might try and use Scream over on that right-hand side, but he'll make it back to base as well. Look at that ping up the map. I think that's Mike trying to ping the positioning here through the map to see if they can maybe get an advantageous set of positions here off, but the enemy team, this is the first time they have EFG for another 3 minutes. The time is right for a full team
Full
back.
team back. And look at it, like synchronized swimmers. That's graceful. It really is. Look, there are 10 players in this lobby. I don't think a single person on the planet would have the mental illness to call any of these people panic enders. Like you really just can't do it. At this point, though, and maybe it's me and I'm the panic ender, a 2-man pick for free, like 5 versus 3, I'm running down the Titan before I even look at a Fire Giant. I really think that's the most significant and best odds either of these teams have looked at for anything to happen so far this game. And instead, it's the Highland Ravens now with an EFG on 5 and 1 Phoenix on the left-hand side to knock down. Phoenix in mid already dealt with, so enhanced mini waves will simplify their fight. It's now 5-1 split. I'm going to count the Fire Minion Wave as a whole player here. The Jade Dragons going to have to dedicate someone's time to dealing with it.
LASBRA's a little bit late to this, but we'll make it back towards the left-hand side. We've got to focus on the Fire Minions in mid as this left Phoenix falls without any contestation. Nobody, no ultimates, no relics get burned. It is only the Phoenix falling for the Highland Ravens, or for the Jade Dragons rather. Highland Ravens, they take it down and still hesitant to find a full fight, but this is now the best position to put them in. Finally, somebody has found that value Phoenix on the left-hand side, and they just have to wait a bit. These Fire Minions are going to be pushing.
The value of the left Phoenix is its ability to get you more Fire Giants. I mean, sure, that's nice. I think the Highland Ravens would really like the game to end sooner than later. You don't want this to reset to another Fire Giant. There is still so much more time on this power play. This is the best the map state has looked for them. You're not getting any stronger from here. So, it's now or never, I think. Giving the Jade Dragons any more time from this position just allows them to right the ship, so to speak. Get some of that map state disadvantage, get rid of it. Instead, now it's the Highland Ravens once more. Looking for poke, prodding here or there. I don't even think the Jade Dragons will really defend this right side Phoenix. There's not really a whole lot of reason to do it.
Sanctified Field dropped, and
unnecessary.
No Dragons members, even in the vicinity. I think once Zap heard that they weren't ever planning for the end, he was just like, okay, well, you know, might as well guarantee this last Phoenix drop the Sanctified Field. 63 minutes, Mifflin. And the
get that Stygian beacon, get it.
The Stygian beacon, Scream walking away. Nobody wants that third Titan, because at this point,
it would be worse for the Ravens to get it.
Right. Like, the Ravens don't want that Titan to be out of base when they finally get the next 2 for 0, the next 3 for 0, because it makes it that much harder to end the game. The Jade Dragons, they might want it. Like, that might be a legitimately strategic play.
Nika, go cap it. We're losing the fight. Like, just go get on top of it. I mean, yes, it would be the first time we've seen that. It's super hard to predict the timing on it, but would be an awesome interaction. Oh, man. The Jade Dragons from this position, I don't think they leave base ever. Yeah. They're not going to defend the Fire Giant, and why would they?
Yep.
So, I mean, this could be it. LASBRA, have you gone too far? You have!
No.
Just walks into the jungle. Haddix catches him. There it is. There's your opportunity.
There's the opening, and Haddix didn't even use the ultimate for it. He's got that cooked up and served on a silver platter for the dive. But Vote gets out of there in time, and the mid Phoenix
Z-Man so far.
And they don't have Zapman here. They don't have the Fire Giant. Certainly a little bit weaker, but the man advantage means a lot. And it could mean more picks if they play it to their advantage. Nika making some space in the front. They've got this minion wave pushing, though. This Phoenix will fall for free. Nika has the damage coming through, but he's going to be fine. He gets to dash away, and it's still the Highland Ravens have to find the go button.
They could walk in. Zapman's got Sanctified Field, and he's got it on the Titan.
This might be it. All the damage onto the Titan, and everything. The focus is enough. And at 65 minutes, the Highland Ravens even the set.
Now equalized. We're in a best of 3, best of 5 simplified in the 1-1, and it's the Highland Ravens who, through a massive war of attrition, worked through every single structure on the map, perhaps twice each, and then finally find their win condition of put Sanctified Field on the Titan. And it's all from one misstep from LASBRA. And I guarantee you LASBRA's communicating, I could step up here, I'm going to grab the red buff, they're on Fire Giant. They have to be. It's spawning in 2 seconds. The Highland Ravens call that bluff, saying, oh, we don't need it. Fire Giant hasn't done me any good up until this point. Why would I group on it? And instead, take their kill.
Yeah, I mean, if Fire Giant's not helping you, why do you need, why go to the Fire Giant again? Why try and give a steal opportunity, a step-up opportunity? The Jade Dragons, as opposed to game number 1 where they played passive, they eventually answered back. They found the point where their comp shifted over. That point just felt like it never came, or it came as well for the Highland Ravens, and it just felt even for so long.
When the game goes the absolute distance like that, when we reach the absolute latest stages of SMITE where everything comes down to just play on field, get your pick, and then get into the Titan room, the only thing that matters is the last team fight, is the last point of interaction. And unfortunately, for the Jade Dragons there, the last point of interaction is I stepped 1 foot out of my base towards a red buff, and that's it. That's the only thing that separates that game from another 10 to 20 minutes.
An errant pick certainly has the Dragons beating themselves up. A 65-minute game 2. We'll see what game 3 has in store for us right after the break.
I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, 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 mine. I just wanna make you mine. Mine, mine, mine. I just wanna make you. I just wanna make you. Mine, yeah, mine, yeah, mine, yeah, mine, yeah. I just wanna make you mine, yeah, we gon' break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Flames the fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. We gon' break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Blaze the fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Blaze the fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. Leave it all over again.
It's one of those times in life when you just know that it's right. It's one in a lifetime. For the first time in my life, I'm right on the edge now. I'm looking down. No matter how hard I try, can't see the ground. I'm on the edge now, taking the lead, taking a chance. 'Cause all I need from you, my angels, to catch me when I fall for you. All I need from you, my angels, to listen to your heart. 'Cause all I need from you, my angels, to catch me when I fall for you. All I need from you, my angels, to listen to your heart.
Well, our 5th longest game in SPL history and our longest game since, I believe, Season 7 of the SPL. And hey, Jordan, you can wake up, man.
Gotta go.
Game's done. We gotta
Yeah,
do
you
the
gotta
desk now.
head back.
All right. Have a good one, Jordan. Did you make plans tonight, Jordan? Oh, he just walked into the camera. Take care of yourself, Jordan, as you walk back through. 65 minutes, though, of grueling back-and-forth action. The first 35 minutes, similar to Game 1. Not a whole lot going on there inbound. I believe the total score was 6-6 at 35 minutes. Then for about the next 20, we actually had a little bit more action. Battling around the Fire Giants, around these Phoenixes, kept going back and forth. And then we finally get to our last 5 or so minutes of gameplay, 5-10. We start to get around these Fire Giant dances, 3-4 people going down at a time. But it's just a long-winded game. I mean, this is really where it comes down to the battle fatigue between these players.
Yeah, and it's neither team could pull out wins that were like 4 for 1 or something like that. And if it was too early in the game for anything to actually happen. Once those Fire Giant fights happened, it was 2 for 2s, 2 for 3s, 3 for 4s even. And there's a lot of people getting out 1 health. And it makes it really hard to be able to end the game or to get a Fire Giant to get a big enough lead when everybody's kind of dying bar 1 or 2 people. And when you only have 1 or 2 people also that are consistent damage to be able to actually do fires, that's why you have these long-winded games, these 65-minute games. I don't know exactly how long it ended with. Was it 60?
It's like 65-20,
65-20.
65-30. That, we're like right at 66. It was a long one.
Crazy length. But that's why it happens. You don't have a lot of that consistent damage. Makes it hard to siege and stuff like that. A lot of clean fights in the late game. It's just one person dying here, one person not dying here makes all the difference in those late game fights.
I think for me, the one person that I kept looking towards in every single one of these fights was the man who's kind of getting bullied right now, Nika, more than anything. But he was the one, at least for the first 40 or so minutes of this game, I look up, and if I see Nika alive, Jade Dragons did not lose that fight. They may not have come out on top, but they didn't lose because they're still alive, because Nika's still piling through. this Amaterasu pick, for what it's worth for my money, has got to go. Nika cannot have another 8-1-10 performance. LASBRA did really good on this dodgy as well. Bit of a slow start. You get to the late game, you start getting those damage numbers to ramp up. But for me, Nika cannot get this Ama again, especially if he's going to be able to 2v1 people consistently through all stages of the game. There are points I look up, I see it's, oh, Nika versus those guys. They got anti-heal? No? No, okay, Nika's got this one. Do they got it? It might be close. Nika could probably still take this fight. As much as, for all the Dragons fans saying, no, give him that pick again, I don't think the Ravens fans want to see that pick once more for him.
Yeah, it's definitely something that needs to be prioed if the Dragons take first side again. If it's the Ravens first side, I would like to see them prioing it. It's also an opportunity for a band. It's a nice little throwaway band because she's so strong. But it is something that I think should be contested for this next 1, 2, maybe even 3 games if we go the distance. And that's what I expect.
Well, we do have the picks and bans now for game number 3, and it will be the Jade Dragons once more on first pick. So it then opens up the question for the Highland Ravens is what do they do with their bans? So far, things seem at least stay the same. It was Horus, Hades, and Yemoja, I believe, have been the 3 for the Dragons. And Chernobog, Ares, and Athena have been for the Highland Ravens in our first 2. And this is when we start getting the real interesting points of some of these drafts, is how things develop once you've gotten a couple of games under. Usually game 5s where we start to see things really start to kind of ramp up. But for how long both these first games have gone, with how even everything has been up to this point, not too much needed for a change. The first one here from the Jade Dragons, though, Yemoja slotted out, Camazotz in, and the Highland Ravens will put respect towards Nika and ban the Amaterasu.
Yep, and that leaves open that Yemoja with the Fae Blessed buffs. We've seen a lot of Yemoja. She's looked very strong. I like the first pick for the Dragons. Also a little switch up from the Ravens, banning the Alma, letting out the Athena through. Maybe an opportunity for the Ravens to lock it in here. But I don't think it's something they need to lock in. I think they could also just wait on it, pick a high prio Olorun. They could pick the Thor, Pele, something like that. If they go for the Athena, I don't mind it, but I think it's something they can wait on, and I think they should take something else that's a little high prio. I think they could probably bait the Dragons into playing the Athena if they wanted to. Even though the Athena, I think, is strong, I think these games will benefit from something that can kind of take control of a game with damage and getting a lead. Something like that Pele that's set. Athena hovered, Olo locked in for the Ravens. They go for the Athena.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those questions, like you get to a late game, you have an Athena. Athena taunt is great. It's a really good relic burn. But once you're getting to 45, 50, 60 minutes, you taunt a carry, you're probably going to die just for how much damage they're doing at that point. So it is the question of, do you value that CC from the Athena knowing that you're directing all attention towards you from a carry? Or do you hope that maybe this one doesn't go as long? Maybe if the players, at least from hearing them kind of walking through, they're going, man, that one went way longer than we were expecting it to. Maybe try and speed things up. Athena, Thor, and Olorun round out the Ravens. Jade Dragons, though, has been banned away from Dardez a few times. Now he'll go over to the Hera for the first time this set.
And Hera's a different pick than we're used to seeing. It's been talked about a lot. It's really just a Dardez pick. You don't really see any other one else kind of playing it. And it makes it really hard to play Athena into that Hera, because if you get, Tuskied by Artemis, and then you get Hera polymorphed, you're going to die before the polymorph is over. So that may be an opportunity for the Athena having to buy beads, or if she doesn't buy beads, this is something that, like you just said, maybe have to snowball a little bit so that she doesn't become useless in that late game. I like the Thor run back. Haddix looks really good on the Thor, really good walls, obviously safe laning phase. And I think it's something that he's looked good on, so I think it's comfortable to go back to, and I think it's good to go back to. Daji ban for the Ravens. Live had a lot of good fights, and he also had some fights that were a little tough for him, where he'd just get one shot before he could even get into the air. I think it's still such a scary god when it goes late that I think it's a nice throwaway ban. Rat's their other ban, and Pele on the Dragon side, leaving open a little bit of flex potential for the Ravens, where this Athena can go jungle, Olo can go mid, but I think we, for the most part, know it's going to be Thor solo, Athena, Olorun duo lane. I guess there's potential for Thor and jungle too, but when somebody plays the same god 2 games in a row, you kind of expect to stay in that spot for the 3rd game.
Yeah, especially when you get 65 minutes of practice on it one game, 40 some odd minutes of practice in the previous, nearly 2 hours of play already that Haddix has had to be be able to practice this Thor pick. So we'll see if he gets to hold on to that one more time. Baba Yaga, the final ban for the Jade Dragons here in the second wave. So where do we see the Highland Ravens go? Does this Athena stick with Hurriwind in the duo lane, or do we see this one go towards one of the side lanes? Lancelot, the next draft up. And I guess now I'll pose this question to you, is when we had Lancelot release out, when he finally made his way into the SPL, solo lane is a lot of where he focused out. We saw a lot of Soul Leader Lancelot solos, just running games. More recently, we've been seeing a bit more of the jungle. Now with the buff back to Lancelot, giving him some more of that MP5, where do you kind of hedge the Lancelot? Do you like this one a bit more in the jungle, or do you like this one a bit more solo?
I think I like him a little bit more in the jungle right now. I think his build is fine in solo, but I think if he can get a lead, if he can snowball with that early Jotuns, I think he's very oppressing in the jungle. I think in solo lane, a lot of the times you're just farming out, and it's not really easy for him to get that lead, and I think he requires a lead. So I'd be very surprised if this is played in solo. I think it's going to Scream.
We'll see where those two do end up lining out for the Ravens. Back over to the Jade Dragons for their final picks, looking for something new for Nika. He's played Amaterasu the first 2 games, now banned away from him. And something for LASBRA, because a couple of his big picks have been taken away. Fenrir, maybe not the god I was expecting to see drafted up for the Jade Dragons, but LASBRA going to grab that one, and Hercules for Nika. How do you kind of feel about the comp as a whole for the Jade Dragons so far? You have this Fenrir to kind of jump in, haven't seen him a whole lot. Where does he kind of fit in with this team?
This is by far my favorite comp the Dragons have had, maybe even this phase. I think this one is finally well-rounded. They have a lot of strengths in areas that need strengths. They've got CC, Relic Burn, good team fight. Their 2v2 won't suffer as much. Obviously, Artemis isn't the best 2v2er, but she's still pretty strong. This comp just rounds out more than we've seen a lot of their other comps round out. And I think this comp will be kind of a test, in my opinion, for this Dragons team. If they can win with this, I think it shows the strength and the prowess of this team. If this is a comp that they can't get it done with, it might say a lot about how they need to play for the rest of the, I don't want to say phase, but the rest of the next couple weeks at least, where if they have such a good, well-rounded comp, normal, traditional, I guess, in this meta, and they can't make it work as well as they did with the Aphrodite, maybe that's telling about how many games they're getting into that in scrims, and they just need to continue putting more practice towards that. But overall, I really, really do like the laid-out Dragons comp.
Now, one final pick for the Ravens in Scylla. This is not what I was expecting for a 10th pick. But Venenu going to bring out a god that fluctuates in and out of favorability. I think really the last time we saw a Scylla meta was when Paul was kind of running the show at Worlds with this pick. Outside of that, it's usually just kind of a player preference. Pops in one game here and there. How do you feel about Scylla for this team? It feels like there's a lot around her to be able to set up for her damage. Is that enough here for this Highland Ravens team?
I think it's a really safe god into the Dragons comp. It will live, it won't die, and it has really good follow-up. You also look at a lot of mages right now. They struggle to get to pretty high power until they get to like EFG, FG, 3K pots. Scylla doesn't struggle like that. She gets free power from her passive. She gets free power from just like the mage benefit. And if she can farm safe enough, which she should be able to, through the early and mid portion of the game, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. She'll become a monster late game.
Yeah, you got to get it at least once. Not on team, you got to get it at least once out there. And speaking about Scylla, you know, I think the interesting conversation is some of these gods that kind of do get that free bonus power just from their passives. When we had all of those itemization got nerfed across the board as far as its power and defenses, you know, mages and all that took a 30% damage hit. Scylla's passive didn't. You know, she kept that 100 power from everything compared to all the other gods. So do you think that having that extra power that no other god really has capability to just bumps her maybe that much higher in her damage output?
I actually think it does, and I think along with the, I don't remember when exactly the buff was, but the buff to her 2 to do extra minion damage, those two things combines really put together like a powerful god if she can get through that early portion, because she doesn't fight very well, but she can farm well now. Late game, like you said, 100 power for free. She's one of the few gods that didn't get a nerf to her power through that. Mages get free power also. And then her build is in a good spot. Flat Pen, Deso, it's in a very good spot. Reaver's obviously strong, Rod's strong. I think her build, if she can farm efficiently, if she can farm safe, I think she will be in a good spot late game.
So in the joking manner, let's say we push past the first 35, which has been consistent so far for
Somehow.
our first two. Where do these two teams want to be kind of at that point? Is this one where the Jade Dragons want to have that lead at 35 and it works out better for them? Or is this one for the Highland Ravens where they kind of need to have that lead getting to that point of the game?
I think I'd put it slightly in the Ravens' favor. I think they just have a little bit more damage, a little bit just better, stronger damage. But the Dragons comp does scale very well also, and it really just depends on who kind of plays late game fights better. And I think that's what's really decided the past couple games is who plays that late game better. So it's really up to that in my opinion.
Well, coin toss here in game number 3. The teams are tied up. Who's going to go on to match point? Will it be the Dragons? Will it be the Ravens? Let's jump right in for game 3.
Who plays the late game better? That's the inbound quote. It's also the inbound quote that Scylla will indeed turn into a monster, which we love. That's good analysis right there. It's still Frog, it's still Mifflin, it's still Doug taking us through the map. And Mifflin, some changes in the compositions here, some changes in the Twitch poll as well. 54-46, still a pretty closely matched game. Interesting to see the Jade Dragons still favored after that game 2 loss. But some changes in the comp here. Have to change up some of the bans. Nika's God gets taken away. He's got to go onto the Hercules. And PBM, seeing the Yemoja go unbanned, immediately jumps on it.
Yeah, I mean, even just compositionally from both of these teams, having a standard mage in the mid lane, I think the largest shift from what we've seen previously in this set. Now the game really can come down to, oh, someone didn't have beads and they got hit by a monster. Oh, someone didn't have beads and Argus actually crushed their spine, right? So that potential of explosive, instantaneous damage, already increasing the risk of a high-risk late game that we had seen previously, could lead a few ways. We could see the game decided a little bit more quickly because there's actual objectives secure, so there might be a higher willingness to look at Gold Fury or Pyromancer or Fire Giant, or we could see the weight of how decisive and quickly a game can end slow the entirety of the pace down. Everybody who was already trepidatious is a little bit more so now. I'm curious to see how things pan out. That said, we've seen LASBRA on Fenrir in the past, and he is very good on this pick, loves going for exactly this. We called it the LASBRA gank until we settled on the name Cringe Gank, and he's back at it.
He is back at it indeed. Haddix under the pressure here, pushed under the tower. The tower shot comes through onto Nika, but just not enough damage there for the LASBRA gank. Onto the right-hand side. It'll send Haddix back to base. He'll channel that teleport early. But LASBRA without the mid-pressure. That'll give all the mid-pressure over to the Ravens.
It will, but mid-camps haven't spawned just yet. LASBRA should be able to grab at least the right side camp. And so it'll be a one-for-one trade, assuming the Highland Ravens do go for the left, and they will. I'm curious to see how things pan out. I really thought it was going to be Thor solo with Lancelot out of the jungle because of that interesting interaction between Grand Joust and the 50% of LASBRA's kit. Instead, having him over in that soul lane, I think, has some knock-on effects. Would have loved to teleport over and get aggressive like we had seen in Game 1. Haddix did that pretty frequently. Speaking of getting aggressive, though, Scream, rotation first.
Vote gets caught out on the other side of the wall, but beads and a good stun. As well as the trap, the disengage tool still there for the Jade Dragons. Maybe not as potent in game as in the first 2 games, but certainly enough to get them out of that early gank onto Scream. And you're right, this shift into the jungle for the Thor, not only does it, make for an interesting soul lane matchup. Been a minute since we've seen this Lancelot in that soul lane. Hold that thought, though.
Again.
No beads on Devote, and the wall catches him out again. They take advantage instantly. Hurriwind gets the last hit. Ravens on the board first.
Yeah, I think you could just rinse, repeat, and continue to cycle that exact play for just about the entirety of the laning phase. Vote really going to struggle, especially pre-5, and 5's a long ways off, considering how much pressure has been put on him. Misses out on a good deal of that wave. Doesn't get to clear it before he's knocked down, and then legitimately knocked down as well. So the Highland Ravens strike first, but kill going over to Hurriwind, not exactly the ideal target. Stacking up whatever defensive option your choice is feels good, and it's nice to have early, but a kill going over towards Scream or Zapman could really expedite that mid-game power spike.
Give them a little bit of pressure that they needed, though, to try and take the damage here, take the trade onto this purple buff steal, and they do take that away. Zapman back onto the Olorun. Sure, we'll see him use that Sanctified Field as the escape tool once again for the first couple of minutes of this game.
Oh, he's going to be using it.
Continue to try and steal away some of these purple buffs. My point on this, Lancelot, I was going back to it. This gives the global pressure onto the Thor, right? And onto the jungler in particular. Scream can now carry this global pressure around the map, as opposed to, you know, previous games where you had to wait for the Haddix teleport to come through. You had to have him on that side of the map for that type of engage. And now you get Scream with that semi-global pressure. You don't have to necessarily invest as much of a rotation to start these games.
Yeah, and it's just the constant threat of Scream's on the right side of the jungle, back up. Scream's on the left side of the jungle, back up. His range of effectiveness incredibly high thanks to that global presence. With that said, his DPS is going to be slightly lower than LASBRA's as of right now. I wonder, Doug, can you give me a hover on LASBRA's level priority, actually? There are so many options for the Ravens to cancel out Brutalize. Thought maybe we'd see him either max out the Howl or Unchained. Instead, it is the Brutalize max. So it's a lot of damage, but he's got to be really choosy on when he's using it. If you're initiating onto Ven, you have to wait out Sikkim. If it's Scream, you got to wait out the wall. If it's Hurriwind, you got to wait out the taunt. If it's Zapman, you got to wait out Hurriwind's taunt because he's always going to be there. The pace of duo lane really has just been a duo lane in this set. Both supports, for the most part, hanging out there. It's going to be difficult, I think, for LASBRA to utilize that in PvP. But if he decides to just hover the jungle and farm up and be efficient in that regard, I mean, Brutalize, it's fast clear.
Indeed. And with the pace of the game, the pace of the set thus far, nobody could blame him for just trying to focus on that clear for at least the first couple buff spawns. But won't even be that. I don't think Scream, okay, now sees him on the map. Does cross over a ward there. As these blue buffs are spawning on the right-hand side, we might get our first pinch of aggression if they want to try and force this invade. But LASBRA still hesitant to try and push up past that equator point. And an early pause on the purple buff. And wow.
Ooh, head and hands, Mike. That's brain fatigue right there. That's what a 65-minute game will do to you. Sometimes you just lose that, you know? No shame in it. Maybe a little shame.
Maybe a little shame. At least Zapman doesn't have to use his ultimate to get out of there. You grab the ultimate for free off of Mike. Maybe an accidental 4 press, but they do secure their purple buff.
It is maybe accidental.
I'd like to give him a little bit of credit, man.
Okay. I think the credit is saying it is accidental, because if it was on purpose, he's dumb. No. And if it was on accident, he made a mistake.
But it worked. You put up the River's Rebuke, and they got the purple buff. Cause and effect.
Sure. Causation and correlation, though, right?
I didn't say we were going like math, like statistics. Like I wasn't ready. I'm just saying, like he did a thing and a thing happened. I'm just like they
Dude,
wanted
Mike's
the
built
purple
different.
buff. They got the purple buff. I'm calling that a win.
You know what? And I'm with you there. That's the difference, right? I'm jaded. I've been casting this game for a while now. I've watched plenty of Mike games. Maybe I've lost a bit of the luster that still, you know, you still have, the light behind your eyes.
Oh, man.
I've seen the other side, Frog, all right? I know what's going on in these players' brains. I've had conversations with these guys.
Yeah, they won't talk to me yet, man.
Is that true?
That's gotta be, no, it's not true.
Are you getting...
I've got to be like indoctrinated in. I'm still
getting hazed by the players?
Dude. No, I'm not getting hazed. It's just good fun. And I think the players, the Jade Dragons, they're having some fun maybe over there on the left side with that purple buff. But LASBRA, he's having some fun on the backside, trying to steal away a little bit of camp clear. And I think this is the small advantages that you get. If you don't want to force a full fight, if you don't want to like hang your hat on 1 or 2 engagements in this early game, you are certainly trying to take advantage.
Where's he going?
He is in the air. He's on to Dardez and forces the beads. The ultimate as well from Dardez. The ultimate from Hurriwind as everything. Oh my
got him!
Goodness! Dardez! He gets his life eliminated. The beads get burned on the Thor ultimate, and that makes perfect space for the taunt to come through. That's the combo the Ravens are looking for.
Man, that was clean stuff. Hurriwind ults on landing there. Make sure to hold on to that taunt. Then I'm a monster a little bit earlier than Bobby had called for, but certainly living up to it. And the Highland Ravens strike for the second time, pushing that gold lead pretty significantly in their favor. This is one of the faster gold leads we've seen so far this set. And the opportunities available to the Highland Ravens around objectives are significant. Purple buff invade again. And the Ravens keeping up their pressure on the left-hand side. Now there is just the option of play of, okay, we poked out Vote, let's go to the Gold Fury, and it's not a true coin toss. I'm a Monster's the highest damaging ability, individual ability in the game. And it's going to be the case for the entire game unless Dardez gets like a 3 or 4 level lead at some point. And so, the Highland Ravens' next mode of action, next thing on the to-do list here, is just get to that Gold Fury.
Gold Fury certainly on the cards, and could be on the cards earlier in this game than any other, just due. And maybe you think that's why the Ravens go to this selection. You mentioned the traditional mages at the beginning. Dardez has some potential as well. Could drop Argus for not a bad secure, but Scylla, one of the most notable secure mages just in the game of Smite, full stop. Up there with Thoth and Poseidon, Kukulkan, but only one of them on this map, and that's Scylla. That's the Venenu effect. And I certainly think that for all of the hesitancy to pull objectives in game number 1, game number 2, maybe the Scylla assuades a little bit of that, especially when you pair it with Sanctified Field.
Yeah, there's just so much potential of burn and secure there. But you have to do the first thing, which is send someone back to base, either in a body bag or just in a TKO, and Vote playing behind his tower for the most part. It'd be difficult to send him back. Hurriwind in no man's land, picked up and delivered.
Is right. He channels the ultimate instantly. That damage mitigation. That'll keep him basically at full HP. This might be the re-engage, though. Anvil it on. Onto LASBRA in the back. No beads available for the jungler. At least he doesn't use them now. He might be forced to, and they're just in time to keep him alive. Not enough, though, to prevent the dash through. And Venenu grabs another one for the Ravens. PBM separates himself from Vote. And Venenu comes through with the I'm a Monster. The damage is there. And PBM, he's the next one on the chopping block. Scream is dead to Dardez with the tower shot. So at least the Jade Dragons answer one back. 1-4 though in the kills, and the Ravens feeling confident.
Man, the Ravens are playing so well around each other's CC right now. I mean, we have not seen I'm a Monster miss just yet.
Oh my.
And I'm thinking it's going to land again here.
I'm thinking it's good for one more. Hurriwind looking for the taunt and will find it.
And the tower.
And the tier 1 tower falls at 11 minutes as well. The Highland Ravens, they don't want another 65-minute game. They want to get out of this one early.
Haddix forces the ultimate defensively, won't get very far, has to cancel the Brutalize. That's not how you're going to do it.
Wow.
LASBRA knocks him down. Tough stuff there. Haddix, though, I mean, even in falling down, so much goes well for the Highland Ravens on the left, and it's still going well for them, that I'm willing to accept it. Even LASBRA making that rotation almost just completely removes the potential for a Gold Fury contestation. And so the Highland Ravens will put that one in the win column for them as well. And this gold is starting to balloon out of control.
Balloon is right. This is the biggest gold lead I think we've seen this early in this set, and the Highland Ravens control all of it. They've got the onus on them, and I think a lot of it has been channeled through Hurriwind. He's looking great on this Athena pick, consistently ulting in to start the fights when he needs to be there. That fight he ulted out, but he was still there with the perfect taunts, and Venenu and him are on the same page in every one of these engagements.
Yeah, it's been great stuff there. Even Hurriwind notwithstanding, that's a wall setup to get the I'm a Monster to land there. Scream just throws out the Tectonic Rift, and Ven says, that's enough for me. I'm a Monster finds its home. So plenty of CC lockdown on the Highland Ravens. It's not completely reliant on Confound from Hurriwind. And the strength of the Highland Ravens already proven itself here. The Jade Dragons have to show some respect. Will not be contesting that Stygian Beacon. That goes over to the Ravens absolutely for free. The Jade Dragons are going to have to find their opportunities soon, though. This bleed, if you allow it to go much further than this, I mean, the Highland Ravens have a composition that is strong on Siege and very good on even Fire Giant. We've seen early Fire Giants every game so far this set. And we're primed and ready for potentially an even faster one, considering how ahead the Ravens are. Opportunities lie for the Jade Dragons, I think, almost entirely at the feet of LASBRA. Fenrir's got plenty of CC lockdown to set up for his team, but someone's got to burn through those beads first, and Mike's going to struggle to do it. Nika can do it absolutely, but he's over in the soul lane. Locked down there, trying to keep his tower up. at least during the laning phase. So it's really just entirely up to LASBRA. Has to burn the beads, then circle back and make use himself.
Zapman has quietly accrued a 3-level lead.
I mean, nothing
over
quite
here in
about
this
it.
lane.
There's been a lot of fighting.
I mean, it's really only been that one fight on the left side where they took down 3. Past that, it's just been these purple invades. And here comes another one. Dash in from Hurriwind. He's looking for the well-timed taunt. Gets the beads out of Vote. And Venenu, he's on his way. They're looking to take advantage of that right away if they can find it. First, they'll find the purple invade, though.
Again.
And the taunt is there. Vote.
Good Riptide.
Good Riptide keeps him safe. Anvil of Dawn, though, looking for the engage. Tries it onto LASBRA, but is off the mark.
Nika.
Watch Nika. Watch the I'm a Monster. It's off the mark, though. Venenu, he's under some pressure as well. Scream has to separate himself from the fight. And the Nika rotation slows things down. The Highland Ravens, they get the purple, but not much else.
Hurriwind, perhaps in a bit of trouble there, pulled out by Nika, but no driving strike, no chance, and another camp stolen away, Ven, from downtown. Sick 'em all you needed. And it's a 5-on-5 on the left-hand side. Every single member meeting up, but nothing really happening except for the Highland Ravens just taking away a bit more of that farm. If Gold Fury were available, we'd probably have seen a team fight start up there. Instead, it's Pyromancer on the chopping block. Ven, Hurry, first in the scene. Nika doing his best to just slow things down. But keep your eyes on Zapman. Anytime an objective is potentially on the chopping block, you can really tell, depending on where that ADC is. And Zapman beelining for it.
Taunt there into Mike. This is the grouping, though, the Ravens. They're looking for the Pyromancer. Meanwhile, the Dragons, they're looking for Hurriwind. And the
Good
engagement
dunk.
is there. The counter from the Ravens. Great dunk onto Scream. Takes him to half. And Hurriwind, he's down to 20%. Has to be the disengage now for the Red Squad. It might be an opening for the Jade Dragons if they want to contest this. One member is backed, but the ultimate is still available soon for Hurriwind. They need the secure, and they will find it. Highland Ravens take away the Pyromancer. And a good Riptide again from Mike to keep Dardez safe. This Yemoja is doing a lot of work.
Yeah, I love how Mike's been using the Riptides. It's not just disengage, it's waiting out CC. Oh, Confound hits you? I'll deliver you away. Oh, you got hit by a stun? Let's get you out of there. It's so smart.
Taunt in, though, from Hurriwind. They're not stopping this. And a trap on the wall. Dardez forced to use the Aegis, but it will not be enough. And Venenu grabs his 4th. Look at LASBRA. He's set up behind this fight, but the ultimate isn't available quite yet. Doesn't have anybody to grab. And it won't be enough for the Ravens to force a tier 2. All the while, Vote farming up on that left-hand side.
They wouldn't.
You mentioned an earlier Fire Giant, though, Mifflin. It was 17 minutes in game number 2. Looking for 16 here in game number 3. A great Riptide keeps Nika alive, and the Fire Giant's down to half HP. The secure has to be there, and I'm a Monster's available. But Venenu, he's under pressure. The ultimate coming through. Defender of Olympus. Fire Giant's getting low. LASBRA, he has to go for the jump in, and the 50-50, it's going to be there. The Ravens secure the Fire Giants, and they're looking to secure the fight afterward as well.
Nika forced to use those beads, considers a re-engage himself. Punch off the mark. Haddix now on the escape, but it's LASBRA who rejoins the fight. He's just considering it, but it's Scream up to the air as well.
Looking for a dunk, has to hit it, and he's off the mark on both, but Dardez is capitalized on, and the tap comes through. The mid laner falls, the jungler falls, and Nika, he might be the next one to fall. Scream looking for the wall, will find it. Nika with the DR though. The damage will take a minute to come through, but Venenu will find the rampage. And the Highland Ravens, they get everything they were looking for. They may even get more as Vote is under pressure. Haddix needs a little bit more. A 4-man swing plus the Fire Giant at 17 minutes.
Plus tier 2 tower, plus fall back to Primal if you want. I mean, you can keep the siege up on left. The Highland Ravens, sick of the longer game, sick of it going past that 50-minute mark. Don't want to dance around the fire. They're sick of dancing too. It's all about PvP. It's all about control, and they've got it. PBM said that this was a meta that was going to be dictated by early pressure. He called for it, but the Highland Ravens deliver. And they are making quick work of the Jade Dragons here in game number 3. I mean, top to bottom, great play. Every single individual member of the Highland Ravens doing exactly what you would want from them. Ven is just a tactical nuke. Anytime any bit of CC connects, Ven's there to follow up with the damage. Hurriwind's initiations, always finding the priority targets. Zapman's hitting objectives, that's fine. I mean, I don't really have a cool thing for Zapman. He's hitting fire, he's hitting structures, that's it. Scream, I mean, Scream's doing everything as well. I mean, these walls have absolutely dominated. He has separated so many of these team fights. And the Jade Dragons, I mean, they just have not had the answer. It seems like the best answer they had was, I'm going to Riptide CC. And it's really cool, but you need the damage behind it. Vote's playing a completely different game for the last 5 minutes, just split pushing the left-hand side while game-deciding plays are happening on the right.
Yeah, game-deciding plays is right. Nika under some pressure, and he's been trapped in the wall. The Sanctified Field gets dropped, and the Defender of Olympus comes through as well. LASBRA might even be under some pressure here. Venenu wants to chase this one down, but the Fire Giant still around the waist for another minute and 30 seconds, and there will be no flip-flopping this time. The Tier 1 tower falls, the Tier 2 tower looking to fall as well. They've got the man advantage. They might even keep going.
I mean, Vote's right back to the scene of the crime, revealed himself now on that left side wave. So the Highland Ravens,
he's gonna back.
I know that's at least 5 seconds, at minimum 5 seconds before Vote's able to get back to base.
They're in on the engage, and the Rivers of Brook separates the Phoenix, but not for long. LASBRA under the 1v1
Haddix
trying to fight down Haddix. He has to ult out, but all the while they're hitting the Phoenix. They're not able to get the damage onto it though. Ravens forced back successfully. A great ultimate from Mike prevents the damage onto the Phoenix.
Yeah, that was really good. Buys them enough time for Vote to get in a range and follow up. Haddix dropped low, trying to zone on his own around that door. But even then, fastest Fire Giant we've seen into highest return Fire Giant we've seen so far this set.
Yep.
And it's not quite over just yet. Pyromancer further pushes the coffers of the Highland Ravens. And LASBRA, I mean, I'd say no man's land, but that's his side of the base, and then takes him down. I mean, the Highland Ravens, it's a different team here in Game 3.
It's a different energy, a different set of picks, and a different outcome so far, as they are 13,000 gold ahead, a mere 20 minutes into this one. The Fire Giant close to falling off, just a couple of seconds away, but they've got a wave with them. They're going to take advantage of the pick. Scream into the air, look for the dunk to come through onto 3 in the back, and the damage is huge. Vote looking for it of the Scream, but they get the Phoenix and they push through. They find nobody, but they find the Phoenix, and the advantage continues. The Ravens back off.
I mean, that is the best usage of Fire Giant, full stop. The Jade Dragons, I mean, they've been given no quarter. There's been no bit of rest in the onslaught from the Highland Ravens, constantly pressuring something, structures, objectives, just looking for kills, individual plays. And now we're at the point where every member of the Highland Ravens has 1v1 potential against every member of the Jade Dragons. I don't think there's a world where LASBRA is taking a 1v1 against anyone but Hurriwind, and it would take him a half hour, right? So this is very difficult odds. The Jade Dragons are reliant on mistakes now. It's the Highland Ravens game to lose as opposed to the Dragons to win. Finally, the Tier 2 tower does go down. But maybe that's an overstay. 3 members from the Jade Dragons on left. Scream spots him out. And look at this flank.
Yeah, I don't know that they realize the position that they're in. It's that they're not trapped in members. They're trapped in with members. It feels like Scream gets the shell and gets into the air. The re-engage has to come through, and it's off the mark with the dunk, but Vote is trapped in the middle of 4, and it does not matter. It continues not to matter as Zapman grabs the killing blow, but Ven on the board with these I'm a Monsters is dishing out the damage, and you have to stop this Scylla.
I mean, legacy game here for Ven. He is simply not missing every single ability, finding priority targets every single time. He waited out the CC, said, Scream's got me, Dunk's got it, nope, Wall's got it, nope, I got it. And he was right. Scream doesn't need it. It's Ven lining it up on his own. Now the Highland Ravens, all the advantage going into the Fire Giant. They had it before, but it's now solidly held. LASBRA in the grayscale for 10, Vote for 5, and not a chance in hell. The Jade Dragons step up here. I mean, you could go back to base for the Highland Ravens. The Highland Ravens could legitimately AFK for 3 entire human minutes, and it really wouldn't change the game state from here. The Jade Dragons are far removed.
Yeah, this is quite the lead to come back from. I think you said it best. This is one for the Highland Ravens to lose if they are going to lose it. They have to. I mean, this Phoenix Siege, the Jade Dragons have to come up with a miracle if it's something that they want to fight into at all. But even then, I mean, LASBRA's not here for this. He's not grouped up. He's just pushing around in the jungle. He might find a gank, but Scream into the air.
Back up.
Just a full retreat. They want nothing to do with that.
Yeah, if I get dunked, I die, and dying isn't good, says the Jade Dragon. So Scream, that's a zoning ultimate. That is a zoning ultimate in the truest sense of the word. He didn't miss. He goes up and just generates enough threat. The Jade Dragons have to respect it, and they have to continue to respect it.
LASBRA's
5v4. Yeah, where's Laz?
He's still not here. He's on his way back, but I don't know if he gets here in time. Nika will have the beads forced away. The Titan not under prep just yet. It's this Phoenix. It's only taken a little bit of damage thus far, as the Highland Ravens taking their sweet time. Zapman holding on to that Sanctified Field because they simply do not need to use it. They just are generating so much space merely by standing there.
And the Titan's taking some damage passively as well. Right side Phoenix on the men shortly, but I don't think the Ravens care.
This might be it. LASBRA's not here, and the Sanctified Field, it was saved for the Titan. Venenu gets dropped, though. I don't know if they have the damage. It's a Jade Dragons defense, but it's not enough. And the Highland Ravens, in 24 minutes, give them a 2-1 lead in the set.
Seems like playing the early game can do the Highland Ravens a whole lot of good there. That is control from minute 1 to minute done. The Jade Dragons just did not have it in them. And Haddix letting them know.
Yeah, he's looking. Haddix.
Whoa!
Whoa! Haddix,
Hey!
Haddix up in the booth, maybe making some motions, trying to really get in the heads of the Jade Dragons. That is certainly a statement to be made after a 45-minute game and then a 65-minute barn burner. The Highland Ravens say, we're done with this. We're done with this. We're gonna close it out. 24 minutes and clean at that.
Chat, that game was very clear. I don't need to break down how it goes down, so instead it's a call to action. Send me that clip. I know you got it. I know all of you just clipped it. Send it to me. It's Mifflin TV on Twitter. I'm gonna make use of it. I appreciate it.
That's the
it. That's
breakdown.
all I got.
That's the breakdown. Maybe it's a call to action for the Jade Dragons because
That's fair.
that has to be an answer back. And certainly a little bit going on in the mentals after that game and after that post game as well. We just saw Haddix, but I don't know if they have to come through with a different draft or a different gameplay style. Can the Dragons play the pressure crutching that Mike has been talking about?
I mean, Mike's called for it, and the Jade Dragons of old used to be that team. But remember, this is the original Oni Warriors core, who are more late game slanted. So if the Highland Ravens want to keep up that pace, I think it is on the Jade Dragons to prove that they can keep up.
The Jade Dragons have to find an answer back. We'll see what they come to the board with in game number 4 after the break.
first all the time. No wonder I'm on a high when I'm with you, when I'm with you. Oh yeah, you like the things that I like. If you don't know, you always give it a try. No one can blame me for crying when I'm without you, when I'm without you, yeah. Know you got dreams of your own, sure you got places to go, but I just want you alone, oh yeah, yeah. I know it's hard to be you, all the things you need to do, but baby, it's hard for me too, oh yeah, yeah. Mayday, Mayday, is there anybody who can help me? I don't think my heart is working lately, lately. I can hear it calling for you. You, yeah. Mayday, Mayday, tell me you'll come home and be my baby. I've been losing sleep, I'm going crazy, crazy. Only you could save me. Only thing I need is your love. You say I'm one of a kind. You know, you ain't never lied. Fact is, you're one of one yourself. Cause you can love me like no one else. Don't get up and leave me hanging, let's just sleep today. Stay right here close to my heart and take my breath away. Let's make the most of our time. Cause I can love you like no one else. Mayday, Mayday, is there anybody who can help me? I don't think my heart is working lately, lately. I can hear it calling for you. You, yeah. Mayday, Mayday, tell me you'll come home and be my baby. I've been losing sleep, I'm going crazy, crazy. Only you could save me. Only thing I need is your love.
If you have not already picked up your eShell shaker, then you should go over to advanced.gg and go ahead and pick that one up. You guys have loved the SMITE product so much from Advanced.gg. That's all that's left there. So make sure that you go pick up the eShell shaker before you might not have an opportunity to do so, and make sure that you use code SMITE for 10% off of your order on the eShell Ice Shaker. Just speaking from personal experience, I've got one over at my house. Works great, keeps the drinks cold for a long time. It's just a great little thing to have around. Also, the handle that it has on it to carry it around makes it so much more convenient. If you put a little hook on it, you can jump it onto your backpack, whatever bag you may have been going through. So make sure you pick that up. Thanks to Advanced.gg for joining us here in Year 10 of the SPL. I'm J-Mac. I've got Inbound joining me here on the desk. Much faster paced game this one. This one from level 5, it seemed, onward. It just completely swung open for the Highland Ravens. A kill on Dardez in the mid lane for Venenu on the Scylla, which looked immaculate. This is one of the best Scylla performances we have seen in quite some time.
Yeah, and it wasn't him doing anything you know, super difficult. He was just holding his abilities, waiting for CC. And who would have thought? You draft some CC, you draft somebody that can do some damage off CC, and it looks clean. First blood happens in dual lane, you get your dual lane ahead. Second blood happens in mid lane, you get your mid laner ahead. And just like that, the dominoes fall, the Ravens take leads everywhere, and slowly but surely they kind of like choke out the map, and there's not much the Dragons can do. I mean, past 10 minutes, this game is all Dragons.
Jade Dragons really just kind of fell apart in this one. And to be fair, everything was running at them at this point. Scream is tower diving tier 1 with the rest of his team. Purple buff invades constantly, and by the time we get to these fire matchups, in this particular one, the Highland Ravens were not really winning this initial fire giant fight. They were getting ready to back up, head back to base, say, cool, we're going for the reset. The Jade Dragons picked another fight with them, and the weakened Ravens said, okay, we'll take this fight. And they won that fight.
Yeah, that was like an overcommit. Maybe the Dragons thought they had a bigger opportunity than they did have.
Good
I
there.
just
That is
keep getting
control
distracted.
from minute 1 to minute done. The Jade Dragons.
What a performance in game by Venenu, out of game a performance by Haddix. Really great showing by the Ravens at all points of this game, and as you can see across the board, 305, 1011, 714, 319, 116, just everyone across the board had a really good game by the Ravens. If we want to see like this fourth game to be really quick, just like that third one, the Ravens need to do what they did this game and finish it out with that game 4. Or if the Dragons want to, you know, bring this to 5, they need to have some sort of lane to play through. Even if they had a winnable duo lane, with how much pressure Scream put over there, it was nigh unwinnable with just how much he was doing over there and putting Vote behind.
I think the big key here as well, at least to the Jade Dragons, I mean, you can draft. You could probably run this exact same matchup 10 times, and it's not going to pan out the exact same every single one. That's some of the beauty in SMITE. Sometimes you just have a bad single game, or you have, oh, an unfortunate first blood happen here. Run it back, we can do things again. But in moments like this, you always kind of wonder, is there something that you want to ban? And I think the obvious one is you want to ban Venenu Scylla. You don't want them to have that pick. But do you really want to go for that in a top pick? I mean, there's so many other meta gods right now, and while Scylla was really good, maybe it's some of the composition around her that made it look really strong. We'll jump into Picks and Bans for game number 4 and see what decisions the Jade Dragons do make. For the first time this set, the Jade Dragons will be on second pick. And I think that now opens the door a little bit more, where Amaterasu was the priority for Dragons in game 1 and 2, gets banned away from them in game 3. Now maybe an option for them to try and draft it here again in game 4.
And speaking of what you said, where the Dragons kind of have to take away something that the Ravens had last game, obviously when a game like that happens, something has to change. After what we've seen from this Athena today, yesterday, first week, I think I'm officially ready to say teams are playing all too well around this. It has too much pressure on the map, too much engage, a lot of beads burn. I think this Athena needs to be pinpointed as a problem, and Ravens, even though they're the ones that just played it, they do opt to ban it away. They ban it away with that Ares. Dragons ban away the Horus. A lot of good junglers up. We've not seen too many junglers banned actually at all this entire set. Maybe at the second ban phase, but this first ban phase has been left for a lot of supports, and then some of the magical hunters and physical hunters have also been banned. Hades is another one I'd like to point out, was first banned by the Dragons all 3 games. This game so far is being led through. Obviously still have 2 bans left, but
I think you're right to call out the Athena as a problem child for a lot of teams to have to deal with, especially if you look at teams like Leviathan's wrong you. I believe 5 games that he's gotten to play, and he's won every single one of those ones. So for certain players and certain teams, is now becoming a must ban, and Highland Ravens recognize that Jade Dragons can do just the exact same thing with this kind of a pick. You don't want to first pick it, so the Ravens ban it, along with Ares and Chernobog. Opposite side, the Jade Dragons really now pivot their draft a little bit more. It was Horus, Hades, and then Yemoja, and then flex around a little bit there. But now we're seeing both Olorun and Thor, and I think for me, their best ban for the Jade Dragons in this case was that Thor. 2 great games out of it by Haddix, a great game from Scream. If you're not willing to first pick it, you probably don't want to give it over to those guys.
yeah, I agree. And with that Thor banned, it leaves open the Hades. Now, on the other side, you did speak on, you don't want Nika to get that Alma again. However, they have a counter pick into it. The Ravens pick the Hades. The Alma is still up for the Dragons. It is still a very powerful pick, but he's picking it into something that you are not going to lane well into. You're not going to have a good mid game. Late game, you're still going to be Alma. You're still going to be able to burn objectives. I wonder if Nika still thinks that Amaterasu is enough value even in a losing matchup where he wants to lock it in here. Or maybe he's just going to make him ban it on that second side and get our answer for, at least for now, no Amma. We get the Raijin Kama hover, Kama lock in for the top 2 for the Dragons.
Now, if we jump to the beginning of this phase, and when we talked to Dardez about the Raijin, he said, I don't understand. This god's kind of overhyped. Don't catch me playing. I don't want to touch that god. And so Nika played it in solo and did really well in that solo game. And then out of nowhere, Dardez decides to pick it 2 games in a row, does really good with it those 2 games. And so now it leaves up that question. Do we see Dardez take this one? Most likely. I think so. He's really good on the god, and the god's also really good, so why not give it to its best spot? Just opening that up as potential in case we do see some awkward shenanigans happen a little later. But I will say, up until this exact moment here, I was surprised how little priority has been put towards Pele. With how strong she has been, she has made it to second wave of bans just about every single game this set. We'll now see the Highland Ravens draft Haddix, Pele, and Yemoja. That is a scary top 3, Bobby.
Yeah, that is a tough top 3 to play into. I guess the one upside is anti-heal is going to be a necessity. It's not going to be something you want to have that second thought about. Anti-heal is going to be a necessity this game. Onk for sure, Brawlers, Divines for this Dragons comp. But so much power is in these top 3 by the Ravens. Yemoja, Pele, Haddix. A lot of everything. Winning lane in solo for almost free. Amma locked in by the Dragons. So even if it is a losing matchup for the Amma, still going to be played. Haddix guaranteed winning that lane unless some jungler comes over and ruins his game. I don't think Haddix is letting the jungler ruin his game again, though, so. Pele, Yemoja also. A lot of value there. And even if we haven't seen a ton of assassin mids this set, this Pele is still flexed. This could be jungle, this could be mid. Ven's played it. Both Scream has played it also. And I love when these top 3 picks have some sort of flex potential. The Dragons have no flex potential. They're waiting for dual lane. It's rather obvious. They ban away the Surtr. Don't want to let Scream have that again. Ravens ban away the Afro. Going to the next couple bans, I think Dragons need a winning duo. I think that is what's sticking out to me. They need something that they can play through in a dominant duo lane. I don't want to see anything defensive. I want on-hers. I want Ymir's. I want something that they can go to that lane and they can say, I'm playing through here.
Well, not going to be able to do it with Aphrodite. That one's banned away by the Ravens. Surtr and Set on the opposite side. Set's another one that I'm surprised we didn't really see a whole lot of priority towards. I believe at least in Game 3, no pick or ban. Game 2, no pick or ban. I don't think Set has been looked at all in this entire matchup between the Ravens and the Dragons. So for the first time, we'll see his face pop up on the screen in this set. And on the opposite end, Jingwei and Aphrodite. It feels like the Highland Ravens are kind of forcing the Dragons to maybe try and go for something more offensive in that dual lane. It will be a Freya, a little bit slow to ramp up, but has some good boxing potential.
With a lot of the high-value, high-pressure duos picked, Freya kind of becomes like that next highest tier pressure and fighting potential god. So I like the Freya. Charybdis hovered. It is Zapman, so I wouldn't be too surprised if he picks it. But I do not think this character is something you really want to play ever in duo. She has good clear early, I guess, but outside of that, she's really limited in what she can do. She's got really slow ramp up on her abilities. Very hard to hit ultimate ability, and usually that's the big payoff that you want with a lot of characters. Yeah, he was just hovering it. Thank goodness.
I will say, though, whenever I think of Charybdis, our first introduction to the god in the SPL was through Zapman. And I think the best term to be used for Zapman on Charybdis was Lightning Rod. He absorbs so much and so many resources from an enemy team on a pick like that. Go into the Whirlpool, you get 3 or 4 seconds of entire immunity. You go into your ultimate, you have 5-6 seconds of CC immunity plus increased movement speed and beads and Aegis as an extra relic backup there. There's so much that you can just expend on a pick like that. But there is no Charybdis, it doesn't matter. Instead, it's Hunbats and on her. Opposite end, Cerberus and Freya. Is that the aggression you're looking for the Dragons?
I love it. I think Surtr with his buffs really allows him to bully the the duo lane in that 2v2. That passive is so underrated in 2v2s compared to just 1v1s because you're taking that healing from both enemy duo and giving it to yourself. And then the shred makes it so Freya just destroys anybody who's also getting hit by Surtr too. Yemoja's going to have a hard time in this matchup. Free beads pull if she goes beads. If she doesn't go beads, she's going to be fodder. She will die very, very quickly and she will get shredded. but you still have to play the matchup. You still have to play duo lane. Even if it is a winning 2v2, a jungler can ruin anything. A winning 2v2 with a jungler over there makes it a 3v2, and that is just not a winnable matchup for most 2v2s in the game.
So for the Ravens and Scream on what I will assume to be this Hunbats that was drafted up in the bottom 2 there. For Scream, is it his job now to go over to the Dragons duo lane and kind of ruin their fun, kind of throw a wrench in their gear, or would you rather see Scream go to one of these other lanes and try and put some of that early pressure?
I don't think he needs to visit solo lane outside of maybe getting a blue buff, the first, second blue buff respawns, and then he can just kind of farm reds and stuff like that. But when you have a god like Pele in mid, that's another god that can act like a secondary jungle and can actually rotate to duo and make plays over there. So I want to see them play really loose in that mid jungle, Scream and Venenu, really loose. Maybe Scream needs to solo a mid wave as Venenu rotates and makes a gank in duo. But I want them to play through duo. Both of these teams, I think that's where we're going to win or lose this game.
Yeah, duo lane, kind of the end of the game. You want to keep this Freya from getting online, because once she gets usually that third ring online, that's kind of the, okay, we can't really kill this god anymore unless we just have an insane amount of defense stacked up, or at least an entire army to maybe take them down on the opposite end there. You do have the On Her who really excels in that early game, try and stop the early, makes the late game maybe a little bit worse. So now as we kind of push towards late game, you were mentioning anti-heal, at least for the Jade Dragons to kind of deal with this side. Is anti-heal also maybe a necessity for the Ravens into the Dragons comp?
Yeah, 100%. I would expect 3 forms of anti-heal on both teams. If it's not Onk on both sides, Contagions, Pesties, Brawlers, Divines. Toxic Blade probably on Amma too. That's always something that's an opportunity. Really no one else builds Toxic Blade on the Ravens. But Amma, I know Nika likes to build it also. A lot of anti-heal. That's how you're going to win this game. You got to combat the healing.
Anti-heal and duo lane. Those are the 2 big subjects here in game number 4. We'll see who comes out on top. Will the Ravens win out? Will it be the Dragons and take us to 5? Let's jump into game 4.
Will the Ravens close it out here, or will the Dragons push us to 5? It'll be a deciding match right here. Frog and Mifflin still on the cast. Doug still bringing us through the battleground of the gods. And the Jade Dragons, they maybe answer the call to action. They come through, they say, oh, you ran it down in 24 minutes? The Twitch poll has gone up, by the way. More people are favoring the Dragons after that game number 3, which is fascinating. Maybe it's due to this composition, because this is a pressure composition.
I mean, there's a good deal of pressure on it, sure. A lot of kill pressure. Duo lane maybe lacking a bit in the ability to absolutely shove waves, but as far as actual boxing potential, certainly got it there. It's that jungle mid combo I think you're alluding to between LASBRA and Dardez that really does generate a lot of that pressure. Dardez, though, is on a volatile pick up against Pele, so that pressure could quickly turn on its head if it's Ven that pulls a lead. If Dardez holds the lead, though, it's even more difficult for Ven to fight his way back in because of the range advantage that Raja's got there. But there's pressure on both sides, legitimately. Yep. I mean, it's a high kill pressure dual lane for Hurriwind and Zap. Scream not exactly there, but Pele and Hades certainly got it. I'll be curious to see how they elect to play out this one. I think, if anything, the Highland Ravens probably really do wait for that level 5 power spike out of the jungle. Hunbats just feels like a nothing burger until he's got Fear No Evil. But once he has it, I mean, large AoE, CC, persistent on-field fear. That's pretty good.
Look at that from Mike as well. He goes Chalice of healing. That is not something we see very often from supports, much more often in the solo lane. Feels like he wants to be fighting. He wants to get involved.
Yeah, and he knows that he's going to have the opportunity to like get into the face of Zapman. He'll be able to steal away some of that sustain that Hurriwind's affording him. You're not really struggling for mana here, so I think a smart choice. He just wants to put out as much pressure as possible. But fighting into the sustain of Yemoja means that you have to be willing to fight for a long time to actually see some of that damage stick. So having a little bit additional HP to play with could go a long way.
Hurriwind and Zap reprising their dual pressure once again. Zap forced off of the Olorun this time around, though. Vote going back to the Freya. He's able to hold on to that safety, but with the pressure that the Highland Ravens had in game number 3, we've seen Zap before. I think yesterday, literally, he played a little bit of the On Her. Certainly a pick that can bring you a lot of pressure. And with how the Ravens have been focusing on this dual lane, on these purple buff invades, no surprise to see it continue. Scream under some pressure here from LASBRA. Venenu joining the fray, but don't think this will be too big of a fight unless the Dragons try to force something.
No, Scream's way too low now to stick around for that one. Have to resustain with that Bumba's dagger. The next few jungle clears. LASBRA has significant advantage in jungle presence.
Wow!
Ven gets it done on his own. Dardez! I mean, it must be the
Bluestone.
yeah, it's got to be the Bluestone. I was going to say the tick back from the Pyro class, but that is ridiculous.
Oh my.
And here's the thing. We said it earlier. It's a volatile lane. That's an early lead for the Pele to get. She's going to have like maybe one wave earlier, level 5. Could turn things around.
Double stun there from Mike. See, they've got a little bit of combo potential if they want to use it. Certainly a more volatile duo lane given the support ADC matchup than we've seen in the past. But you're right to call it out as volatile in the mid lane, especially.
Dude, no.
Wait.
He's in his head.
Oh my goodness, Dardez. Maybe feeling the mental diff right now. Venenu, a level up. And after the legacy game, as you called it on the Scylla, to go back to the Pele to get the first blood, a solo kill, complete, no help on to Dardez. I mean, that's exactly the lead that you want the enemy Pele not to have.
No, agreed. And it's not even that it's just no help. It's like telegraphed no help. Dardez watched Scream get accosted by LASBRA in the jungle.
Oh my
And then
goodness.
Hurriwind successful where Mike isn't. That is miserable. Supports trade purples, but only Hurriwind steals his away. But as I was saying, that's Dardez knowing that Scream can't be there. Scream had to go back. He was close to He was about a quarter HP. No way he steps up. And Ven says, I don't need him and I don't care. It just makes it happen on his own. Ridiculous individual play from the Pele player. And now, start to stack up that Soul Leader pretty early. You get to hit that power spike much sooner. Dardez has to play cautiously in the lane. I mean, it really could start to get out of control there, assuming Ven can leverage it.
Assuming Ven can, and that's a big assumption given some of the slowness we've seen throughout this set. Last game, he certainly was making the rotations, and he was doing it on a Scylla, a pick that you typically consider to be a little bit more late game. I think a big driver there, though, was the setup that he had. Scream having this global pressure last game, Athena as well, piloted by Hurriwind. You get double global pressure, and Ven gets to have a field day. This time, it feels like Ven has to be the one forcing these engagements, at least a little bit more so. But and if you're getting started with a solo kill, you're getting started with this type of pressure from Scream as he blinks in, trades the ultimate for a set of beads out of Vote. As soon as you hit level 5, Scream's looking to get involved. Still a good sign for the Ravens.
It is, and the Ravens have a really strong team fight composition. I love how their CC interacts with each other. I love how many places they can burn beads or how many places they can find that lockdown. You're worried about Pillars of Agony, you have to leap out of it. Oh, you leaped into River's Rebuke. Oh, you had Phantom Shell for River's Rebuke. Here's the thing, Fear No Evil, right? There's just so many large AoE, CC, win condition abilities on the Highland Ravens that the only thing you'd really be concerned about is kill secure and burst damage and whether or not they've got it. If Ven can keep pace, continue farming at the speed that he currently is, that's going to come very easily in the mid game. Maybe they struggle a bit with it more in the late game.
Bit of damage on the left-hand side. They get away with the blue buff steal, but Haddix now no dash. I don't know if they want to continue the chase on this. Blue buff up for the Highland Ravens as well. The Jade Dragons, they just take it. The Nika ults for it. LASBRA has ult, but they just lose the blue buff, and they don't even try to chase down the kills.
This time around, purple buff trade seems to just be Hurriwind getting aggressive on left. Dardez not exactly getting aggressive, instead being aggressed upon, forced back into his own tower and dropped to half HP. Volcanic Lightning doesn't find the most value, but poking down 50%, certainly valuable in of itself. I wonder. I'd love to see the Jade Dragons try and turn things around, because Ven has been playing very aggressive.
Yep.
He's been playing far up in the lane. I mean, he's got some semblance of safety thanks to Volcanic Lightning. It's essentially just a dash out, but rotations from LASBRA, chase potential with the Vampiric Bats slow, as well as the Raiju. I mean, Dardez sure fell down early, but we're at level parity as of now, and Divine Ruin does interact well into the Soul Leader, has good anti-heal there, good damage output. I don't want to see the Jade Dragons just let go of any potential pressure. We saw it on left there. Mike completely gives up on the purple buff invade and instead dedicates his time to defending his own. But I feel like the Jade Dragons in this composition still have the potential to bring the fight.
I'm interested in this mid lane build, Dardez. You mentioned the Divine Ruin first. We've seen it a little bit. Some people stack, some people go like this double. I mean, maybe he won't go it, but the double flat pen is something that I've seen for maybe a little bit more pressure. Is that where you expect Dardez to end up with this build?
I think the Divine Ruin is just an answer to Soul Eater, as Hurriwind finds himself in a bit of trouble here, back towards his own tower. There is no singular lifesteal item that Dardez is going to pick up besides like Pythag's piece maybe that could match the amount of sustain that Soul Eater is giving over towards Ven. So in picking up Divine Ruin, it forces Ven to think a little bit harder about when he wants to poke and whether or not it's going to be a worthwhile trade, because he is just going to lack a little bit for sustain.
Venenu does not feel afraid to fight into the 1v2, and Mike, he may have found himself in a 1 versus 3. Jump is down, and River's Rebuke walls are up. The beats get burned, and PBM gets burned down. Vote now the target of 3, and does not have the safety available. All the while, Venenu, he's got to hit the Bastion. Scream takes down Vote, but the trade looking to come through in the middle lane. Oh, a little bit close there. Too close for comfort for LASBRA. He's got to go up into the ultimate and be careful.
No.
Scream, no blink available. It'll be a 2-for-1 across the map, but with how much Venenu got done, that's still a scary engagement.
Yeah, I wonder how different that is if Ven decides to switch targets. Like, Dardez is out of range. I understand Ven says, I'm not going to escape here. Odds are incredibly low. LASBRA's already hitting me. But had he decided to either just switch targets and start hitting Laz, or focus wave and disengage, maybe things go a little bit differently, because it felt inconsequential, the damage that he was dealing to the Camazotz, but it was still enough lifesteal and damage that LASBRA felt threatened enough to go into that bat out of hell. So in a world where Ven's focusing him, maybe things are a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly see, regardless of focus, the damage that Venenu can put out in an instant with this pick. No surprise. You know, we've seen Pele be dominating the meta here in the first couple of weeks of the Road to Worlds. But, I mean, with Venenu and how passive he was in games 1 and 2, it's just a little bit of a surprise. Like, it feels almost like he has flipped a switch. And maybe the Ravens as a whole have flipped that switch and just are playing pressure now, and they're playing into it. They're controlling the map.
Yeah, the Highland Ravens certainly playing with confidence. I mean, you get the confidence of knowing that the Jade Dragons are on set point here. Like, if they lose, it's over. You've got 1 game to play with. You also just have the confidence of knowing how he had dog-walked them previously, and clearly he's playing with all that confidence.
Oh my goodness, finds the 1v2 in the engagement on his own. PBM will come through that bounce. He could go in, Scream. Finds the bounce onto Mike, though, and won't charge the ultimate just then. Was not available on that cooldown. But now Vote, he might be the new focus here as the ultimate just now comes up. Well-channeled discretion from Vote to get up there into safety, but I don't know that it will be enough. They will put down the Freya into the grayscale. LASBRA and PBM still on this side of the map, and they're just here to steal the chest, man. Keep their lead rolling.
Yeah, just give me everything you've got, says the Highland Ravens. I don't care if it's not a buff. I don't care if it's a treasure chest that gives me nothing. I will be taking every little bit of farm the Jade Dragons have gotten this golden experience lead. I mean, it is accumulated quickly. It's faster than it was in Game 3.
Yep.
The Highland Ravens playing very well around their pressure, and this is without objectives coming into play just yet either. Gold Fury not exactly as easy to knock down for the Ravens as it was in the previous match. They've got similar levels of burn, but secure going to be a major question mark for them. But it's not as if the Jade Dragons have got great secure either. Taiko Drums perhaps best on map.
Whew.
Dardez back to base. Clear wave, run down gold. I mean, it's not an awful call.
Yeah, I wonder if that might be the opening there. Hurriwind at least thinks it's an opening for a gank here. The Impale's off the mark, but Zapman with a 3-level lead. And Scream at level 12. I mean, this is fodder, man, if they want to try and force something. But it's PBM. He's the one jumping in, and look at the rotation. Dardez is going to be here before Venenu gets the jump over the wall, and Hurriwind locks in the River's Rebuke. The dash out from Dardez, and Venenu finds his target into the jungle, and beads get forced.
Right.
Dardez does not get to play the game, and PBM, he answers back with a double kill onto the mid laner. The Jade Dragons, they try to find an answer back, a defense. It is not good enough.
Yeah, the early game pressure from the Highland Ravens. It took them a little while to figure out what the strategy was going to be. Couldn't beat the Jade Dragons in the late game. That was the strat games 1 and 2. The Ravens have developed it. They said the early game's really good, and we're really good at it. And clearly they're right, because this gold is now quickly starting to reach out of control. I believe it was like 18 minutes where we hit 5K previously. We're at 6 now, at 12. I mean, they're speedrunning the Jade Dragons. And it's going to get worse before it gets better. Pyromancer is becoming an option. They already knocked down the Fury. There's still plenty of towers to collect farm from as well. Every tier 1's still up. Mike's doing his best to stem the bleeding, prevent the Stygian Beacon from going down. Oh, it doesn't even seem like the Highland Ravens really care all that much about it. Ven back to base, Scream on the opposite side of the map. We're just being annoying.
They'll get it if they can, I'm sure, but Hurriwind, I mean, he's not under any threat. In fact, he might kill Dardez if this lasts long enough, but certainly
Ven's back.
with 2 members there. Ven's coming back, though, and Hurriwind really doesn't want to give this up. I'm not sure he has to, but Ven might call him off, and damage here. Ven was just waiting for the opportunity. He's got no escape now, though. LASBRA, this would be a huge shutdown kill if they could get it in with no beads. He gets pulled back into the damage, but the Riptide is beautiful, and the lifesteal is there. LASBRA finds the shutdown, and the overcommittal gets punished. A killing spree for Zapman to fall for the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens. They ultimately get the beacon at the end of the day and trade 2 for 1.
The Jade Dragons say, well, I smell blood in the water. Finally an opportunity. We could fight. Ven, he's low. We can jump on him, but Ven just does too much damage, lives a little too long, and the Jade Dragons forced to leap into the tower, essentially seal their fate there and secure their own deaths. Vote's 4 levels down on Scream. There's really no way he fights into this one.
Yeah, Scream is, they know he's here, to be sure. At least I would think that they do, but that's a huge Fear No Evil onto 2. Votes down to half HP. Zapman is like, oh, okay, you want to box? You're good? You want to come up and fight me? And he wants to take it. No surprise from a 4-level lead. And this was where Vote was last game, too. Vote is just, like, getting focused. He cannot fight up against a Zapman. Artemis versus Olorun, he found himself 4 levels down, split pushing most of the game. This Freya, I mean, it's always going to be a monster when you get to late game. But when you get to late game 10 minutes after the other hunter gets to late game, I don't know if you get to play the late game.
No, it's going to be a while for Vote. And he even loads into this matchup knowing that he's going to lose pressure. He essentially gives it up with his starter item selection there, Bumba's Dagger, as opposed to the Conduit Gem. So he knew it was going to be a struggle. I'm sure he didn't think it was going to be this much of a struggle, though. 4-level deficit against Zapman now. 4-level into the jungle, too. And the Highland Ravens clearly not letting off the gas.
Pyromancer's spawning. That's the focus for the Ravens. PBM already down to half HP. I don't know if he can have a steal attempt here if he wants to hold on to his life. In fact, he might not get the option. They'll lose the Pyromancer and they'll lose their support as well. And this lead is quickly getting out of control. They've got a wave for the tier 1 tower. Oni Warriors.
Tier 2. Dardez is
Not the Oni Warriors. The Oni Fury is
playing like
close
Warriors.
to spawn. They are. I mean, this pressure is impossible to withstand from the Dragons. This is only Dardez here to try to defend a tier 2.
And he's scared.
He can't step up alone. Nika's going to steal the speed buff at the very least, all the way on the backside of the map.
Big.
LASBRA steals some farm as well, but the Dragons, they're just doing what they can to stay in it.
Yeah, Highland Ravens tier 1, 2 taken from the Jade Dragons. Now can reset themselves and just go get ready for the Fury immediately. I think the only thing the Highland Ravens need to do is keep up their pressure. LASBRA, good damage, good beads. This could be an opportunity. Scream's got no leap.
Stun is off the mark from Mike, though. The loot, no! Oh my goodness, LASBRA, he holds on and times the swoops beautifully. Misses the first 2, but it's the last one and gets the trade, and that's a value trade. You'll lose your support for the enemy jungle any day of the week, especially when it's a 5-level difference between the 2.
I mean, I like the idea from Scream there. He goes into the immediate up-down, predicting that immediate swoop from LASBRA. He's thinking, LASBRA's going to hit me right as soon as I land, so if I do it fast enough, maybe I can avoid that damage. Doesn't even have time to whip his mouse to safety, and instead, up-downs, and as you said, LASBRA, patient, waits it out, reads him like a book there. Clean stuff, but the Highland Ravens have simply just done too much up until this point. Scream was not a necessary component of an Oni Fury pull. And so Zapman and Hurriwind up to the task will knock it down themselves. Go ahead, collect a few more waves. We're waiting on Pyromance. I mean, Fire Giant even, potentially. I mean, 17 minutes has just been the timer for it in this set, but the Highland Ravens, I think this lead is just so ridiculous. It really is. And I hesitate to say it.
Yeah.
It might be the Highland Ravens game to lose. We might be there now. Like, I'm not sure the Jade Dragons really have a whole lot of control on this one anymore. Like, their hands are simply not on the levers of power.
Yeah, Mike, his hands are off the levers of power. I can say that with a great amount of confidence at that moment in time. 0-6 for
Dude,
the
he's not
enemy
0-ing.
support. What?
0-6.
Is 6 like the last name in that scenario?
You've never heard that before?
Nope.
I made it up, I guess.
Ah, okay.
So when you crack that joke to your friends, make sure they know Mifflin made that up.
Mifflin, I don't think they'll know who Mifflin is, but
That's fine. Spread my legend.
spread your dude. The Highland Ravens are trying to spread their legend across the board right now because they are running. It might just be their game to lose. I got to tell you though, with all this pressure, hold that thought, LASBRA. He's got to jump away. With all this pressure,
Yep.
in this set we've seen 17-minute Fire Giants. They're so late, man. They're like, what are they doing? Why hasn't it been pulled? This is a late FG.
I mean, they don't really have a whole lot of secure, which might be it. It might also be that they are so firmly in control, why leave it to any risk? It might be that they're doing like a little mini game where they're trying to end the game without Fire Giant. Yeah, it could be any number of things. Their clients could be bugged and the Fire Giant textures don't exist anymore, so they just don't walk to that side of the map for fear of it crashing. I can come up with anything you want.
That was a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it could be any number of those reasons.
Oh, it's happening. All right.
It is now happening. A little bit late. 19 minutes is when they're looking at the objective. And I don't think that they... I mean, I think the Jade Dragons, they kind of have to look for a steal here. They don't have much left to give up.
Yeah, Mike needs to get in
Mike's
there.
life is not worth a ton. They're looking for it. He's got it! They take it away! PolarBearMike blinks in with the stun. Paralyzing spit, 57 damage. He'll lose his life for it.
And he hits the Christ air.
The Jade Dragons, they hold on a little bit longer.
Okay, all right, and that's why. That was reason number one. They didn't want to leave it up to risk, I suppose. The Highland Ravens pull the fire. I mean, we learned this earlier. Pull the fire, don't get it, right? That's what we got in games 1 and 2. Unfortunate for the Ravens. And that is actually a massive swing for the Jade Dragons. Knock down a few towers on left, steal away some jungle farm. Dardez is actually now ahead of Ven in levels, I believe. 18 to Ven 17. That's criminal. But also, it's still a 7,000 gold deficit.
Still a 7,000 gold deficit, but Fire Giant
I call it 10K.
on the wastes of 4 out of 5 members here
I'll call it 8K.
of the Jade Dragons. Yeah, you lose one, you go down 10K. So technically, by that logic, Jade Dragons, they're in the lead. They've got the reins on this game.
Yeah. Items are just like so important though, aren't they? Feels like damage items and defense items.
And can't get items with that Fire Giant.
No, that
lead.
Fire Giant's not helping out a lot. It's giving you HP
Yep.
and MP5 and a little bit of power. You know, it's not bad. It's not a Spear of Desolation.
Mike is alone. He's just alone in the enemy jungle.
He caught a buzz from that Fire Giant steal. He's feeling himself now.
He's feeling himself now. Certainly, you talk a lot about the support just giving away his life, but we've reached a point in the game. Like, if Venenu kills PBM, he gets no gold.
Yep.
Like,
And Mike knows it.
Yep.
And Mike's going to abuse it. And
Yep.
here's the thing. Really, it's just Hurry that could kill Mike and get some. Oh, never mind. Nobody can kill Mike and get something.
Nobody gets any gold from that kill onto Mike, and so he's making space. And sure enough, I think the Highland Ravens, they see him. Maybe it's not worth dumping abilities into it, but I mean, if you're the Jade Dragons, you grab the Fire Giant, you certainly slow things down,
Yep.
which is to your benefit. At this point, if you're the Dragons, you want to be in this game as long as possible. You want to get to that point where the levels don't matter.
It's kind of just
where
their
the
MO.
gold doesn't matter. It's been their MO so far this set, but I mean, they lost the 65-minute game. So even then, you mentioned it earlier, even if we get to full-on team fights, the rate, what is...
He's farming. What are you confused about? Do you
I
see where the waves are? That's where the golden experience is. Okay, well,
can't-
I couldn't tell you what that's about. Like, I couldn't exactly tell you about that.
He needed help clearing the wave. That's what. That's all it was.
Yeah, he did dump his entire kit in the wave and then tank the tower. That is true. He's a little frazzled. Wouldn't you be?
Yeah, he's a little bit frazzled. Certainly the MO, the Jade Dragons, trying to hold on a little bit longer. This next Fire Giant, though, do you see it going a similar way? Do you see the Jade Dragons trying to step up and steal it, or is it a full-on fight, or do they let it go?
I'm thinking Mike is so close to worthless right now that he should.
Okay, worthless is a. Let's just.
We literally broke it down. He's worth nothing to anyone.
That's a big word, man. I don't want to be mean.
It's like 2 syllables.
I'm just. Okay, it's not literally.
Okay.
Like a large word.
Well, it is like 9 letters. That's pretty long.
Is it really 9?
I didn't
Math
count.
on cast, though. That's nice.
Was that actually 9?
I think it is 9.
Mentaled it? Oh my god.
Yeah. That's nice.
Now I'm feeling myself.
Yeah.
Catch me walking into tier 2s and clearing waves at Phoenix. Look, the point I'm trying to make is because Mike is so low level and his respawns are so short and he's so not tanky and does so little damage and he doesn't give over any resources when he dies, and in fewer words, worthless, I think it would be worth his time to go ahead and try for the 1 in 1,050 damage paralyzing spit steal again.
Yeah, I mean, definitely worth his time if he can get into that situation again. But I think the Highland Ravens, they really don't want to leave it up to chance again. They want to find a fight early, and PBM, he wants to do the same thing. 3 sets of beads, I believe, on that one Stygian Torment from the Cerberus.
He's kind of cooking, actually.
That's a lot of value on one ultimate from a level 14 Cerberus, let me tell you. And on the tier 2 siege defense, the Jade Dragons, they have lost the Fire Giant belt around their waist, but Venenu, he's being caught out by LASBRA. Maybe LASBRA's being caught out by Venenu here around the corner. I don't know if LASBRA can really hold on to this one. And the Jade Dragons, they can't hold on to the tier 2 tower. They've got to give it away.
Okay, and Pyromancer, we're not risking it here. We need Mike alive to throw Paralyzing Spit at the Fire Giant, so we'll hold off for just a moment. Runic Bomb, I think, should guarantee their secure. It's 2,000 true damage in pocket of the Highland Ravens. Mike spotted early, threat identified, and I'm thinking dealt with here.
Yeah, I'm thinking the focus is on to PBM, give Zapman a rampage, so if somebody is going to take away this Fire Giant, somebody has to be the hero for the Jade Dragons if they're going to group up around this one. And it can't be Mike for the next 27 seconds. This one gets picked up, though. And the Fire Giant shredding slower than a late game team. Only 24 minutes, no EFG on the board quite yet. Still has to be a question mark. Highland Ravens, they're looking for the fight. If anybody steps in, you want to see them step off. You want to see them try and find it out. Ven, though. Oh my goodness, the pick! And Dardez finds the enemy mid laner. That's the window open. It's going to be another coin flip. The Highland Ravens secure the Fire Giant, but the fight after the fact, it could go either way. Scream, he's been left alone, and they get 2 in trade for the Fire Giant. The chase coming through, though, and the slow is there. Haddix the only one in range, but with Mike back alive, the Jade Dragons might turn it around.
Now it's Haddix, who stepped a little too far forward. Toss back, Raiju doesn't get popped, but it's not needed. Instead, now it's Zapman on the retreat. Slow's good, but Beads able to get him out of there. Fire Giant on 2. That's real ugly. Look, we had some fun earlier, okay? First Fire Giant steal didn't really accomplish a whole lot. Now we're starting to throw some team fights on the Highland Ravens. Now Ven's getting caught out before the engagement. Now Scream is struggling to secure some of these kills, and the Jade Dragons are really starting to stack up in their builds. Dardez approaching 5th or 6th slotted. Gold's starting to get equalized a bit. Fury will go a long way in that regard. I said it was the Highland Ravens game to lose, and it is no longer the case. I think that level of control can no longer be attributed to them. It really is. It's not anybody's game. It's still heavily favored Ravens, but it's much closer than it was previously.
Yeah, much closer is maybe even an understatement. It is right next to each other, it feels like, for me. And I think the big difference maker is just how these fights are being played together for the Ravens. That pick is given away by Venenu, and then right after that, Scream does the same thing, it feels like.
My heart goes out to Scream, though. He is overhand smash, 80% channeled. Dardez isn't even looking at him, and then whips the last Tycho drum, I believe it was the Fear Shot, to cancel out overhand smash, would have just killed Vote if it went all the way through. So tough stuff for Screammmmm. Was it a necessary kill? Not really. I think backing out and just keeping yourself safe would have been much more important there. But we've all played jungle once or twice. You know the bloodlust that brings upon you. So I can't fault Screammmmm for succumbing to the urge, the dark urge, if you would.
Tell you what, Haddix has been a little bit slow this game. I think, you know, not necessarily the one to be in on the engage. That might change here, though, if they try to go in on this Phoenix. LASBRA, he's caught out a little bit in the jungle, has to channel the ultimate just at the threat of that Fear No Evil in the space now created, but Haddix, he gets the kill before he has to leave. PBM gets the trade, but he himself falls to the gray screen. Venenu grabs the support, and the Titan looking to finish off the middle Phoenix. The Jade Dragons base is exposed, and the Fire Giant gets value for the Highland Ravens.
If it's literally any other leap in the game, Frog, besides Thunder Crash, Dardez lives. But because of how long Thunder Crash's pre-fire is, Haddix just grabs him. It's so easy there. Great damage output from him. Good target selection, buys space and time for his team to knock down the Phoenix. Let it go to show, Fire Giant, not always necessary on everybody. It's just really the ADC that you wanted on, and Zapman still had it, and the Highland Ravens make use. The Jade Dragons just were not up to the defense there. LASBRA losing out his ultimate beforehand. Dardez getting knocked down. Mike, I mean, does what he can, and he does a lot there. I believe it was another 3-man ultimate from PBM, but didn't quite have the damage behind him because Dardez was fighting for his life, and so the Highland Ravens cleanly went out there. There's so much time left until Fire Giant respawns. I wonder how the Ravens spend their time. Could potentially try and pressure up some waves, push out towards the tier 2. I doubt you have enough time to actually knock down the tier 2 on left, but get those mini waves a little bit further up. Could help out a bit later on. Or spend this time warding up, establishing vision around the Fire Giant, head back to base, purchase more wards, and guarantee the victory in the vision battle.
Last time it was the Ravens identifying Mike as the threat. And they take him out early on. Yep, they take him out early on. He's unable to get the steal off, but because of it, arguably, they use so many cooldowns there, and then the Jade Dragons, they fight back. They win the fight, even after losing the Fire Giant. And now that they're set up, this game continues to climb in the minutes. This is, I mean, if this is a steal away, if this is a Jade Dragons fight win, everything feels like it kind of becomes even.
I mean, if the Jade Dragons clean win the team fight, it's game. And the Jade Dragons will just walk it down as well. I mean, the odds of that happening is still incredibly low. I mean, look at the itemization there across the board. Dardez still sitting on recipe, as are PBM and Vote. And Vote really struggling this game. He had the game taken out of his hands pretty early on, so I'll give him a little bit of slack. A little bit of slack's not enough to account for 4,700 damage, but I'll give him a little bit.
That is 5k player damage, just about, which is a bit rough.
Okay, pull up that healing again, Doug. Help me out here. Has Hurriwind removed Vote from the game? Yeah, Hurriwind's got more healing than Vote has damage.
Yeah, I mean it's tough to be a Freya that gets focused a little bit early game. Now, potentially in the best spot that he has been in all game. They're
This has
looking
got
for
to
a
be
fight.
the case.
This has got to be the case. They're looking for the fight here. Hurriwind in position for it. 5-man here. Let's hop into a listen-in with the Highland Ravens as they're looking to take the Fire Giant.
Look for that, look for that, look for that.
He's out of range.
We're far, we're far, we're far.
Okay,
There are people under us.
They're under us.
Doesn't matter, just play next to me, guys.
Yeah, I'm standing next to you now.
I'm playing
for the
here,
Ratchet
boys.
again.
I'm playing here, yeah.
Yeah, look for the Ratchet again.
I'm under you, Zap.
Look at the Ratchet right
slammed the
now.
Ratchet,
There's
yeah,
the
yeah.
Ratchet right
I
there.
slammed him, I
Look,
slammed him.
Just all in the Ratchet.
I have a dash and I have a
Surtr,
blink ward.
I don't think so.
HP, nice.
I'm behind. Freya works.
Look at their carries here, guys.
She's feared.
Got the Ratchet.
I'm a Camazotz behind. Go mid.
I'm backing, boys. I'm one.
We can end right now.
I have
by
to
the way.
back. I have
I
to
can
back.
heal us. I need to wait
Okay,
for my
okay.
fight.
Let me heal off the
Yeah,
midway.
Huge picks for the Highland Ravens. You hear it there. They call the go button, and Mike is the one that gets caught out in between the pillar and a rock. They stick around. They might try to push this for the end.
I mean, Zapman calls it. He said, we can end here. That's clearly the call. Nika and LASBRA they've got a tall task ahead of them.
They've got to do enough, but fire minions in 5. Frenzy gets popped. The damage, it's on Nika first and the Titans second. The Highland Ravens, they take it 3-1.
And early game pressure looks pretty good. Ven finds it early on and rolls with it entirely through. I mean, the Jade Dragons really did not get too many opportunities to play here. They're gifted one in the Fire Giant, but that only extends this game by another 5 or so minutes. Clearly, the Highland Ravens playing with confidence towards the tail end of this set. It is worth noting there's probably a good deal of player fatigue there after the first 2 games.
Sure.
All of it's washed away in Game 3 for the Ravens, right? I mean, when you have a match like that, it is rejuvenating. Clearly, they roll with it. This is a team that's got momentum at their back.
Momentum is right. The Highland Ravens, they were coming off their first win just yesterday. Now grab their second win, up to 2-2 for this roster. I mean, they were talking yesterday. They were almost talking like they just want to get to Worlds. They just want to build a meta, find their play style. But the ability to adapt in play style, such a flip from game number 2 to game number 3. That adaptability is fantastic to see for this team moving forward.
Proves that they're capable of playing at every facet of the game, every portion of it. Are we good at the early? Are we good in the late? How's our mid game? What about our objective play? And clearly, they go through every single style of Smite there was.
Yeah.
We went the absolute distance. We went complete pacifist run. We went run it down in every lane, and the Ravens look good every single time.
Well, that'll do it for me and Mifflin here. The Highland Ravens grab the set 3-1. We'll throw it back to the desk to break it down.
Yeah, the Highland Ravens are tired of the long games that we had in Game 1 and 2. Game 3, a fast-paced one. A little bit slower here in Game 3, but same level of pacing, maybe a bit faster than the early, but hit a little bit of a speed bump along the way. We did have that fight around the Fire Giant. Mike able to find a nice steal on the surface. He was 57 damage with his first ability. Able to grab that one. Delayed the game a little bit longer, but this one just stayed in control of the Highland Ravens from minute 1 to minute done.
Yeah, and I think Miff is 100% right. If that Fire Giant isn't stolen, we're talking about a different game. Quicker probably than it even was this game. For all intents and purposes, this Game 3, this Game 4, all Ravens from minute 1 all the way up to minute whatever the game ended at. Game 1, Game 2, slightly different story, but this is the team that I thought we were going to see last week from the Ravens. When they played the Kings, they looked like they weren't ready. They looked like they were still figuring everything out. When they played against the Warriors, same thing. They weren't ready. They were figuring something out. But now this set, and the set versus the Warriors, we've kind of got a little glimpse at how they can play and how they can perform. Do they need to play a little bit more early game? No, they had good team fighting too, but they did play that early game. Fantastic Game 3 and Game 4.
Yeah, this Hades pick essentially made it to where Jade Dragons don't want to go to the right side of the map. Venenu got a ton of pressure in mid, so you don't want to go to the middle of the map. And, oh, by the way, the dual lane's also getting ran at, so Jade Dragons can't really do anything over there. So it kind of put LASBRA in an awkward position of, well, where's my best place to go? Where do I find the fight? Well, turns out a lot of times the fight just came to him or to the rest of his team, and he had help respond in there. There were a couple of moments in the Dragons finding some fight back. Venenu just missing out on getting an extra solo kill in Dardez in mid. That one turns around, but at the same time, the rest of his team is fighting over in left jungle and finding success over there. So all of these scattered around team fights and everything ends up netting Highland Ravens their win. The stolen Fire Giant, as mentioned, didn't end the game, but just stalled the game a little bit longer, gave the Dragons a little bit more time to try and work with, but that time was not able to really be utilized very much.
Yeah, and just seeing LASBRA's KD of 5-0-2, and then you look at everybody else's and it's like 1-1 and then 1-10, 0-3, 1-5. LASBRA played fine, but unfortunately when everything's collapsing around you, there's not a ton you can do. He did what he could, but unfortunately Ravens just did a little bit too much.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find into a situation like that one. A big win for the Highland Ravens. We've got Haddix, the soul laner for the team, standing by for our interview.
Thank you so much, J-Mac. That's right. We've got Haddix here. Congrats on the win today. And what a roller coaster of a set. You guys, I think, have a 45-minute game. The Dragons kind of turn it around, and then a 65-minute game. The longest game in, I think, 3+ years of SPL history, which is crazy just to think about, period. And then it feels like you turn your meta on a dime. What was the mentals like after game number 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of all forgot it was 65 minutes. For some reason, Jade Dragons, these guys just love going super late because how they play. They play really defensive, really slow, and they like to look for a lot of flanks. But the mentals were fine. We just had to get a little refresh, get a bathroom break with the boys, all in the stalls. We were good.
Was there any focus, it felt like the draft really shifted. Was it just like once the Dragons moved away from that Aphrodite that you were able to like try and focus on more early game, or was there an active focus of, hey, we don't want to be in the game this long, we need to try and prioritize the early game pressure?
No, it's just based off more so like what they're banning and what they're picking. We just ended up being able to get those prioritized gods that happen to have pressure. You know, pressure and smite is good after all, and you know, we just ended up getting those gods. That's it.
I mean, not even a focus. We were talking a lot, I think, on the cast, and especially at the end, about your guys' adaptability as a team. We've had Ven out to interview Hurriwind. Everybody has sort of been on the same page. You guys are just focused towards Worlds, building up that adaptability, that reliability of how you guys mesh as a team. Is this sort of the compositions that you guys are looking to play, where you can have Screammmmm on a Camazotz diving and then immediately switch them over to a Hunbats? That adaptability feels like not something that every team has.
Yeah, I couldn't definitely agree with that. I think it's just more so our players are a lot more adaptable individually. Like Screammmmm can play a lot of different playstyles. I think I can play a lot of different playstyles, and we're also meshing a lot with finally being able to play a little bit more through duo, things like that. And having Steven's macro call, our shot calls being a lot more cleaner. Obviously, our Fire Giants have been a lot cleaner. In general, our map play has been a lot cleaner. So it's just more so finding our new playstyle and figuring out how to play with Steven more.
Finding the new playstyle a lot cleaner for the Highland Ravens. Once again, congrats on the win. They'll take it 3-1 versus the Dragons. We'll throw it back to J-Mac on the desk to close it out.
Yeah, that's right. Big congratulations once more to the Highland Ravens on their win. They continue up throughout their rise now into the season. I think Haddix puts it perfectly. You need your first couple of sets with a new player to kind of see how things work, see what kind of style of play that you want to go with. But now there has been some time with Zapman for this team. The Highland Ravens are really starting to mesh things all well together. We can take a look at the schedule and the standings after 2 days here in week number 2 to see what you have missed out on so far, what you can still expect for our final day. We started out with the Leviathans and the Warriors. That was a 3-1 win for the Atlantis Leviathans. Now we have the Highland Ravens and the Jade Dragons now running out their set at a 3-1 for the Ravens. To close out our Sunday, make sure that you are here for Sunday tomorrow, 8 at 11 a.m. Eastern, with the Styx Ferryman and the Eldritch Hounds and Camelot King's Gilded Gladiators for our final 2 sets of the weekend. And we can take a look at the standings. Atlantis Leviathans, with their win, move up to 3-1 at the top of their standings. The Highland Ravens, with their victory, now just 1 game behind the Oni Warriors in that regard. 2-2 for them, a 2-1 for the Oni Warriors, who were delivered their first loss of the phase just today. That ended out their win streak that was sitting at 5. Now, I believe, if my math is correct, unable to re-achieve what they were able to do back in phase number 1. Maybe a chance for another team to jump out here. I'd have to double-check again when the Leviathans' loss was, but maybe a potential chance for Leviathans to go on a big win streak, get up there. But that's all for way down the road. We still got to get through each of these individual weeks of play, Bobby.
Yeah, and this early portion of the phase is just to get off to like a strong, start. The Levi's 3-1. That's the type of start you want. 2-1, something like that. Starting out 0-3, 0-4 really puts you on the back foot, and you want to have to then get those wins in the mid portion of it, and it puts a lot of pressure on you. So if you get these wins early, a lot less pressure on you, and you can kind of, test stuff and flex stuff and stuff like that, which is really good for teams.
Yeah, being able to have a bit more of a coast in the latter half of the phase is always a good thing for these teams. So that's it that we have for today. Make sure, again, you tune in tomorrow at 11 a.m. with our 3rd day here in week number 2. On behalf of myself, Inbound, all the cast, and everyone behind the scenes, thanks for watching. We'll see you for day 3 tomorrow.